VS ice it out.
Glad you chose to stop by the channel today. Just wanted to give you an opportunity to really become a part of this community here at the Coach Smook Network. We like to call ourselves the AAA family. The AAA stands for authenticity above all. We just want to give you an opportunity to become a part of this community because we're growing and we're doing something special here as a fan base, not just for Alabama, but the fan community as a whole. We're creating an environment where it's safe to be yourself, be authentic, and meet people who share the same passion you share, whether it's for the same team or not. You simply start by just clicking the link provided to you by one of the moderators in the chat, or it'll be pinned to the top of the chat. Click that link. It'll bring you to my homepage. When you get to my homepage, make sure you hit the notification button and turn on all notifications. And each level has its perks. You can go through and read each perk. As we continue to grow, new perks will be added to each level. One thing we would like to highlight that all AAA members are greatly appreciated. It does not go unnoticed that you have taken time and hard-earned money to support this channel. If you really want to get interactive with the community and find out what's going on, think about joining our Discord family. This is where you can get into all the fan talk of the community, and also there are networking opportunities. Please be mindful that there are rules and that we expect everyone to treat everyone with respect. Also, if you're looking to partner with Coach Smook Network or sponsor, please hit us up at coachsmooknetwork@gmail.com and our staff will get back to you in a timely manner. I'm your boy Coach Smook of the Coach Smook Network, and I thank you for supporting this channel. Yo, what's good, everybody? Let's get it tonight. Hopefully y'all ready to get into this show. You ready to get on this phone line? Let me get some roll tides in the chat. Let's go. What's good, everybody? Y'all give it up in the chat, man. Good to see everybody tonight. Woo! We're going to get into it. Tonight. Hopefully everybody can hear me good. If everybody can hear me good, give me some thumbs up in the chat if y'all can hear me good, man. Want to get into this phone call segment tonight. Get y'all immediate reactions. If you're in my Discord, you already know. Y'all done aggravated the hell out of me tonight. Twitter got people that don't even support the content on the daily, don't come through and drop no likes or share the content on Twitter. I can't even get a retweet from them. But I got people on Twitter that I seen liking tweets, dogging my name and stuff, inboxing me, asking me what I think. Pretty weird. My boy had to hit me up and was like, man, why everybody trying to ask me to hit you up? To ask you what's up. I thought people don't watch my content. I just do this for the AAA community and the people that support. That's who I want to talk to tonight. So for all you rubberneckers hanging out, I think we're going to take this to a members only live. What y'all think, AAA? Y'all think we go to a members only live? You know what I'm saying? Because they don't really rock with us, man. They don't really rock with us. They get mad about our takes and our opinions, but then when they really need some consolation or they need to really pick a side of the fence to go, they want to come to Coach Smook because Coach Smook gonna tell it like it is. Tell the truth. We're gonna stick on one side and we ain't gonna be Fairweather. Some of y'all being Fairweather as a mug right now because before it kicked off tonight, Alabama deserves to be in, but now that SMU done lost. And y'all allowing Booger McFarland and all them get y'all heads messed up about how the logic of what the criteria is. If strength of schedule matters, SMU they needed a conference. We're gonna talk about it. I ain't gonna give y'all all my sauce. Blackheart said the playoff committee has spoken. Appreciate the retweet, my guy. We about to really get into this conversation tonight. We're going to open the phone lines. We got 154 live on YouTube already. That means people want to talk about it. So I ain't going to waste no time tonight. First, I just want to thank y'all for being here. Don't forget, man, we do have people who really support the channel. If you want to be noticed on Twitter today, it's nothing to at your boy on Twitter. I have the Twitter feed up. I'm not pulling up any analytics or anything tonight. We don't have a lot of transitions. This was an impromptu type live, so I want to capitalize. I don't have a whole bunch of graphics. So if you want your comments or your thoughts on Twitter to be seen on screen, I'm cool with doing that because guess what? Today, we'll be acknowledging it and highlighting them live. Just like this. We just going to share it like this and we're going to bring it up. We got the whole timeline up. So we'll be able to get everybody's thoughts on your tweets. Bear Bryant's burner. Say you're so freaking annoying. Hey, Bear Bryant, I'm so freaking annoying. You're so Fairweather. And then they gave us our script A back. They done messed up and gave, man, if y'all don't know, if y'all don't understand, did y'all see the script A on my tweet just then? For everybody that's been on Twitter for a while, they don't give you the script A for no reason, do they? I hate when the money movers start leaking stuff. But nah, we're gonna talk about the logic. I ain't gonna get into the conspiracy theories. We're gonna talk about logic. We're gonna debate it. We're gonna talk about it tonight. Look at Lisa Ross. Why is Lisa Ross? Lisa Ross, are you coming at me again? I ain't did nothing to you. Justin Grimes said SMU deserves to be in there. How does SMU deserve to be in? We opening the phone lines 334. Let me get this phone line open. Hold on. Y'all gotta convince me. Cause I don't see Alabama for getting the credit for almost winning in Tennessee or almost coming back at Vanderbilt. Like, right. That's not how it works. That's not how it works, family. That's not how it works. 334-625-1121. You don't get credit for almost. You get credit for what happened. And SMU had an opportunity to solidify that they were one of the top 12 teams by winning their conference. That's what they needed to do to prove to the committee based off of the criteria. Y'all are not listening to what's being said. The committee is telling them every week, this is what you need to do. This is what committee is telling in college football. This is what needs to happen in order for you all to be considered as one of the top 12 teams to go into the college football playoff and be acknowledged and play for the national championship. SMU doesn't check enough of those blocks to get put into the playoffs. I'm just saying. Got our first call on the line. Let's see who it is.
Call from
Saran Roll Tight Crawford, man.
to accept.
Saran, you got to work on your intro, bro. It's Saran. Put me in the game, coach, because we don't even get he tried to do this long intro.
You know I had to stunt for you, man.
Nah, man, you got to do the intro right. Yeah, you got to do the intro right so we could clip it. It's Saran. Put me in the game, coach. What's good, man?
You know what? I'm gonna record it and send it to you, man, for sure, baby.
You got to, man, because that's what make it, bro. What's good, though, man? How you feeling tonight, bro?
Man, listen. Let me say this to all the Roll Tide family. Shout out to the dogs because that victory today solidifies us without anything else. Because Georgia beat Texas with a second string quarterback. And that's facts. That's one. So that shows you who Texas really are, right? One. Mm-hmm. And they beat them twice, right? So, and we beat Georgia convincingly until we let them come back in the second half. That's another story. But that win alone solidifies us because at the time, Georgia was the number one team in the nation.
Hey, you know what, Saran? Before you continue, let's not get too fast on the conversation tonight. We're gonna do like 7-8 minutes of phone call. So when I interject, I'm gonna just make it quick. But you said something that I mean, in the first statement, you said something so quick. You look at the lineup of how Alabama's resume just ends up playing out, right? You have a team that just won the conference, Georgia. They beat your number one ranked team at one point, Texas, right? Yeah. Texas was number one ranked. The same team that lost to Alabama beat your number one ranked team twice. Not only have they beat them twice, they went to win that conference. So that gives us leverage to say that at any given day, your top four teams in the SEC who have a splitting record, a splitting head-to-head, a balanced head-to-head win-loss.
Yeah.
Only one team out of that group still has the most top 25 wins. So if you're going to punish Texas, if you're going to promote Texas for not winning the conference, you got to do the same with Alabama because you're saying Texas losing to Georgia is good. Texas losing to Georgia twice. Yes. Well, Alabama just proved that they could beat Georgia.
Yes.
So you got that plan in your favor. But go ahead. That's not my all in all, y'all. For everybody that's in the chat that's listening, that's the extra point to think about.
That's just 1 point, right? So number 2 point is now you look at our head-to-head schedule with Notre Dame, Indiana, SMU, Clemson, Arizona State. All of them, right? I'm going to put all of them up there against us. None of that. If you look at all their top 25 wins, the only one out of that whole group that really got a good top 25 win is Notre Dame against Texas A&M.
And right? that's what's keeping them in the top 8. The fact that they can't play for a conference hurts them. So if them not being able to play for a conference hurts them, but also them sitting out and not having the strength of record and only having one top 25 win helps them. There's other one-loss teams that have better strength of schedule than them that are behind them. So the committee has already set its precedence, man. Strength of schedule, strength of record is what really is going to weigh this thing out when it comes to those runner-up teams. That's why that's why they said the benefit of having. So I want people to think about this real quick, Saran, and I'm gonna give you your whole minute back with this one. I'm gonna give you a whole minute back with this. But when the committee designed this automatic bid type of format with the conference champions, your top 4 power fives and your fifth seed is your top group of 5 or group, whatever it is. you got to think what they were banking on is for us to run into situations, the same situations we've been running into for the last 20 years. You get to a conference championship game, and there's a 10-0, 11-0 Bama, and then 12-0 Bama, and then there's a 11-1 Georgia, or vice versa, or there's a 11-1 Miami and a 12-0 Clemson. That's what they were banking on, so that if you have two teams with less than 3 losses, less than 2 losses, you don't punish those two teams for actually being good. But you know what screwed it? Taking away divisions in the SEC. You know what screwed it? You know what screwed it? Not forcing Notre Dame to go to a conference. You know what else screwed it? Allowing the Mountain West to get any type of respect as far as the top 5 the conferences in the Power 5 conferences in the nation. That's where messing it up. So when you try to make an even playing field, you can't lean towards the weaker guys because they're on this even playing field, barely getting by. You got to put what your criteria is on the table. And when you do that, none of them match.
And let me say this, guys, just to add on to what Smook is saying. The problem with the committee, and they know that, and they don't want to get exposed. They know that it's only 4 real teams in the country that can bang with each other. They know everything else is just second fiddle. And it proved today because Oregon struggled with Penn State. And Oregon only Boise only lost by 3 to Oregon. So, and Oregon is your number 1 team in the country. So how is the Oregon Ducks number 1 over Georgia, right? And Georgia then played that strength of schedule, which was number 1 in the nation. And they got 2 losses in that gauntlet. So that tells you that the committee has already made their mind up. When you seen the head of the committee talk the other day on ESPN, and he pretty much just stated, like, basically he said SMU better win. You know what I mean? He just
but that's what SMU needs. Like, teams like SMU need a conference championship game to be able to solidify themselves. You're talking about strength of schedule. If that's going to matter, if you're trying to put the best teams, the best 12 teams in the playoffs, that's not the most deserving teams. They saying the best 12 teams, and the criteria for them determine what the best 12 teams is. One of their priorities, I think the second bullet point is strength of schedule. So if I have a winning record and I have a team, let's say we play 10 games outright, right? Let's play everybody in top 12 plays 10 games outright, and there's only 12 teams. Are you telling me that if there was only 12 teams, okay, this is my point. If there was only 12 teams, you can sit there and say, okay, we giving every one of these teams out of the 12, we're giving 10 of them an opportunity to play against each other, right?
Right.
Now you can match. Okay, strength of schedule, head to head. That's your criteria. But you're having to use the eye test. You're having to use the opponent's records. All of these things to factor in. When you allow space for those things to be factored in, and then you as a whole, as a collective, put a weight on these scales, you don't do nothing but help the teams like Alabama, because the more weight you put on the scale, teams who are not as strong or not as heavy on their end, SMU, Arizona State, Boise State, Notre Dame, who don't have much more backing or going against them, can't use that to help them in the situation when they need it.
You know what, Smook? Actually, Boise has a better strength of schedule really by playing Oregon than Notre Dame does.
100%, and losing close. But then also, I'll even say this: SMU strength of schedule. What top 25? Or what's their closest win to a top 25 team? What's their closest win to? I mean, let's be real. If we're talking about them actually proving that they are amongst the best, Alabama has shown that they can beat any of your top 25, a random top 25 team on any given week. They've also shown that they can lose to them, but guess what? They haven't shown. I mean, they've also shown that they can't lose to a top 25 team. They've only got one loss to a top 25 team.
Yes. I mean, and Smoke, you got to look at it this way too. Don't forget that LSU win as well, because the LSU win probably trumps all their wins as well, because LSU was ranked in the top 12.
Facts.
As well.
Facts.
So that's what I'm saying. You got to look at it. When Bama was going through their season, Missouri was in the top 15. You know, you talking about LSU, they was in the top 10 when we played them. Tennessee was in the top 5 or 7. So when Georgia was number one in the nation, so when we going through these teams, yeah, the end result, but the committee is looking at, okay, when Bama played LSU, they was number 9. When, Missouri, they was number 12. South Carolina was here. Now they're here. So they grew up. All of those
Saran. And I love that you said that point, but let's transition to this. Mark Remedio, you said the one point that I can't wait to just shoot down out there. You ready for it, Mark? You ready for it, Mark? Let me load up, Mark. Let me load the clip real quick.
Oh my God.
Mark said, well, if you use the committee logic from last year, Georgia shouldn't get in because their starting QB is injured. Their starting QB handed the ball off to win the game, Mark. Do you not remember that? Their starting QB just came in the game and proved that, hey, we can win with an injured quarterback. That's what they did.
Yeah,
Kirby Smart played the game. He played the game. And guess what? Guess what they're going to say with the injury report? Because now Georgia has won and they have a bye week. They're going to say there's no definite. We're going to come back with the results on Tuesday or Wednesday with the final results of his whatever the injury was. But he was able to finish the game. He was able to tough it out. This team is prepared to go. I guarantee you that's the message. He's not going to do a stupid move like old Norville down there at Florida State.
So I got you. Let me tell you about that last year. If you remember, Mark, look who Florida State played in the ACC championship. Big difference.
Mm-hmm.
That's the difference. You got to see. Everybody want to talk about.
They played a top 5 ranked team. They didn't play a number. What was Louisville? Number 17 last year, jumping into that.
Yeah, it was something like that. We talking about Georgia. We talking about top 5 teams just played each other in the SEC championship. Top 5. It's a difference. So that's what. So Mark, that's one thing you guys got to understand about college football, that they only respect the top 10. That's how it's always been. From the coaches' polls and everything. If you guys remember, back in the 80s and 90s, it was only the top 2 teams that made the championship.
Facts.
Before, till we got the 4. So the top 25, it's about the top 10. That's why SMU had to win, because they was number 9 in the top 10. So that means, let you know that, just say this was a regular season game and they lost to Clemson.
They dropped into like 19.
17, 18.
Right. And that's what people keep failing to realize. If we're going to reward them for the games that play, we have to punish them too, man. It's not like saying okay, so let's do this. Let's play a what if game right now. What if everybody had to play for placement in week 13? Right. Instead of just playing for the crown, what if first and second place had to play for the first place? What if third and fourth place had to play for third place? You get what I'm saying? Like, what if first, third, fifth, all the way in your conference had to be played for in week 13? Right?
Yes.
And we go in and we say Alabama goes in, and who's number 4 in our conference right now? Let's say we go in and we have to play Tennessee or Texas A&M, right?
Right.
And because we're currently number 4 in our conference right now, I believe. Number 3, number 4. Yeah. Number 4. We're number 4 based off the conference schedule. The conference record. So let's say we had to go and play Tennessee. Let's say we beat Tennessee, right? That puts Tennessee as the same record as us. Does Tennessee get pushed out of the playoffs for splitting a head-to-head with a top 10 team? No. But guess what? Yeah. You know what happens? You know what happens in the ACC if you go past SMU and Clemson, who played for their conference title tonight?
Yeah.
You know who Miami is playing for their third place and their third best team? And they're not playing a team that's ranked. They're not playing. Come on, yo. It should not even matter what. And it's not going to matter. SMU and Clemson need whichever one of them won. They needed that win to get in. Them playing. They're not a 10-1 team. You know, they're not a 10-1 team with the strength of schedule that supports you. Nor are SMU is not a 10-1 team with the top 25 win. Nothing supports your resume to say that you're a top 12 team to play for the college football national championship. Nothing supports it right now. You need it to win your conference.
I totally agree, Smoke, with you. And I think what the committee is going to do. It was what me and you talked about before. Now these teams are what they need to do is designate conferences, like you said, internal conferences in the Power 5 back, but also designate teams to have to play at least 3 to 4, teams that ups the strength of schedule. So Notre Dame, since you're not in the conference, you're independent, you're going to have to play 5 teams in the top 25. You're going to have to play 5 in order for us to even evaluate you to say, okay, well, we don't want you to go into the first round of the playoff and then Tennessee beats you 55-3. Because it's just now we're losing dollars. So we're going to have to get to that. And see, Alabama has done that. Georgia has done that. Matter of fact, if you think about this, Smook, I'm going to say this. Our strength of schedule is more tougher than Texas.
Bruh, schedule. If we be real, where's Texas? Top 25. Like they're decisive. Come on now. Where's Texas' top 25? When Texas' strength of schedule is the weakest in the SEC.
That's what I'm saying.
Of the currently top 12 ranked teams, they got the weakest strength of schedule, and they've dropped their opportunity to be the top 10 team twice.
Yes. Twice.
Because they escaped playing the top. A&M losing to Auburn screwed them because that would have had them with their first their top 10 win. But Texas got screwed by A&M. And then they go in and they lose tonight, man. Like, and they lose a tough game. They lose to another top 5 team in the same conference that lost to a team that's not playing for the conference title tonight. That won the same type of game. You think about how we beat Georgia? Georgia just beat Texas the same way.
I'm going to be honest, Smoke. It just showed you tonight that the SEC is just the dominant force in college football. And you're going to have 3 teams in the playoff from the SEC, and they're well-deserved to be there because they're probably going to end up – we went through the same thing last year, and we went toe-to-toe with Michigan, who won the national championship. Toe-to-toe. We went with them, toe-to-toe, banged up and all. So I'm just saying, at this point, we have to give our team respect and say, listen, we beat Georgia, when they was on the top, and Georgia beat Texas twice. So that seals the deal for, Alabama, for us to be where we need to be. And everybody that we're going to have to play, I think it's just a bunch of nervous talk on Twitter.
It is, bro.
Nobody wants to see us.
Sarant, I'm going to let you take it, but I want everybody to listen. And it's like really listen right now, because this is what has my when I get hot, when I get heated, let me take the jacket off because I'm getting a little agitated. I'm looking at the Twitter feeds. I'm looking at people, and I know they watching Bear Bryant's Burning. I know you watching. You could comment on Twitter again, tag me again. Cause you know what, Bear Bryant Burner, shout out to you, man. Cause you don't take stuff personal when I call you out. You who you are. You say what you got to say. I love that you stick to your opinion. I can respect that. As Fairweather as it is, I can respect that. He don't get in his feelings. He don't take no personal shots at me, and I respect that.
Right.
But he incites so much fair weatherness, right? That I'm like, I look at the comments under it, and nobody's coming with any logic. What logic are y'all coming with other than the Booger McFarland knowledge? Like he's not even. Booger McFarland has yet to pick the playoffs, the rankings right
at all
since the committee since they started doing playoff rankings. Ever since he's been on the panel, Booger McFarland had this idea. He gets on Bama's side when it's clear in their favor, but as soon as there's an opportunity for him to be on the opposite side of that. Have y'all not noticed he's going to try to create all these different bullcrap narratives, and it never makes sense. Never makes sense.
Never makes sense. It just never makes. That's why they kicked him off Monday Night Football, because he don't make sense.
It don't. It never. And they're gonna keep letting him do it, but it's cool. Yeah. And but you know what it is? It drives the clicks. It drives the viewers.
That's all it is.
It gives the Fairweather analysts and panelists that love to get on these channels and talk bad about their own team, cry about their team instead of talking about the logic. Come on, man. It gives them that drive. So we appreciate it, because then the ones that want to hear the real, because what I'm saying is not just sunshine pumping for Alabama. I'm just talking about resumes. If you was to take brands away and I look at what the criteria is allowed to be evaluated and saying that these are the best teams that should compete for the national championship, one resume is going to look better than the other. And then, and that's all it is. At the end of the day, that's all it is.
I totally agree, Smook. I mean, that's what it is to this. I mean, the committee knows that it's a big drop off in college football. They know that, and they wanna save face because they don't want people to say, oh well, you didn't give us the best games during the holiday. We watching like the TCU game, and stuff like that.
Man, that
But
junk.
then,
And you think with the amount of opportunities to make the amount of money that's on the table right now, we're talking about this. The 14 playoff was pushing us up above 480 mil, 520 mil.
That's right. That's
so
right.
you think they're going to take an opportunity to turn a 12-team playoff into a dud? You think man, y'all out y'all mother fine.
Yeah, they not gonna do that, man. They are not gonna do that at all.
But you know what, Saran? I'm gonna say this and then I'm gonna let you close out, bro. I don't think I hate to have that discussion like where the money is, that's where they're gonna go. I hate to have that conversation because it doesn't help us as Bama fans. Like the Bama analysts and people, the people that speak on Bama, that's saying they're gonna go where the money is. It don't help your argument. Like that makes you look weak. My thing is, I'm talking about what's happening on the field. I seen a comment earlier in the chat. It says if we turn the tape on and we virtually line a lot of these teams up in front of Alabama. Let's just say it. Alabama versus SMU, Miami, Clemson. There's not your best game. Your best Clemson game versus your best Bama game. Your best SMU game versus your best Bama game. Your best Miami game versus your best Bama game. It's not a close game. It's not a close game.
Well, to close it out, Smoke, those games would be like when we played Missouri. Look at the score, 34-0. It would be like that. That's the whole thing, and the committee knows that. That's what I'm saying. We gotta understand. This is why I want us to start respecting our coach and our team more, because look at what we're doing with a team that's 9-3. And look at the things that he have done in his first year when we gave this man all hell. We was complaining a couple of weeks ago that he need to go. We need to get another coach. But look at the strength of schedule that this man went through with the little time that he had. And we're right there. And we're in the top 4 because at the end of the day, Georgia won the championship, the one that mattered today. That was the Super Bowl of the day. Nobody watched Penn State and Oregon. We watched SMU because it was a good game. But be honest with you, that game didn't matter. The game that mattered was Texas and Georgia, period, today, as far as the money, sponsors, and everything. So to end, I'm going to say roll tide, bring on whoever we going to play. And I'm very confident. I don't need to watch no selection show or anything. I just want to see who we're going to play and for us to get ready and prepared to win this and show the world again, because we've been through this before, hey, they don't need to be in. But I'm just tired of the small talk, Smook, and I'm going to just end it there, man.
100%, Saran. Appreciate you for calling in, bro, and everybody that's listening, man. Make sure y'all continue to support, man. My guy, Saran, he always calling in, giving the real, y'all. And it ain't just because we agree. It's because it's real and it makes sense, and that's what we want. Authentic, common sense, bro. That's all it is. ACS, authentic common sense. ACS in the chat, y'all. Saran, I catch up with you later, my bro. Roll Tide,
man. All right, man. Be easy.
You too, man. Phone line is open, 334-625-1121. Y'all go ahead and call in, say your name, and put me in the game, coach. That's the only thing I ask for the rest of the night. My name is John Smith. Put me in the game, coach. John Smith, put me in the game, coach. You know what I'm saying? That's all I'm asking y'all. Hey, so Paul said he would love to debate this with me on Twitter. Let me see. Let me show you. So, Paul, if you want to debate it, man, it's a phone line open, man. I'm giving everybody 10, 15 minutes. You create some good conversation. You keeping the chat live. I love it. We ain't got to agree either. Let's debate. 334-625-1121. 334-625-1121. As a matter of fact, let me put this up on the big banner so I can make sure y'all seeing it. We got another caller on the line. Let me answer this number. Hold on real quick. Who we got?
Call from.
Hey, it's Jason Watkins. Put me in, coach.
Yo, what's up, man? You in the game with Coach Smook. Who's calling? I couldn't hear your name. It was kind of muffled. Hello? Hello?
Yo, can you hear me?
Hello?
Hey, yo.
What's up, man? It's your boy Coach Smook. Who's on the line, man? I couldn't hear your name on the call in.
You know it's me, it's Jason, Hall of Fame college football. What's up, baby?
Oh, what's up, Jason?
What's up?
Man, not much, man. What you got, man? Talk to me, brother.
Yo, man, it's hilarious listening to these damn people, like even Dabo Sweeney out there talking about, SMU better be in. They better be in. Who the hell they be?
Dabo's smart. Dabo ain't trying to play nobody for real.
You ain't wrong.
Hey, man, we just skated by SMU. Like, this is the team. Bro, come on. The media talks just as much about who should win when Clemson teams play or Georgia teams play. Like, Bama ain't the only who should win team, right? So the narrative, the narrative hurts a lot more than just Bama. But give me your thoughts, man. A lot of people are just focused on Bama. It's some movement up top that can really affect all of this. Like the fact that it played out like it did today, really solidifies the criteria.
I'm gonna put it to you this way. Let's start with the teams that we know, are vying for it. So South Carolina, just to put this in perspective, and one more time, I'm gonna say this: hey, South Carolina, you don't belong in the playoff. Okay, your best win is against Clemson. You've got losses against Bama and Ole Miss. You want those losses to not matter. Those being played on the field don't matter. You want everybody to worry about the fact that Bama lost to Oklahoma and Vandy, right? They won 6 straight. Their best win is beating the ACC champion. They weren't that good. All right. So South Carolina fan, you aren't done. Be quiet. That's enough. SMU, best win. It's kind of a toss-up. They beat Louisville, they beat Pitt, and they beat Duke. None of these teams had less than 3 losses. In fact, I don't think they had less than 4 losses. No, they didn't. So that's their best win. Their best losses, Clemson and BYU. Tell me how that's a playoff resume.
It's not, bro. It's not, and I'm not even speaking in support. Like, I look at even Arizona State winning their conference tonight, right? And I look at the teams that they played, and Arizona State is one of those teams that benefited from.
At least they dominated it, and they won their conference championship.
And they won their conference championship. They did what they did to say, hey, we may not be as good as those teams, but we can be the best team over here and match those records and give ourselves a shot. SMU had to do that, man. Alabama didn't have to do that because everybody that we lost to or everybody that we beat that mattered, they were ranked higher than Arizona State. They were ranked higher than the Notre Dame. They were ranked high. You get what I'm saying? Yeah, all of these ranked wins have to matter. If you're going to make our losses matter, make our wins matter too. Because if I'm not mistaken, Oklahoma has more than one ranked win, right? Oklahoma has more than one ranked win right now on their like they have a ranked win.
They have 2 ranked wins. Yeah.
So it's not crazy for Oklahoma to beat ranked teams. For everybody that's trying to beat us up about Oklahoma, Vanderbilt has multiple ranked wins. That's Tennessee has ranked wins. All 3 of our losses.
For instance, just like Boise State. Boise State is fine that they're going to put them in, but you can't put them in over a power conference champion.
You can't,
because their best win is UNLV. Their best win is UNLV. They lost to Oregon. But, I mean, and that was 13 weeks ago that they played up against Oregon decent. I mean, what else do you got? You've got nothing else. You played in the Mountain freaking West.
It's crazy,
the Mountain West. That's silly shit. But let's talk about Miami for a second. Their best win. Let me look. Their best win is Florida. First week of the season.
Ooh.
First week of the season.
Hey,
they got 2 L's.
Hey, while we're on Miami, because Miami's going to make this argument that Georgia lost their starting QB, right? I want people to understand this real quick, Jason. I want people to understand this. Georgia's QB is not out for the season. Like Florida State messed up.
No, it's a separated shoulder.
Florida State messed up, and we watched this gentleman's leg get bent up like a pretzel, and then we watched their backup quarterback go and struggle with a non-top 10, I think Louisville was number 15 or 21 or something. I don't even think Louisville had just made it into the top 25 when it came to the rankings for the ACC championship. They were a 2-loss team. Their strength of schedule wasn't there, and you had to go in that game and win by 3.
Yeah.
Come on, man. This is not the same situation. This is not apples and apples. This is not oranges and apples. This is apples and steak. You get what I'm saying?
Think about it, man. They tried to lose that. They should have. Man, Virginia Tech had to do this. Had to have a freaking 15-minute long brain fart in that game that they played to lose that. They were up so big and blew that thing, right? Then they go on the road the next week and they're down 21 at Cal, and they come back and win 39-38. That's a win. And then Louisville, they won 52-45 again. That's literally their best games were against trash ACC teams. I mean, Louisville probably is their best win. It's probably their best win. But then they go and they lose to Syracuse. They lose to Georgia Tech on the road again. I mean, come on, man.
Jason,
come on. And they lost. They had a 21-point lead against Syracuse too and gagged it away. Jason, why would we even talk about it?
Jason, weigh in on this for me. Realistically, let's talk about this. Weigh in on it. Alabama, right? You got Alabama. Yeah. You got Miami. You got SMU. That's the conversation right now. Alabama, Miami, SMU. There's no more conversation about anybody else. When you compare the resumes, don't even.
It's not even hard.
Even the regular season resumes, bro. If you take conference championships away from it, whose losses look worse? You're talking about Miami. Who does Miami lose to? Georgia Tech and who? Who's their other loss to? Miami lost to Georgia Tech and was it?
And Syracuse.
Syracuse.
Yeah.
Where's Georgia Tech's other ranked win? Where's Syracuse other ranked win?
They don't have any ranked wins.
Okay. Same thing with SMU. SMU loses to who? BYU?
Yeah, they lost to BYU. That's a ranked loss. And then they lost to Clemson, which couldn't hold off South Carolina at home.
Where's BYU's ranked win, bro? BYU's argument when they was in the top, everybody was trying to solidify them being in the top 10 because they didn't have a ranked win. That's what everybody was talking about. BYU has to win out because they don't have any ranked wins on their schedule. That's the only way they could stay at the top. They would have to win the conference outright, and because they didn't have any ranked wins at that point in time, that would keep them out. Come on, so if all of that matters leading up to it, which is why Alabama stays in the top 12, if we lose the Auburn, we're out. If we lose the Auburn, we're out, right? They said you have to win. You cannot be a team that's 2 games out of the SEC champ or your conference title game and say you want to be in. Tennessee is 1 game out. Are we going to punish Tennessee? And you can clearly turn on you can clearly turn on the tape and look at Tennessee's strength of schedule is right there with ours. You got 3 teams in the SEC with the strength of schedule at 10, 11, and 14.
Mm-hmm.
And one of those teams has to be left out because they don't have they have 1 more loss than a team that has 0 ranked wins but just played for the SEC championship game.
Well, they do have a ranked win. They beat BYU, or they got beat. No, they don't. SMU have 0 ranked wins. You're right. Their best wins, like I said, their best wins are Louisville, Pitt, and Duke.
Come on, man. SMU has beaten no one. Give them credit for handling
and
that
they beat Duke 28-27. They got beat because Duke went for 2.
Mm-hmm.
And didn't get it. And so, all right, so let's look at, we just talked about Miami, their best wins. I don't know. It ain't really a good win. They don't have a good win. So, but you look at Alabama, their losses. Let's just talk about their losses. Never want to talk about their losses. All right, number 1, you lost to Tennessee on the road, Neyland Stadium. They're a top 11 team. They're 11th right now in the rankings, right? Neyland Stadium, one of the toughest places in the country to play, no doubt. They lost at Vanderbilt on the road. Vandy, man, that's not the same football team. We know that. And maybe you shouldn't have lost it. Okay, fine. A lot of teams lose to teams they're not supposed to. Everybody wants to talk about the Oklahoma loss. Here's the thing about Oklahoma. They're one historically, OU never loses at home. And they should have probably not lost that game. But the truth is, Oklahoma doesn't lose home games. It's just like the rest of these teams in the SEC. You don't expect to walk in there and win games. Period. So, and here's the other thing. You've got wins over LSU on the road, smoked them 42-13, 34-0 against Mizzou, which is still ranked. I don't know how they're still ranked, but they are still ranked. It helps Alabama. They got a win over South Carolina, ranked win. You know, they got a win over Georgia, ranked win. They just won the SEC championship game.
Bro, it's crazy that people want to talk about the losses, but do not want to acknowledge the wins, acknowledge the schedule.
Kind of close.
Give me my losses, right? I'll take my losses because I'm proud. Yeah. I'm proud of having to go on the road and lose. Man, I'm not proud of losing, but I'm proud that I went to Neyland Stadium under a new coach, new offense. Let's bump there. Let's not even talk about the realistic stuff. Let's just talk about what happened. We went to Neyland and lost by a score. Everybody talking about, well, SMU only lost by a total of 6 points. Well, SMU only played how many teams in the top 25 and lost to them? Come on, man. We went and did the same thing. Give us the same criteria. Stop moving it for them, and then measuring it on a certain scale for them, and not measuring it for us, because you're going to punish us for being such a dominant team. Well, reward us for being such a dominant team. If you're going to, you get what I'm saying? You want to give them hype for beating up on trash teams. Give us the same hype for beating up on the trash teams.
That's what I said. The whole thing with South Carolina is they're talking about they want to count the games that matter to them to get in. They're like, okay, well, y'all lost to Oklahoma and y'all lost to Vandy. We beat them both. We smacked them both. Okay, good for you. And then they talk about, well, their really claim to fame. Here's this. Their real claim to fame is that we beat Kentucky and Vandy. That's what they're talking about, that we beat Kentucky, Vandy, and Oklahoma. We lost to you guys on the field, but we beat Kentucky, Vandy, and Oklahoma. That is their argument. They want the games that were played on the field. The only ones they want you to consider are the ones against teams that you got beat by. But they don't want to hear about that they lost to you. And like the Ole Miss, if they want to make an argument between Ole Miss and Alabama, fine. I'm fine with that. You can argue that all day long, because at least you can go back and forth and play the little games or whatever. But with South Carolina, you have no argument anymore. You don't have an argument.
Facts.
You have to actually talk about, if we're going to talk about games on the field, then you have to talk about the games on the field that you got beat in. And Ole Miss beat you by 24 in your house. Mm-hmm. Shut up, go home.
Mm-hmm.
Shut up and go home. In Miami, they ain't beat nobody. I don't know why we're talking to them, because they got 2 losses. Somebody told me that earlier on TikTok. Well, they only got 2 losses, and Bama has 3. Right. If they played in the SEC, they'd have 6 losses.
For sure, man. All right, Jason, let me get back on this in this show, man. I got some more stats and things to break down to get into more of this debate. Final thoughts, man. Give everybody your final thoughts, your overall outlook. What's your when we talk about Hall of Fame, Jason, what's his verdict on Alabama getting in, and who's out? Miami, SMU, Clint. I mean, like, what's your verdict?
Well, Miami, yeah. Well, if Bama's getting in, Miami and SMU are out. One of them will be out. You can leave the other one in, but I guess SMU, since they made it to the championship game, I guess you got to quit rewarding. You got to stop rewarding shitty schedules. You just got to do it. You can't just make crap schedules be okay.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? You just can't do it. And so, to me, we'll keep talking about it, man. I just wanted to jump in here though and give you some love, man, and throw it to you, man. None of these teams have a realistic argument to go with against Alabama, other than Alabama isn't the Alabama that we expect. That's all they got. They can say that.
You know what's sad? All they can say. You know what's sad, Jason? Alabama isn't the Alabama they expected. First year under a new head coach, but they're the best team with 3 losses.
They would beat all of them. They would beat all of them.
And like, that's what everybody is scared of. Like, Dabo is going to politic like crazy for SMU to get in above Alabama. He knows that his team is not set up to make a real playoff push. And he's hoping that the committee somehow messes up and give them that first week bye for winning the ACC, when clearly you have the weakest record of the conference. Like, people forget all of these
Well, but even they should have a bye over Boise, though. They should have a bye over Boise, though.
Hey,
come on, man.
They should. But the criteria, this is what I'm saying. What should happen, what we deem is right is wrong, it doesn't even matter. The criteria says Alabama is in. Like, regardless of if I think they should be in or not, that's what y'all failing to realize. Whether I think Coach Smook thinks Bama should be in or not, doesn't freaking matter. We're talking what the criteria is saying. There's no more games to be played. We're talking about what happened, the results, and the criteria outlines what they're going to look for. When you start looking at what the criteria says, the 4 basic points, you eliminate the argument after point 2. There's no point. There's no more. And I'm going to pull it up. There's no reason to go past the second point where you're talking about the top 12 teams, and that's where I'm going to leave it at. Jason, appreciate you for calling in, bro. It's important, man. And hey, y'all better tune in, man. Me and Jason, we got a lot of stuff coming this offseason. We about to make some folks mad. We apologize in advance for being on the grind.
Apologizing for nothing.
Look, we
apologizing for not a thing.
I'm gonna apologize for you, Jason, because people gonna think it's personal. It's not personal. We just grinding, man. We want to continue to provide great content for the people that want to see it. And there's a high demand for what myself, Jason, and a few other people that we're going to be collabing with. There's a high demand for what we're doing. Just stay tuned, y'all, because it ain't just college football now. It ain't just college. Jason, let me stop. Let me zip because I'm.
Hey, all love to the AAA. All love to the AAA fan. Y'all have a good night.
You too, man. All right, Jason. That's my brother, Jason, Hall of Fame Jason over there on Hall of Fame Football. Over there on YouTube, man. Y'all go check him out. Check out the content. Y'all, phone line is open, 334-625-1121. We up, man. I messed up and got me a nap after I left the bar. I was so full. I told y'all I was going to take my fat butt home and take a nap. Hey, but before y'all call in, y'all give me a second. Let me go grab my leftovers out the microwave. Give me a second.
Go to All right, y'all, we're back. I had to go grab my plate out the microwave. Hopefully everybody's enjoying themselves right now. We got somebody on the line, man. Brink with Carla. Y'all know him as the voice of the AAA, man. We got somebody on the line right here. Zach Willie is on the line. Zach, what's up? You in the gang? Talk to me, my boy. How you feeling tonight?
I'm feeling good, Coach Smook. How about yourself?
Man, I'm feeling good, man. Feeling good. You see we had to go live, man. I could not. And I'm gonna do this. Y'all know I'm very animated. It's part of the content. No cap, like that's 3 swipes. I think I practiced it enough. That was 3 swipes. Those are all messages from after the Georgia-Texas game on Twitter. And I'm not opening them. So if you wrote me on Twitter, it ain't no personal thing. If you wrote me on Twitter and you watch it, it ain't personal. I just don't care to reply to everybody with the same answer. All of y'all are panicking and all this, we can't get in, we can't get it. Stop it. Shout out to Don Parker. He said, with the $20 super chat, he said, I'm a lifelong Bama supporter since the Bear. Let's keep it real. Bama has played like garbage all season, playoffs or not. This team will either need to improve drastically or fall miserably. Tell me if I'm telling lies. Don Parker, thank you for the $20 super chat, but I'm going to have to hit you with this. Zach, you already know where we're going. I'm sorry, I got to do it to you. You're going to get your time. I got you, brother. Stay on the line.
the fact that my chat already knew what was coming. Zach, you can actually join in on this Fairweather fan report. What do you got to think? What you think about this super chat? And Don, don't get in your feelings. This is not just you. I do this regardless. So please don't get in your feelings and go to bed and be asking for your $20 back because you ain't getting it back. We thank you tremendously. Roll Tide. Zach, give me a reply. You get to jump in on the Fairweather fan report on this one. I'm a lifelong Bama supporter since the Bear. Let's keep it real. Bama has played like garbage all season, playoffs or not. This team will either need to improve drastically or fall miserably. Tell me if I am telling lies. Zach, what's your response to that?
Well, Don, you're telling lies because Alabama hadn't played like garbage all season. Yes, there were games where Bama played like garbage.
Inconsistent.
But they
right?
Inconsistent. I'm not going to say like garbage, but inconsistent. But not all season long. And I'm going to say this. What a lot of people don't realize is since the second half of the Georgia game, Alabama's been unhealthy. We've had key injuries and key positions and key moments of the season, which cost us games in the long run that we could have easily won. And I am going to say this, if we got into the playoffs with 2 weeks, we would be healthy enough to be the Bama team that we was the first half of Georgia. And that scares people because they know if they get that Bama, they're going to get their, excuse my French, get ready for the beat button.
Uh-oh.
They're going to get their asses kicked and don't want to get their asses kicked by Bama because Bama is Bama and they're tired of Bama kicking everybody's asses and winning all the national championships and all this, and they want Bama to be on a downward spiral.
Right.
But Bama is only going to get better.
Right.
I'm not going to say better. I'm going to say stay the same.
This is my suggestion for the fix right here, because at this point, my thoughts are this: if conference championship is going to matter that much, or if it's not going to matter, then any team that's eligible to be in the playoffs or that's in the top 12 should be playing in week 13. If we're going to allow or just stop the voting, the committee voting for the top 12 teams in week 12 after the regular season. Because at the end of the day, that's what matters. Like a conference, like let's just say we in a trash conference. Let's say the Mountain West, somehow or another, your conference championship game is and they play 9 games or 7 games in their conference. Your conference championship game is a 6-1 conference record team versus a 2-4. Or I mean, a 2-5 conference team, right? A 2-5 conference team. You're telling me if that 2-5 conference team comes in and upsets this 6-1 conference record team, they deserve an automatic bid? No. I think the rankings should stop in week 12. If you have the best record, that's why divisions in the SEC being going away was some good, because now if you're the best record in the conference, you're the best record in the conference.
Right.
The conference title, that shouldn't have no weight on your position in playoffs. So if my team is the top team in the SEC and we the top team in the playoff rankings at the end of the 12 weeks, we got our playoff spot. Now we got a chance to go add a banner to our tag. So now that's what makes it. Don't help you with anything as far as the playoffs. Playoffs is the playoffs. We clearly see college football getting away from the NCAA.
Mm-hmm.
So it only makes sense for especially if the format is going to stay the way it is. And if you're in the chat and you agree with that, I mean, if you see where I'm going with this type of thinking when it comes to eliminating or deciding how important these games are, right?
then if I'm onto something, give me some thumbs up in the chat. And don't forget to hit the thumbs up in the chat as you walk in here. We got 231 on the live on YouTube, 589 on Twitter, with a total of 820 watching the live right now. So if you could take a moment right now, if you're on YouTube, share this to any major platform, Facebook, Twitter, Snapchat, wherever you got your social media platform. Share this content. Let them know that we up on the phone line all night. We got another 2 hours on this phone line, and I'm taking phone calls. We want to debate. Zach, go ahead with your final your few more points for us, man. Give us some thoughts, because a lot of people are really panicking on Twitter. They're really panicking.
Right. And I mean, and either way, if Bama gets in or not, I'm going to be happy because we had an amazing season. We still get to go to a bowl game, no matter what. And we get to bring in the number 2 class, recruiting class under this first year head coach, and get to go out there and improve and work on our craft and get better and give it another try next year. To me, it don't matter. I'm not panicking. I'm not like, I'm not this Bama fan that thinks we need to win a national championship every year, because it's not going to happen every year.
When's the last time we saw it where a team was able to really sustain some dominance, and literally, like, nobody's doing it in college football today? Georgia was the last team to do it. They benefited from the end of the NIL era, having a stacked roster. And at the end of the NIL era, the first 2 years when people were really trying to figure out NIL, Georgia was probably the most stable program. And they're just now seeing the fight of having to fight against NIL. Georgia's just now seeing it this season, and you see where they're maintaining. The same thing Alabama dealt with 2 years ago. Georgia's just now seeing it. Texas is not going to see it until after this year. If they don't make a deep playoff push, watch how Texas roster turnover in their program start to be questioned because of how much assets they put on. Like, this is a ever revolving cycle that college football fans need to acknowledge. And that's why I tell, for all you Bear Bryant era fans, you old heads that are talking about what should be, you better stop stressing about what should be and get to being able to manage what is. Because if you don't, you're going to be stressed out. And Coach Smook is going to be at your funeral doing the eulogy, talking about how you were stressing out about an Alabama recruit decommitting or somebody getting in the portal, because you don't want to understand the nuances of what college football has become. Not what it's becoming, but what it has become.
Right. And I mean, yeah, does it hurt when a player leaves? Of course. But I mean, does it stress me out? No. Because obviously that player had a reason for leaving. Don't know what it is. Well, I have an idea what it is about 90% of the time. The other 10% of the time, there's behind the scenes stuff going on that, that ain't always put out open.
Zach, I'm sorry. We got a person in the chat, man. I don't know who this is. Never seen you in the chat before, but welcome in. Yep. He says, or yep. I don't know if it's a male or female. I'm sorry. Everyone on Twitter is panicking also. That's the point of Twitter, along with porn and racism. You have said that's probably the most truest, like, of all the opinionated things we've said on this channel tonight, you probably have said the most truest thing. Everyone on Twitter is panicking. Yes, that's the point of Twitter. You're right. I have to remember that. That's the point of Twitter. People get to hide behind profile pictures and fake names and say whatever they want and think they don't have to suffer the consequences of it. And you can tell who it really matters to, because they get to replying to you and they reply to themselves. After you done replying to them, they continue to reply themselves. But it's funny, man. It's funny. He said, along with racism and porn. That's really, like, some days I get on Twitter, I'm like, how do I see this crap on my timeline? Twitter don't care. Twitter don't care. Zach, final thoughts, man. Let me hear it.
Yeah. Road Tide, my AAA family. Road Tide to Coach Smook. Final thoughts. Bama's going to get in. I believe Bama's going to get in. And to the people that hating, don't hate the player, hate the game.
Facts, man. 100%, Zach. I appreciate you for calling in, my guy.
Yes, sir. Road Tide.
Roll Tide. Man, shout out to my guy, man. Shout out to my guy, Zach, man. And then shout out to Don Parker, man. Appreciate you for being a good sport, man. Some people getting their feelings, man. Some people getting their feelings and they can't be called out. It ain't that I'm calling you out. I have a difference of opinion. All right, check this out. We got another phone call on the line. Let's get it.
Call from
Rico. Put me in the game.
6.
Rico, what's up, man? You in the game? Talk to me, my guy.
What's up? What's up? What's up? How you doing?
I'm good, man. How you feeling tonight, bro?
Man, I'm up and down, but right now I'm up.
That's what's up, man. Talk to me, man. What you think about these rankings, man? Well, what you think? How do you think this plays out tomorrow for Selection Sunday? I plan on being live tomorrow so we can react to it live, get everybody talking about it. But how do you think this plays out tomorrow? How do you think this plays out tomorrow?
If they go by the criteria they set, Alabama should be in.
Mm-hmm.
Strength of schedule, the quality wins, because I mean they beat what is now the SEC champion. They beat them, and so that's one of their signature wins.
But you know what? Not only did we beat the SEC champion, the SEC champion beat the ACC champion earlier in the season. Like, I purposely have not been shooting all the big shots. I ain't been taking the big shots to lead the stream off, because as people come in and they make these bullcrap points to try to keep Bama out, I'm just going to continue to make the facts relevant. Alabama beat Georgia handedly at home, handled business at home. And this Georgia team that lost to Alabama just won the SEC championship. And this same Georgia team handedly whooped a Clemson team in the beginning of the season that has the same amount of losses as the Alabama team that we're being compared that they're being compared to, and also the same amount. They don't even have the same amount of top 25 wins. They have less top 25 wins. SMU was their second or their first. I want to say their first top 25 win of the season. SMU was Clemson's first top 25 win. Somebody fact check me on that. But if that's the case, you're making it an even worse case for SMU to the fact that they could not gather a top 25 win to their conference best product, right? Clemson, who lost to the SEC's best product earlier in the season, who lost to a team in the SEC that has 3 losses in that same conference. That doesn't help SMU. For everybody that's looking for the resume to line up and help SMU, it does not help them no type of way. Whether you try to move the goalpost to look at their positives or their negatives, it does not help them, because Clemson lost to Georgia. Alabama beat Georgia. At the end of the day, your best ACC product is worse than our 4th best SEC product. That's what transitive property does. That's what the strength of record does. The data that they created these algorithms for, that's what it does. Talk to me, Rico.
Hey, man, Reverend Smoke.
I mean, I'm just saying, I just can't break it down anymore to make it more sense, to make it make more sense for the fans that keep on listening. Like, I'm sick of Booger McFarland. I'm sick of y'all talking about Greg McElroy. Like, Greg McElroy get paid by them folks to say this stuff, y'all. They get paid by these folks to say this stuff. They go to bed tonight. When they go to bed tonight, when they unloosen them ties and they take off them Skechers, right? And they get to that hotel room, they gonna go to bed and already knowing, man, Alabama is one of the top 12 teams in the country. There's no way around it. Let me go ahead and cash this $40K for this show I just did, or $20K, however much they make a show.
Greg McElroy, when he ain't on camera, he probably believing in Bama. I'm pretty sure. That's his team. That was his team. So,
man, I love Don Parker in the chat with his Fairweatherness, man. These screenshots going to be epic for my doggone edit. I love it, man. I love it, because he's saying irrelevant stuff. You're talking about almost. I'm not talking about almost no more. We're talking about what happened. Alabama is 9-3. Clemson is a 10-3 conference champ that just beat a 10-1 or 11-1 team, right? That is now 11-2. That was supposed to be, if they win, they're in, because they win the conference outright. They have a better record than Alabama. SMU forfeited by losing to a team that has the same record as Alabama and a weaker strength of schedule, a weaker strength of record.
Everything is against SMU to be out. Nothing solidifies them being ahead of Alabama. You needed to win. You needed some people need extra credit to pass the class. That's what happened with SMU because they lost the game earlier in the season because they didn't go undefeated like Florida State last year, right? People forget Florida State was undefeated. That's what their argument was. We're not talking about a one-loss SMU team. We're talking about a two-loss SMU team who didn't win their conference. There's no argument for SMU right now. Stop leaving out other points that y'all was trying to make. What happened is what happened. There's no argument for SMU. There's no argument for Miami. Ole Miss might have had an argument had they beat LSU, right? They lost to the same team we smacked. Like,
yep. Hey, man.
I'm trying. Hey, chat for all my Fairweather fans out there that's doubting the process or doubting the criteria or giving up on the possibilities and really just banking on we played trash some games. There's no undefeated team in the in the college football playoffs right now. Show me an undefeated team, and I'll show you a team that played consistent all season. Oregon has so many close games and so many wins. They're not the most consistent team. They just benefited from having a weaker strength of schedule.
Yep, for real. I don't think you'd have the same record with Oregon if they had a schedule like Alabama.
Hey, and for all the Georgia fans that's in here laughing, you gotta you know that you helped us get in. Now you have to see the very team that gave you your blemish on your record. One of the teams that gave you your blemish.
Yep.
Like you guys, you Bama, you Georgia fans are so funny. Like the worst thing that could have happened was for y'all to let Texas come in and win, and then for lose to Texas, and then still have to see Bama get in the playoffs. So yeah, live on, Georgia fans. We actually was rooting for y'all. If it wasn't for us cheering for you tonight, you would have lost. Simple as that. Let's talk about that.
For real. I know I was seeing my off of Georgia.
Oh man. Let's talk about that, Georgia fans. I love getting at y'all, man. Y'all making fun, man. Georgia fans got a lot to bark about right now. I was at the bar, giving my little puppy bark on. I would never give y'all a full. I ain't no dog. I'm royalty. I'm huge and elegant. Pause. I don't even know if is that pause worthy. Pause. Somebody answer me. Hey, where my mods at? Do I have any mods in the chat? Let me see who we got because we got a whole bunch of people. I need active mods in the chat, man. I see some people going at it in the chat. Y'all be nice to each other. Y'all know I don't care about y'all taking shots at me. Let me see. I'm going to get Dougie. Dougie, I'm about to give you a mod badge, bro. Jordan, you in the chat too still? Appreciate you, man, for being here. But yeah, man, Rico, final thoughts, man. Final thoughts. We at that 8-minute mark. So we're going to get some more people on the line, man. Got a lot of people asking for the number. Y'all stick around, man. Get y'all thoughts and calls in, man. I got people. We went from 15 minutes. We're going to 8 minutes, y'all. So Rico, final thoughts on this. What's your thoughts? Is Alabama in? Yeah. Are they not? Talk to me.
Alabama is in, and if they're not, it's a travesty of justice.
A travesty. A travesty of justice. All right, Rico. Right. Appreciate you for calling in, man, and roll tide, my guy.
Roll tide.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Got another phone call on the line. Here we go.
Call from.
Hey, it's Paul. Put me in, coach.
To accept, press 1.
Yo, what's up, Paul? You in the game. Talk to me, man.
What's going on, coach? How we doing tonight?
Doing good, man. Is this your first time calling in?
It is. I'm first time caller. I told you. I hit you on Twitter. I told you I was going to call.
Oh, that's what's up, man. Appreciate you for calling in, man. Hopefully you enjoying the show. Hopefully you already dropped a like and you can subscribe to the channel. But give me your thoughts, man. Give me your thoughts. Is Alabama in? Is Alabama the only team to be worried about getting in? And your thoughts on the resume comparisons and all the talk, man. Talk to me, brother.
So I want to start with, I've been an Alabama fan for 25 years. So I've been through 3 and 8 seasons. Like, I would rather watch Auburn lose than Alabama win in most games. That's the way I grew up. So I've been around a long time. I root for Alabama to the furthest extent that I can root for them. But I really think one of two things happens tomorrow. And I really don't know what the committee is going to do. But I find it hard to believe that the committee will punish SMU for losing a tight game by a field goal to Clemson in their conference championship game while we sat at home and didn't play. And I say this because if SMU had opted out of their conference game and did not play based on the rankings from last week, they would have made the playoffs. And that sets a terrible precedence, I think, to the public. Like they would have to come out to the public and say, yeah, you know, your conference championship game didn't matter, that it was close, that you lost by a field goal, but because you had to play an extra game, we're not going to put you in the playoff. I want to make sure that this is clear, though. That does not mean that I don't think Alabama is one of the best 12 teams in the nation. I think we deserve to be in. I think we have been a little up and down this year. I think we could flip a coin and we could be the number one team in the nation today, and you could flip it tomorrow and we could be like a 15 or 20 team, or we could just not show up at all. But I think every team is like that this year. But I do think we should be in. But I don't think the committee has the gall to do it. I think that's the argument. If they do, they're going to come out and say that the Georgia win, which is what you've kind of been talking about, right? The Georgia win means more with comparable records. You know, you can compare, we have better strength of schedule, better strength of record. And I think the committee will say 10-2, 9-3, those are comparable, but Alabama's win against Georgia holds a lot more than, you know, SMU losing in their conference championship game. It's going to go one of two ways.
And that's
the only two arguments.
That's the way that they've leaned so far. If they weren't leaning to give Alabama credit for beating Georgia, right? Keeping us, that's literally the only thing that's kept us in the top 12. Kept us at 13, that pushed us to 13 after the Oklahoma loss, right? The fact that we have that win over Georgia. So if they're going to continue to let that weight hold us inside the top 12 and telling SMU, you really need to win this conference outright. This is not a secret. SMU strength of schedule, their strength of record, the wins that they have, the road wins, nothing you can put on their resume could compare to the wins or the losses based off the criteria, not my opinion, based off the criteria and what the weight of these games mean at the time that they were played. All of these things that's being factored, that's being told, that's being factored. They projected their idea of what they want that to mean last week when they kept Alabama in, knowing that SMU could lose their conference. And they made it known. They said it. SMU needs to have they need to have a win that means something. In so many words, they need to have a win that means something. You can't find it on their schedule. Tonight, they punished because they could not find a meaningful game. You have to win a meaningful game to be in the top 12. Alabama has won 3 of those. That's what the committee is trying to tell everybody. So for everybody that's getting caught up in the conference runner-up and the conference champion, okay, automatic bid conference championship, we know that's a mistake now. We see that. We see that. That's clear. But what
I 100% agree with that.
What they're not going to make
has to change.
What's that?
I said I 100% agree with what you're saying. The format has to change. The format's terrible.
Oh yeah. So you look at that and when they start talking about the best runner-up, all of this stuff, there's no wording in that. What they're talking about is if you're in the conference championship game and you have one of the top 12 best records in the country, right? You give yourself a chance to stay in the top 12. So if you're 10-1, 12-1, 11-1 at conference championship week, or you're 12-0, you're not punished for losing that conference game. It doesn't help a team like Clemson. It doesn't help a team like SMU who has no top 25 ranked wins. You can't even take an ACC team and place their strength of record in the top 20.
100% agree with that.
So
I don't think that they'll set the precedent that making your conference game. Like, do you think SMU would have made it if they opted out of playing the conference championship and let Miami play?
No, because that's what the criteria would say. Like you need something to help you. Okay, this is another thing. Will we give Army the nod in for being undefeated right now?
No.
Okay, that's what I'm saying. SMU strength of record at Army is outside the top 50, bro. Wait, I think SMU just edged in. I think they're like 28 or something like that. I want to say that. Somebody fact check me. Give me a strength of record for SMU. I want to let me. Yeah, I think it's 72.
28 sounds right.
Let me see. I'm on the page now. Let me look. I'm gonna look real quick. Yeah. 75th.
Both of them are
75th.
Really yeah, 75.
75th. Worst in the Power 4. Not even the Power 5. We're not even comparing their strength of record to Boise. We're not even comparing it. To Notre Dame. I'm sorry, to Notre Dame. We're comparing it to everybody across the Power 5, the Power 4.
and they are 75th. You can't give me anything on their resume that says their losses look better than Alabama's because Clemson got bad losses. They got 3 bad losses. Their first ranked win is tonight. So that's my case.
And I 100% agree with that. But I look at it as last week with SMU getting 8th. If they didn't play a conference game, they would have got in.
Mm-hmm.
And I feel like, and I don't agree with it, but I feel like the committee is going to come out and say, well, we're not going to punish them for losing a tight game to Clemson, and they'll slide into the 12 spot, and they're going to push Alabama out. And I hate that because I want nothing but success for Alabama.
So,
and at the end of the day, if we had not had 3 sloppy losses, we're not even in this.
Oh, that's a fact.
We're probably 2, 3, or 4, right? Like,
that's a fact. Nobody's arguing that Alabama should have handled business. That's a fact. Nobody's arguing.
I don't think, and to clarify, I don't think SMU or Clemson are top 12 teams. I want to point that out, right? I don't think either one of them deserve to be.
I don't think there is a top 12 team in the ACC, bro. I don't think there's a top 12 team in the ACC. You saw how Miami was winning all year. How they needed 2 games, two clutch games in the beginning of the season to really even be in the conversation at week 10 in the season. So I don't see the ACC being presenting a formidable opponent. I don't see them putting a product on the field. But if you're going to give them credit for doing it, let the conference champ the best product based off with the how it played out for them.
Right.
Let them present that. But you're talking about the eye test. Okay, automatic bid for your conference champions. Let that go. Let that be. But you're really going to have some questions to answer. Like you said, brother, you're going to have some questions to answer tomorrow when you look at those 4 conference or those 5 conference champions and you put them up against a Tennessee, Ohio State, Alabama.
Absolutely. Clemson, both Clemson and SMU, regardless of who they play, are likely going to get blown out. I don't think SMU hangs with the other 11 teams that are there.
With the home game and everything. I really believe the ACC representative was the weakest, and to me, that's the bracket you want to be in. I want the 11th spot. Please, leave us at 11.
Yeah, absolutely. With the way that it's structured, you want that 11 spot. Absolutely.
Let me go. Let me not come on. And that's what I'm saying. Like, as far as seeding for this playoff format, there will be a review this offseason. I guarantee you. And if anything, I would not be. And I've heard the conversations, y'all. This is something that has been talked about. Starting that first week of playoffs as your wild card week, those runner-up teams, that conference championship week, you can be the wild card team by playing for your conference championship. That's your opportunity to prove it. If you're the number 2 and number 3 seed in that conference, that's who should be playing to get in the playoffs, not for the conference championship. You won your conference outright by having the best record. I don't need to play another game against a second place team to say that I won this conference. We no longer have divisions. Absolutely. Let's take our conference records, respect them for what they are. You got tiebreakers. There's a head-to-head criteria and this strength of schedule and the point margin that could decide who's number 2 and number 3. Those are your wild card games to go and play. The bye week after these conference champions have their bye week. You go into week 13. Yep. You let those teams play. If they lose that game, they're in the play. That's the playoff game. The conference game, or what quote unquote should be the conference game in week 13, should be the first week of playoffs.
So we moved away from BCS and we expanded to the 4-team, and then we went from the 4-team.
Do you feel it going back?
And this is the problem, and I think this is a much more general problem. And I think the problem is that we have got so. What about me? I want to be included. I need something for my participation, and we expanded to include more people. And then when we went to 4, it was, well, what about these teams that are left off here at the end? Everybody wants a chance to go and play. What I think they should do, and I think that it could be discussed, this is going to sound crazy, but I think they should go to something very similar to NCAA basketball, where we just have a 64+4 team playoff, and you cut the season short a couple of weeks.
9 games?
You're not adding too much. Yeah, it's just so you're not adding so much wear and tear on the players. Because one of the things that we never complain about, and I watch a lot of sports, but one of the things we never complain about is who's getting left out at 69 through 72 in NCAA basketball.
Right.
Because it's always like some Cinderella story team It has no business being in there anyway, usually.
Mm-hmm.
And if they get an opportunity, they're grateful for it. The problem is that all of these powerhouse football schools, none of them are grateful to just squeak in or be 13 or 14. Everybody wants to be included. Well, what about my program? And every coach is going out here and banging the drum for their program and saying, well, we're good enough. We can go out and compete with that team. And what happens is we've continued to expand to be more inclusive. And I don't necessarily agree with that. I don't like the way that it continues to expand. But if we're going to expand, I think it should just go on and expand, cut it back to like 9 weeks. That way your conference championship, you can get some automatic bids if you want them to give them a first round bye, but it's really not going to matter. You're still going to have to go out and play good football, and you're going to have to do it consistently, or you're going to have to get lucky in order to go and win. And you end up with like a 14-week college football, 14, 15-week college football season, and everybody gets included. And occasionally we'll get a Cinderella story, but it's not going to change the outcome, right? The powerhouse conferences are still going to be the ones that win. It's going to be no different than college basketball, but then nobody complains.
Right.
And I feel like that's the direction we're headed. I don't like this 12 team. I agree with you. The automatic bids are stupid. Like, we've got an Arizona State team that's going to be in the playoffs now, and no matter who they play, they're probably going to get their doors blown off. And it's great. They're going to get an extra game. They're going to get some more revenue. And at the end of the day, that's what it boils down to for every single school. Because they say, well, if I get a chance to get on the national stage, our school's going to get more revenue, which is going to help my NIL, which is what our game is moved to. That's going to help me get better, and we can be better more consistently over the next couple of years. So everybody's advocating for their chance to get up there on the national stage. Just give it to them all. At this point, just give them all a chance to get out there. But by doing that, you diminish a lot of what the regular season is. But in the same sense, what your record is in the regular season and where you stand at the end of the season is going to determine your matchup, which is either going to make your road tough or not. So there's still some viability, but I really think that's what college football should do if they're going to continue to expand. I've heard talk about like a 16-team playoff and a 24-team playoff. Like, let's just go 64 deep, get everybody out there. You know, give some people some buys that win their conferences, award them something for that, and just get everybody in there, because then nobody's going to complain.
Right. And like you said, I think we go, and real quick, a final thought here on this while we go get ready to open the phone line back up. I think you go here. You play your seven conference games. You give them 7 games, right? Everybody gets 7. You don't want an even number. You want a 7 conference game. You get your 1 payout game, and you need your 1 out of conference game. Your 1 Power 5 out of conference game. You get your 1 cupcake game, and you get your 1. You start off. Let's kick off weekend, week 1. Let's start with a cupcake game, tune-up game, whatever you want to call it. You go out there. That's a week where everybody gets caught slipping early. If you get caught slipping early, you already eliminate yourself. You lose a week 1 game against a Appalachian State or a Troy University or a NIU or you know what I'm saying? As an Alabama, you're out of it. Week 2, let's see an ACC SEC weekend like we did in college basketball. Let's go Florida State versus Alabama. Let's go Clemson versus Georgia. Let's go. You get what I'm saying? Let's get some of those in there. Let's get Big 12 versus Big 10. Let's get Pac versus Mountain West. Let's get all of these different.
I'm so on board with that.
And then from week 3 to week 9, guess what you got? Conference play. Every game freaking matters. There's no question about who's in the conference lead, how it's playing out. You started from week 3 to week 9, and then week 10 through 13, you start the tournament. Because by the time you get to the 4th and 5th round, you're at 14 and 15 games. Like you were with your normal schedule and formatting, now you've already started eliminating people without giving them so many chances to create bullet points on their resume. You take them as they present themselves. Too much space is given for people to autocorrect. Like let's speak for real. Alabama got way too much space to autocorrect after the Vanderbilt loss.
Absolutely,
because we turn around, we beat South Carolina, who is a good team. We beat them in a close game, but then we Missouri, then South Carolina, right? But then we lose to Tennessee. And then you turn around, you win another big game, or it went Missouri, Tennessee, then South Carolina. Then you turn around, you lose to Oklahoma, or however the schedule went. I'm not looking at it right now. But then you turn around, so you show your inconsistency. But when you're good, you're good. When you're bad, you're bad. If we just ended at the end of that 10, 11 weeks, you got a better picture. Now you gave everybody an extra week to say, oh, well, SMU did look good against Clemson. Well, Clemson looked trash against the team we played and beat earlier in the year. So,
which also beat Texas, which also just like, basically pummeled everybody they played.
And yeah, you're giving Texas so much love for being so dominant all year, and the team that we beat just handled them. But come on, man, it's too much of a revolving door when you create so much space. Like you said, this is not a participation trophy game. If it was, then there will be participation trophies at the end of the season. But there's one trophy that everybody's fighting for. Stop trying to make it seem like everybody deserves a chance. You prove yourself deserving by winning the games you win, playing the games you play. If your program wants to be considered, your program needs to start playing some top 25 schedules. Stop trying to go out here and get teams that hurting or there are people that sit in these analytic rooms and these evaluation rooms and say, hey, SMU look like they're going to be down in 3 years. Let's go ahead and schedule this thing out for 28, 29. Let's do this home and home 100%. For 20.
Every single big university has got a guy doing that.
Every AD does it.
Every single big university. That is all he gets paid to do is to go, who should we be scheduling in 2029? I need you to go look at all these teams. Tell me what you're looking at. Go pull all the numbers, look at the recruits, and tell me what we need to be doing. Hey, real quick, here at the end of the final thoughts, I want to give you another scenario. What if they forced every team to play every other conference at least one game every year?
Every year?
Maybe you expand it every year. So, for example, the ACC would have to come and play one SEC team. They would need to go play the Pac-12. They would need to play all the Power 5. The Power 4 would need to play all the Power 4 and maybe add one or two Power 5 conferences in there. And it had to rotate every year. So if you played Vanderbilt this year, as Miami, for example, you couldn't play Vanderbilt next year. You might need to go and play South Carolina. But you had to play every team, before you could go back to play Vanderbilt. So, for example, you would need to play Alabama and Georgia and Texas as your out-of-conference game against the SEC before you got to play Vanderbilt twice.
Facts.
I like that. About something
I like that. You literally thinking on because we want. So the narrative is that college football, and I believe this narrative, the talent spread in college football is so widely spread now because of NIL and portal. Why not mix up? Why not mix it up instead of doing away with conferences? We're playing enough games to where you can really set it up and restrict people from keeping a bottom heavy schedule, right? Especially projection wise, we do all these preseason rankings and stuff. I think the logistics of scheduling and how you set up a season, you don't have to go 5-6 years out like you used to. You can do a 2-year flip around because of the way money moves now. You can do a 2-year flip around and stick with 2-year agreements throughout college football because it's changing like that now. You went from having 4 teams. We didn't even go 4 to 6 to 8 to 12. We went 4 to 12, brother. We went 4 to 12. So you tell me,
I think we're going 12 to 64. Oh, at the rate we're going.
Hey, I guarantee you, hey, brother, that will be a 16-team conversation this offseason. And when you go 16, you can't go from 16 to 24. You have to go 16 and multiply that. So if they're going to continue to say everybody deserves a chance, it's going to be crazy here in the next few years. But Paul, I appreciate you calling in, man. Great conversation. You took it past the 8 minutes, man. I usually be real strict on these phone calls, but Paul, I appreciate you for calling in, my guy, for real.
Absolutely. I appreciate you taking my call, and I'll call in more often. I love listening to you. I listen to you all the time. So figured I'd finally call in and give you a little debate.
That's what's up, man. I appreciate hearing that. A different voice. You get what I'm saying? And people, I take a lot of heat, man. I know you see it. I take a lot of heat for how I deliver. Oh, yeah. So to hear other people call in, not just the people I know that work close with me or whatever, but the people that call in that's been listening for a while, that's very encouraging, man. So just know that statement there encouraged me even more, man. So that heat that you about to be seeing coming next week, it's because of you. It's because of you, Paul. Just thank yourself for the great content creator that you're creating. Thank yourself, okay?
You got it, Coach. I hope you have a good weekend and roll tide, guys.
Roll tide, man. Take care.
Yes, sir.
Call from
James.
To accept, press 1. To send a voicemail, press.
I'm gonna let him slide this time, chat. I'm gonna let him slide. James, what's up, man? You in the game? Talk to me, my guy.
Man, this James, man. I've been listening to you for a while from the other previous. I ain't gonna talk about that, but you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Fast forward.
Fast forward. So with that being said, man, you gotta understand, bro, and we gotta understand this, bro.
Bama
Hey,
getting in
hold on,
regardless.
James. I want to get your statements clear. So if you got like a TV on in the background, can you turn it down? I want to make sure we can hear you.
Yeah. Give me 1 second.
All right, I appreciate you, man. And everybody in the chat, while we waiting for James to get situated, we got 104 likes on the stream. Can we continue to run it up? We got 247 in the chat on YouTube. We got how many on Twitter? Let's see. We got 644 on Twitter. So if you're on Twitter, retweet this right now. Drop a reaction on Twitter, but also on YouTube, if you could, share it. But also, please hit the thumbs up on the stream, man. We're doing some late night talk, man. We got the phone lines open for y'all. It's 1 o'clock, about to be 2 o'clock in the morning where some of y'all at. Nobody else doing this for y'all. So just a like will really help and continue to help it grow. And this is not just for Bama or pro Bama. This is to make any argument. As you can see, I'm open to the conversation. Just come on, have a conversation, and let's do it. But go ahead, James. I appreciate you for calling in, man. Give me your thoughts, brother.
Hey, what's going on? You can hear me clear now?
Yeah, you good, brother.
Okay, so with that being said, you gotta understand, for one, even though Bama has been inconsistent, you're gonna have that within a first year offense, within a first year installation. They still got 3 ranked wins compared to the other 2 that only have 1 or 2. So they're gonna look at that pretty much and put them in the playoffs. I don't get why people are saying Bama don't deserve to be in the playoffs, or Bama fans saying they shouldn't be in the playoffs because of the inconsistent play. When Nick Saban came in, he only had 6 wins?
Hey, 6 or 7. I think we went 6-6 regular season and won the bowl game.
Right. So with that being said, with the 9-3 team that's looking in the playoffs and more than likely gonna get in the playoffs,
I caught a fly on stream, y'all. Hold on, James. I'm sorry. I'm weird. I caught a fly on stream, James. A fly was bothering me. I caught him. Y'all better stop messing with me. They call me Mr. Miyagi in these streets for a reason. Wax on, wax off. Get out of here, fly. Shoot, fly. Don't bother me. Go ahead, James.
but yeah. But overall, with that being said in hand, bro, if Bama gets in, Bama gets in.
Mm-hmm.
You give Kalen the boy more time to prepare for a game. We get our players to rest. So it's benefits with this on this side. So with that being said at hand, just be patient with the process, and we get in. Let's get in and wreck shop.
Yeah, man. I'm right there with you, James. I'm against any Bama content creator or analyst. Just know Coach Smook is standing up. Hold on. Y'all know me. Hold on, James. I got to do this because you just got me in this mode. You just got me in this mode with what you said, because we making it harder than what it is. Anybody that don't think Alabama's supposed to be in the playoffs, Coach Smook standing on business, and I'm saying I'm against you. If you're a Bama content creator, you're supposed to be a Bama fan, and you don't think Bama's supposed to be in, if you don't think the resume add up to put us in, I'm against you. And I'm going to say roll tide. I ain't with you right now. It only makes sense. And it only makes sense because of the criteria that they created. We didn't do this. Did you write a rule, Paul? I mean, James, did you write a rule, James?
No.
Did you sit in that room in Grapevine, Texas, and tell them what you think should be done to decide who's gonna be in the playoffs?
No.
Oh, okay. I was just making sure because I didn't either. I'm just going by what they told me. They the ones getting paid to do it, not me.
And see, the thing is, what killing me is that they people are saying that they're gonna review it again in the off season. If you know the NCAA and how they rock, and any committee that they have within the NCAA, they do not look at, when they make rules for the playoffs, they do not look at them again. Look what they did with the 4-teamer. The 4-teamer was set up in a way that a lot of people didn't like, the way Bama was benefiting with getting in every year or every other year. But at hand, when they made the 12-teamer, when they established those rules, they're going to stick with those rules. And they may feed you some BS, as far as the reasoning, but at hand, they're going to still do what they want to do at the end of the day.
You know what the committee did this year that they did it, they haven't done in previous years? They left just about 2-3 inches of room of interpretation compared to the 7-8 feet that they were leaving for the last few years. They've changed the verbiage and the wording of how they're going to evaluate, and the delivery of how they're evaluating is on a different level this year. So as inconsistent as the deep dive and the particulars become,
They left room for those questions to continue to be answered. And the way that the games have played out have allowed them to kind of zone in and hone in what this criteria actually means. And it supports their decision, which I believe is going to be put Bama in, SMU's out. Clemson gets their automatic bid as the lowest ranked automatic bid, which puts them at 5. You're going to have Notre Dame at 4. You're going to have Georgia at 3. You're going to have your Big 12. You're going not Georgia at 3. Georgia's going to be at 2. Georgia's going to be at 2. You're going to have your Big 12 at 3. You're going to have your Arizona, not Arizona State, but Notre Dame. Who's going to be at 4? Notre Dame's going to be at 4 without a conference. Or Boise. Boise's going to be at 4, right? You're going to have what's his name? Who just won? Clemson at 5. You're going to have Notre Dame at 6, right? That's your first 2 out getting their respect. Clemson and Notre Dame. One won that conference and they got the weakest record. And I'm saying first 2 out because if this was the 14 playoff, that's what the argument will be. Alabama wouldn't even be in the argument for 14 playoff. But if you narrowed it down to 14 playoff, the argument would be who's the first 2 out. 5 and 6 teams that deserving but don't have the resume because of everybody in front of them has the resume. It will be Clemson and Notre Dame. Clemson will be the lowest ranked conference champ. They will get bumped out because the Boise State conference champ got a better record. Georgia, Arizona State has the better record and resume, right? And then Oregon. Mm-hmm. So if we just take the bracket, we take the 12-team bracket, and I believe now that I think about it, can you go somewhere with me for a second? You got time to go somewhere with me for a second, brother?
Yeah, I do.
All right, so let's take a trip real quick. Chat. Can y'all stop chatting for a second and listen to me? Just listen to me. Now that I'm thinking about it, I feel like the committee might be doing this. They're taking the top part of the bracket, the top 6 teams, and they're breaking it down like they did last year with the 14 playoffs. If we was to play right now and select the 4 teams that are in, who are the first 2 out and why? And let's let them maintain their positions in the 6, right? The top 6, because that's what would have happened last year. That's what they've accepted as a committee. That's what they've done. Like you said, they haven't changed anything but the wording. Doing the same thing. Now, if that's what they've done, it makes sense how the final ranking should play out 1 through 6. I believe they're applying that same type of ideology or their thinking to the 7 through 12 format and allowing the seeding of how they came up with how they were seeded, allowing it to play out. Because if you do that, now you're really making it make sense of why Alabama should be in but over a number 12, a number 13, a number 14, number 15, who seemingly have better records, but not the same strength of schedule. So it would basically be like, we're going to give credit for Bama playing for 3rd place in the SEC, like we're giving Texas playing for first place in the SEC. That's what they're doing, I think, when you break down the brackets. What you think, man?
I agree. I wholeheartedly agree. Because for the simple fact it is, at the end of the day, if you look at if they put in a major category on the strength of schedule, basically they hold the SEC schedule to a higher standard than other conferences. So with that being said, I don't see much changing out of that except for that top 5 and 6. That is it.
Appreciate you, man.
Bama is in either way it goes.
Bama is in. I'm trying to tell these folks, and I'm not telling y'all to believe me or listen to me and everything. I just want y'all to look at the facts of this, man. I'm not going off of my opinion. I'm just looking at facts, and I can't make a case for SMU. I needed me personally. I needed SMU to win, not to make a comeback to a team that I mean, they were losing to a team that was getting blown out by Georgia at the beginning of the year. They lost to a team that lost a close game or got blown out. What was the score between South Carolina and Clemson, y'all? Was it a 2-score victory or was it tight? I can't remember. Somebody give me in the chat. Come on, real quick. Was the South Carolina game, was it close? South Carolina Clemson game, was it close or did South Carolina just really handle Clemson?
Hold on, let me see right quick.
Because if I'm feeling like I'm feeling and I'm looking at how the committee, a 2-score game. So you telling me a product that Alabama was able to play a tight game against, right? Alabama won against South Carolina, 29-27. South Carolina goes in and beats Clemson 17-14. Another tight game. You can't beat the product that we beat. So how are we solidifying? We're solidifying because they needed an extra game to say, hey, we may not be able to beat Bama or South Carolina, your fifth best team in your conference, but we can win our conference. That helps them. That's what SMU needed. SMU didn't prove that they could beat the third or fourth best team in our conference. They didn't prove that they could beat a top 25 team. They needed to prove that they could win their conference and beat a top 25 team with their win tonight in order to say that we're a top 12 team. That's what the committee has been saying. That's what they've been respecting. We can win our schedule right now. We can handle this. We're handling it so far. But in order to be considered one of the 12 best teams, this right here, what you're handling so far is only this good. It's only this good. Alabama, what we handled so far was 11th place good for them. Why would they change it up now? That's all I'm saying.
You speaking facts, my brother.
And so for that, man, I just say we're in. So final thoughts, man. We're gonna keep this phone line open. I see we got more people calling. I done had to put the call queue. I'm trying to open the call queue. I found the option, but I think I'm gonna have to pay for it. So y'all keep super chat so we can pay for it. y'all keep super chat for it so we can pay for it. But James, any final thoughts, man? Final thoughts before I open the phone lines back up.
Oh, just final thoughts is that just to my Bama fans, be patient with the process. And I gave you a great example of when Nick came in. He was 6-6-1, and he stated that he won the bowl game. And we got a 9-win team. It's the first year installing schemes. So with that being said, again, I just see the higher us moving forward, and with the 93 team making the playoffs, I'll take it all day. Y'all be blessed, man. For sure, man. Appreciate you for calling in and supporting the Coach Smook Network and just being here, man. Roll Tide, my boy. Roll Tide, big dog. Yes, sir. Appreciate y'all, man. Appreciate y'all for tuning in tonight, man. Y'all know the vibes. Y'all know the vibes tonight. We up, man. We up with it. If you want to call in, phone line is open 334-625-1121. 334-625-1121. Late night call in. I'm up with it. I want some good content tonight. I ain't even gonna lie. We got 904 people watching, man. 904 people watching between each platform, between both platforms. Y'all continue to share it up, show everybody that we up to talking late. I know y'all stressing about it. That's why I'm up to talking to y'all about it. They talk so bad about Coach Smook, talking about I'm selfish and I don't know what I'm talking about and I don't care about my followers and all this stuff. Well, I'm up here with y'all at 2 o'clock in the morning for some of y'all on the East Coast, letting y'all share y'all thoughts. And like ESPN not gonna do that. Paul Feinbaum not doing that. Let me go to YouTube. Let me go scout the competition. Who else up and actually talking about something and not crying? Who up talking facts? Anybody? If they up talking facts, tell me about it. I want to go talk to them. You know what I'm saying? And I don't care to acknowledge any comment, any person that can't type a full sentence comment. So chat, y'all handle that, man. SMU can't get in, man. They don't have a resume. What helps SMU get in? Let's stop making the argument about why Alabama shouldn't be in, and let's try to help make the argument of why SMU should get in. Let's try that. Why should SMU get in, chat? I want y'all to make that make sense for me. Somebody tell me right now in the chat. Why should SMU get in? Why should SMU get in? Somebody answer the question. For anybody that think SMU or Miami should get in ahead of Alabama, not even ahead of Alabama, why should SMU get in? Hey, school Nay on what she got to do, man. Nay, check your Discord. Can you give her a rundown? Or Jordan, if Jordan's up. One of my mods in the chat, Jordan, Thad, somebody's up. Hey, one of my mods, check in real quick. Give me a AAA emoji, mods. Megan. We wanted to ask you if you wanted to be a mod on the channel. Do Megan got the what kind of wristband she got?
Oh, Megan got one of the wristbands. Megan. You know how to handle business in the chat. Megan. We got Nay and Megan. Yeah. Oh, you multitasking? Oh, I know what you working on. Okay, keep cooking, Brody. Keep cooking. Go ahead. Handle your business. I feel you. 334-625-1121. Phone line is quiet. Call line is quiet. Y'all don't fell asleep on me. It's all good. Y'all still watching? Y'all want more thoughts? I got a lot of thoughts I can share with y'all. 128 likes on the stream, man. Make sure y'all keep running it up. We got 230 people watching. Let's get it up to 150 before we continue the conversation. Let me get a quick break, man. I ain't even bit my food yet. I hope it ain't got too cold on me. Wings still warm. Yes, Lord. Lemon pepper snapper. 1 o'clock in the morning, baby. Paul said he gonna call back. Not yet, man. Not yet. Give it a second, Paul. Appreciate you for calling in, though. That was a good conversation. You definitely gonna get clipped. All love, Cody. For everybody to say I be having my Bama goggles on, bring the facts and tell me why I should take my Bama goggles off. Because my Bama goggles allow me to see facts. May not be favorable, but I see facts. Not like some of you delusionals that's listening to Booger McFarlane.
Call from. To accept, press 1. To send a voicemail, press 2.
Yo, what's up? You in the game with Coach Smook? Who calling?
This is Daniel. What's up,
Oh, okay. What's up, Daniel? How you feeling, man? You didn't say your name loud enough on the stream. I'm about to be like, hold up now.
Nah, not much, man. But I have a lot of respect. This is my first time listening to your show. Seems like a pretty good show. I haven't watched enough to like really get much of it. I just was looking on YouTube, found it out, and so I'm a Georgia fan, but I do have respect for Bama. They've been a good program for a very long time.
Big, yeah, come on. We got some Georgia fans in the chat, man. If you're a Georgia fan in the chat, go ahead, show some love. Get them. See, what people fail to realize, this AAA family ain't just Bama fans. We just got a lot of Bama fans. You know, I'm a Bama fan, so naturally we're going to attract Bama. But we got a lot of different fans in this community, and we create good conversation, debates, and all of that stuff. So as a Georgia fan, we actually got a AAA Georgia president, got a Georgia AAA president in the chat or in the family named Adrian. And I whooped his butt on live on NCAA because he was he was Georgia versus Bama. So we own y'all on this channel too, but you definitely welcome, man. But go ahead and talk to me, my brother.
Yeah, I think the conversation's been like why a 3-loss Bama team will make it into the college football playoff. I understand one side of the argument of, you know, Bama being Bama. You know, they're a good team. If you want the best teams in the college football playoff, you know, you put Bama in there. I have no argument where I don't think that I'm not against Bama fans or looking at the situation of saying, oh, Bama will beat the majority of those teams. I do think that Bama could beat the majority of those teams in the college football playoffs who are already stamped in. I think my argument would be, let's not look at their wins, but let's look at their losses. Because the argument on one side is, you know, Bama beat Georgia, they beat some ranked teams, but Bama lost to Vandy and Oklahoma. Bad. And they're not ranked at all. So I'm trying to understand, why would the committee put Bama in there when SMU has went into the conference championship and lost a pretty close game to Clemson? Yeah, the strength of schedule. I mean, we could talk about the strength of schedule, but we have to understand they're in different conferences. So if we're talking about being fair, I think that there will be a big problem in the committee if they do make the decision of Bama getting in instead of South Carolina. Because South Carolina, yes, had lost to Bama, but they really should won that game.
Wait, time out. Stop. This is where this is the part of the conversation where we kind of turn it up a notch. You're still talking about South Carolina?
So a 3-loss South Carolina who is playing better football than Bama is now.
But they lost to the very team. I don't care how they're playing. The results of the game, which is what you go by. Because if that's the case, we could say Bama deserves to be in because they look so great against Georgia, who just won the SEC. They look so great against Georgia in the first half. They are definitely the better team. That's not how it is, bro. You lose the game.
I see your argument, but then that argument kind of backfires when we go and say, well, they lost to Vandy in Oklahoma.
Okay, stop. Don't carry past the argument because guess what? You know what else happened?
That's what you're doing.
No. You know what happens with SMU? Who's SMU lost to?
To Clemson.
No, their 2 losses is to BYU, who is currently what is BYU ranked right now?
I'm not sure.
They're not. They're top 25. They lost to them, and they lost to Clemson.
Okay.
So
who are both ranked?
So what's worse? What's worse? Answer this question. What's worse or what helps? What helps or what's worse? It's all in the same. Losing to top 25 teams and not having a win, and winning, beating all your unranked teams, or having 3 wins against top 25 teams and losing on the road. Like, you see how much the goalposts can move when you don't just line the records up and strength the schedule and what the criteria says. All of this extra stuff that everybody's trying to make up around the criteria is why you have an opportunity to make an argument. But if we just shut up and look at the criteria and we read the criteria and we say, okay, this is what y'all basing it by, and you start putting the numbers on the chart, there's no question who should be in the playoffs.
So no. Okay, so what I'm trying to understand is that it seems like one way there's an argument, but it kind of backfires when the argument's trying to prove the other way. Because if we go and say, well, Alabama beat Georgia, who is the SEC championship, it's not really a pretty win. Because in the second half of that game with Georgia and Bama,
brother, Daniel, you cannot stop. I can't let you keep going down this path, brother. You cannot look at how the games are played anymore. They going by results, brother. They're going by results. Strength of schedule. They're talking about strength of schedule, strength of record, results. There's no more like you don't have to sit there and say, hey, Alabama almost.
Okay, so
you're not getting credit for almost losing or almost coming back on Vandy. You're not going to give us.
Wait. So hold on. So we're going by strength of schedule. That's the argument. It's just strength of schedule.
What did you say now? Like I was trying to hear him. I was trying to let him. He said he had a comment to make. Daniel, what happened? Call back, man. We got a debate going on. You finally brought some fire. You finally brought some irrelevant points that don't help an argument. You're making it worse for teams. The fact that you said South Carolina lets me know you're clearly not worried about what the criteria says. If you're mentioning Ole Miss or South Carolina at this point, you don't care what the criteria means. You don't even care that the committee has already said they can't make it in. Come on now. Got another call on the line. Make it make sense for me.
Call from.
Who?
To accept, press 1. To send a.
Yo, what's up? You in the game with Coach Smook? Who's calling?
Man, you know it's showtime, man.
Oh man, this dude right here. Boy, you see what your boys had to do to win that game? Georgia's an embarrassment to the SEC. Y'all let Texas come in and act like they was gonna do something. And the fact, you know what? I will give Kirby this. I will give Kirby this. He was smart by putting letting Carson Beck go in there and hand that ball off because they was gonna punish y'all for not having a starting quarterback. Apparently,
man, that was our F game. Think about it. We just played our F game. Just won the SEC championship.
You ain't play no F game. That's been y'all game the whole season. Shut up.
Man, we won the national championship.
Man, please. This fool, Jared, said they played their F game. That was y'all best game of the season, if you want to be honest.
And then it shows you, like, man, people keep saying SMU. I take Texas out and put Alabama in. Texas, think about Texas schedule. They haven't beaten nobody.
Texas got the same resume as SMU.
No, but I take SMU over Texas, man. Think about Texas' best win is against Michigan, a 6 or 5 win Michigan, and Texas A&M.
Still better. Hey, Texas A&M, that's a ranked win. That's better than what? That's better than what SMU got. SMU has 0 ranked wins, bro. 0.
I would take Texas out, man.
No, you
Think
can't.
about it.
You can't. You can't. Criteria says strength of schedule, strength of record matters. Texas has a ranked win. SMU doesn't.
I'm saying, like, I had Texas. I had Alabama in over Texas.
You can't. You can't, bro. You can't. You can't. The record, they have a better record than Alabama. They have 2 losses. And they play for the conference, and they have the strength of schedule to go along with it. You can't remove. Texas has done something to say that they are in the top 12 teams. They've won at least one game against a ranked opponent.
And then I just looked at their schedule. I'm like, how did Texas avoid Alabama, Georgia, LSU, and Ole Miss?
Hey, when you got pockets like that, you can do it.
Man,
Georgia did it. Georgia did it for so many years under Mark Richt. They did it. They avoided playing Alabama. They avoided playing home and homes against Alabama, playing Alabama every 4 years under Mark Richt, and we know why.
Man, that Clemson game, man. Hey, man, ESPN need to hire me, man. I need to be the guest picker, man.
Hell no, nah. Them jokers, boy.
Almost went 4-0.
There's
I was one possession from going 4-0.
There's you was literally a half a doggone hold call from losing this SMU Clemson call. And that game, man, I'm gonna tell y'all something else. And if you sitting here watching this show or you watched any of the games today, conference championship officiating was the worst of the season.
I'm not gonna lie, that ACC,
bro.
I'm not gonna lie.
That was
both. I seen like about 4 calls, especially like roughing the passes. Like, did you see that Clemson? The quarterback got his helmet ripped.
Man, what?
Face mask right in front of the referee. I'm like,
and they didn't call it. And they didn't call it.
His whole face mask got turned right in front of the referee. And then SMU quarterback got roughing the pass, and he got hit under the chin, under the helmet. I'm like, dang.
It's. But you go look at the Iowa State, the Iowa Arizona game, Iowa State Arizona State game. That was some horrible officiating on some of them downfield passes, man. I don't care how much hand fighting you allow. Anytime a DB has to go inside the shoulder pads to do anything to disrupt inside the collar of the shoulder pads or you know what I'm saying, up top, that to me that's pass interference. All that bumping, fighting, punching in the hips and stuff. As long as you ain't grabbing, anytime you grab, that's a pass interference. Close hands to do anything. We got to stop this, man.
I'm the type, like, I know pass interference, but if 2 guys fighting, like, to go get the ball, like, I don't like them type of pass interference. Like, let them go get it. Now, if they just flat grabbing, holding, that's pass. But if they fighting for the football, like,
let them fight.
It's some pass interference. Like, just come on, man, let them fight for the ball. Like, I don't know, man. Yeah, but to me, all the referee was bad. Except the Georgia and Texas game.
Now I will say this: of the night, the best officiating of the night was definitely the SEC game because they let a lot go. They didn't call a lot. I will say they let a lot go. They were out there letting them boys fight. And tonight, I will give Texas this respect though. You guys showed up and you made the SEC championship game exactly what it's supposed to be. Y'all didn't show up and get blown out. Y'all made this game exactly what it's supposed to be. And honestly, y'all proved what I said to be true from the beginning of the season. This is a conference where you go from a 2-team top-heavy conference to now you're going to see a top-heavy conference where the SEC is going to have 6 or 7 teams beating each other up every year for the next 4 or 5 years because of the divisions, because of everything.
I told one of the Texas fans in my comment, I'm like, and it's crazy. I swear I can go on YouTube now. I wrote it down and everything. This was early when the Arizona State game came on. I'm like, I guarantee you, after the game, Quinn Ewing's going to have 2 interceptions. Man, you tripping. He finna light that defense up. I'm like, bruh, Archie Manning needs to be the star. Quinn Ewing's one of them. He like a Kirk Cousins with me. He the college footballer Kirk Cousins. Like, he'll give you one good game. He just showcase, but most of the time in big games, he choke, man.
Hey, Kel Scott, yes, that Georgia is an embarrassment to the SEC. You want me to tell you why? Because they let Texas come in and act like they was going to win. I'm speaking as a fan. I ain't talking serious talk right now. I'm speaking as a fan.
But think about this. Think about this Georgia season.
Hold on.
Think about this Georgia.
Hold on, Darius. Sit.
All right.
Sit. Kel, you say Georgia is an embarrassment to the SEC. They are, and they didn't lose it to an unranked. But you know what? The fact that they didn't lose to an unranked, but they lost to a team that did lose to unranked, what does that say about y'all? Stop it. Leave me alone. Bad boy. Go to your cage.
Think about this. Georgia got beat by Alabama,
Georgia got beat by Ole Miss. Carson Wentz, Carson Beck had all these interceptions. We ain't got no good defense. That's what everybody keeps saying. Our running backs ain't none. They keep saying we don't have a number one wide receiver. And all this, we don't. Think about it. We haven't had like a complete game this year. We just blew somebody out. Think about all this we haven't done this year, and we the number 2 team in college football.
That's not anything to brag about. Do you understand that?
Think about that.
Do you understand that you're literally in the same position that Alabama was in last year? That is not a good position to be in. To not know what your
Alabama have a good season last year.
To not know what your identity is going into postseason play. Georgia has zero identity. Your secondary is garbage. Your front shows up when they want to. Your offensive line is garbage. You don't have a consistent run game. Your quarterback is noodle armed. Your wide receivers don't like to catch the ball. Like, Georgia literally has to rely on talent. That is not a good position to be in.
Think about all that you just said, and we the number 2 team in college football.
Bro, you're not the number 2 team because you're the second best team. You're not the number 2 team because you're the second best team in the conference in the country. You're not the number 2 team because of that. You're not the number 2 team because of that, because you clearly lost to a team that isn't number 2. So stop.
It don't matter.
Stop.
All them losses.
Get off your Booger McFarlane knowledge and that Booger McFarlane ESPN Fox panel analyst stuff, and listen to the facts. Georgia is not the second best team in the country, bro. Let them win the SEC. They've done it before. Go to the SEC and blow it in the real big games. I can't wait till this playoff committee puts Alabama in, and I can't wait till this bracket puts y'all up against these trash other schools. And when y'all have to see us again, it's up, bro. I'm telling you.
Let me ask you this question. Okay, if we not the number 2 team, then what is we?
What?
You say we not the number 2 team in the country, then what is we?
If I had to do my own power rankings, Georgia the number 5 or 6 team in the country. Simple.
And what 4 or 5 teams better than us?
Huh?
What 4 or 5 teams better than us?
Oregon beat you on any day. Ohio State gonna give you a run for your money. I think
definitely stop.
Honestly, you don't tell me to stop. I do believe it. I do believe it. Yeah, bro, your defense, Georgia defense and secondary is trash. Did you not see what Ohio State was able to do?
Ohio State just lost to Michigan.
Michigan was able to run the ball. You want me to tell you why? Michigan was able to do something that Georgia ain't been able to do. Run the ball. Georgia ain't been able to run the ball.
Okay, you say Oregon.
Georgia ain't been able to run the ball, bro, and your quarterback is garbage. Your defense is struggling on the back end. Jeremiah Smith would eat the way Ryan Williams ate against Georgia. You don't think Jeremiah Smith would have the same type of doggone success? Get out of here, Darius. Bad boy. You doing that rabbit dog stuff again. You doing that ASPCA crap. You act like you ain't got your shots. You act like you ain't got your vaccinations now.
You say Oregon, Ohio State. Who else?
Oregon, Ohio State. Tennessee beating y'all in the neutral site. Alabama, we got y'all. Like, just power rankings. We already proved that we could beat y'all. So, like I said, 5 or 6. 5 or 6.
I'm saying, you saying talent-wise, 5 or 6?
I'm talking about power index. What happened on the field when you put your best product on the field? Georgia's best product is mid.
Think about it. The best product is mid.
Let me put it like this. Answer this, Darius, real quick. Answer this. Now, are you a connoisseur? You 420? You a connoisseur? Okay. Let's say this. Let's say, are you a liquor connoisseur or a wine connoisseur? What's your guilty pleasure?
Oh man, I'm Remy, man. I'm old school.
Okay, so if you say so let's put it like this. You got your liquors, right? If Remy's available at the bar, right? And you got it in the account, you getting some Remy, right?
Yes, sir.
But you being a drinker, if Remy at the bar and you ain't got it in your account, you get the next best thing. What we going VSOP wise? What we going? What's Remy?
In this scenario, Oregon gonna be Remy, and the next best thing is Georgia.
Exactly, at number 5, because up there with Remy with Georgia. Hold on. Up there with the Remy bottle, Oregon being the Remy bottle. You got Hennessy up there. You got the Patron. Alabama is your best whiskey, right? And then after that, you could put your next best thing, because Georgia is not Remy. Georgia is the next best thing to Remy.
Let me ask you this question: when the power rankings come out tomorrow noon, what number do you think Georgia gonna be?
Huh?
When the the college football playoffs come out tomorrow, what will Georgia be tomorrow?
They got to be number 4. They got to be number 4, number 3.
You say number 3?
They're going to be number 3 or number 4. You got to understand, bro.
Stop it. You know we got that number 2 locked up, man. Who they gonna put over?
You might be right because Clemson. What do you got? You got a 2-loss
Big
put
Boise.
Time out. You got a 2-loss Big 12 team. You got a 1-loss Big 10 champ. You got a 2-loss Big 12. You got a 2-loss SEC champ, and you got a 1-loss Midwest Conference champ who's going to get in.
And what was the seed I've been saying the last 3 weeks?
That's crazy. The fact that Boise State is even getting a consideration for what they was able to do. I mean, as a top 4, come on, man. Give them the.
No, but you gotta understand, Boise took Oregon to the wire in Oregon.
So did Penn State.
No, I'm saying that's on a neutral site. You gotta think they went to Oregon.
So did Penn State.
Penn State got 5 stars.
So does Boise State.
Nah,
bro, do you not understand that Boise State and Oregon been playing? Like, this ain't just like a new matchup for them. These are familiar opponents like historically. This ain't like a new age of college football and Boise State all of a sudden changed.
This 2 weeks out, I guarantee you we gonna get the Peach Bowl.
Man, get that. There's bad dog. I'm sick of you. You done?
Nah. We got.
Are you done? I'm tired of hearing. I'm tired of talking to a opponent I already beat. I'm just tired. I'm tired of talking to these Bulldogs. Y'all come in with this crazy logic.
Hey,
y'all show up in Bama chats with all this crazy logic, and y'all can't beat us. That's at the end of the day. That's all I'm saying.
I say Alabama need to be in the playoffs, man. I had them in over Texas though, man. I don't want Texas.
I just don't understand your logic to give your Georgia.
No, I ain't saying it's gonna happen, but I'm saying in my opinion, not ESPN or Booger from the top. I'm saying in my opinion.
You on that Booger McFarland?
Not even about the metrics and stuff. I'm just saying, in my opinion, like I'd rather have SMU in because Texas, they one of them teams that they hype like they like Miami, like. They hype them up. Then
bro,
big
Texas strength of schedule. Even if Texas had the bare minimum, if you just take the criteria, like I said, stop taking all this what ifs and what F and all that. If Texas resume lines up against everybody else, that's what I'm saying. Your argument is invalid, bro.
No, look. I ain't even arguing about like I know what you said. I'm saying in my opinion. I ain't saying about the resumes and all that. I'm saying like 5.
So you would bet me straight up SMU versus Texas. You taking SMU?
It got to be on neutral site. Yeah.
Dares.
They might match up.
Dares.
They might match up.
Dares. Straight up. I'm gonna ask you this one more time. SMU versus Texas. Who you taking?
I'm taking SMU. If they match
you
up,
gonna bet $20 on SMU versus Texas.
After we finish our little, we're gonna rotate it over. You know how we is,
get the hell off my phone, bro. I just need a yes or no. Get off my phone, man. Roll Tide. Get the hell on. Bye. That's my boy Darius, man. He's our resident troll for everybody that's wondering why we go back and forth like that. That's a resident troll, man. That's a resident troll. That's a bad bet. Tell him, man. Tell him, Brooke. Tell him, Brooke. Appreciate you for pulling up, Brooke. Hey, fellas, y'all see Brooke profile picture in the chat? Go ahead, Don. Brooke, can you help calm Don down? You look like a pretty nice young lady that can help calm him down. He needs some calming. Pretty women always seem to calm stuff down around these times of year. So help my brother out. Don, where he went? I see some comments I want to acknowledge. What's up, Majin Game? How you feeling? Ohio State has to move back up. They're going to be number 5. Georgia's going to end up being number 3 or number 2. Your Big 12 champ is the deciding factor with them having the same record. Georgia's strength of schedule going to help them. Boise State going to get in automatic bid because they're in the Power 4, Group of 4, whatever it's called. Power 4, Power 5, Group of 4. They won their conference. Same thing with Arizona State, Oregon, Georgia. And then that number 5 seed goes to Notre Dame. Number 6, I don't think, and then that's the thing, Indiana. Why are we not talking about Indiana? Their weak schedule because they don't have enough losses. That's the thing. You give them credit for winning, but you don't give them too much weight for how they, for what they won or who they won. They had to win things that matter. Winning the games matter, yes. Winning the game matters. how much it matters. The criteria has already been set for how much everything matters. So can't be mad at the committee tomorrow when they put Bama in. 702 on the chat on Twitter, 233 in the chat on YouTube. What the likes looking like? We got a Fairweather fan report. One of you all's favorite Fairweather fans, analysts, content creators, somebody I used to do content with. And still to this day, at least my boy's solid. At least Jance is solid. He's been a Fairweather fan since I've known him. It's no secret. He's a Fairweather fan again. I mean, a Fairweather fan gonna be a Fairweather fan. They're gonna be good when it's good. They're gonna be bad when it's bad. So we got a Fairweather fan report coming up for y'all real quick. Let's go check it out, man. Y'all seen the tweet. It was up there for a second. Let's go read it out loud. Let's discuss it. Welcome back. We got our Fairweather fan report of the night, man, of the evening, of the morning, early morning Fairweather is going on. This happened 24 minutes ago, so really, literally the first Fairweather spotting of the morning of this day of December 8th, 2024. This has been reported and posted in the Coach Smook News Network channel, and we're going to be actively engaged and monitoring this situation as we continue to further our sturdiness as Bama fans, right? Our solidarity as Bama fans. I'm trying to use big words, y'all. It's late at night. Y'all know how I get. All right, so check this out. Fairweather. I don't think we get in tomorrow. We know he meant in. Don't be trying to grammar my boy. I do the same thing. This was the worst case scenario that happened to Bama tonight. We lost to Vandy and Oklahoma, and you shouldn't have to rely on help to get you in. Everybody else does. Why we can't? The committee does. Why we can't? Like, these are Fairweather statements that I just can't. Like, what's the point of posting this? What's the point of posting this? It's invalid. How do we not deserve to get in? If the criteria says we deserve to get in, are you questioning how they are judging the criteria? Are they judging their own criteria? Are you questioning how they're determining their own criteria, how they're measuring their metrics? Because if that's the case, then you're in the wrong. You weren't in charge of coming up with the criteria or the balance or the weight. But you're a Bama fan, and there's a chance for us to get in, and you're saying we don't deserve it. That's not Fairweather. I'm just saying. Anytime I get a chance to cheer my team on and see them go out there and perform, I'm gonna cheer for them. Win, lose, or draw. I'm gonna support my team to go out there and put our brand on the map to secure have an opportunity. Not saying we're going to win it, but to have an opportunity to play for another national championship. Pure entertainment. Pure entertainment, chat. Y'all know that little phrase gets you in trouble when you give people props for they work. Pure entertainment there. Love it. Fairweatherness at its finest. Loving it, baby. My guy Paul, thank you for coming in, man, and getting on the phone. Steve Freeman, my guy, with the follow back on Twitter. Oh, that's a follow on Twitter. I said follow back. Appreciate the follow on Twitter. That's Steven. Kelly Boyles, what's good? Paul, y'all sharing it. Great chat today. Best conversation I've had in a long time. Appreciate that, Paul. Appreciate that, guy. Oh, Lakers in 6. Oh, everybody liking the Fairweather post. So, you know what's crazy? The more we speak on it, the more people are starting to resonate that, man, everything ain't as bad as these big followings try to make it seem to be. I think people can relate to this side because it's realistic. It's not that we're not over. It's not that we don't see what's wrong. It's just no reason to overreact. No reason to overreact. And we're not accepting mediocrity. We're just setting realistic expectations, man, so we don't crash out like some of y'all and be out here making Auburn fans think they can actually hang with us, right? Appreciate the love, Bamonomics. Betting odds are personal takes. You think so, Megan? I don't think so. I think betting odds, they use a lot of metrics that we don't understand that help you move the goalpost and make a point and what to consider. because everybody knows when you start putting money behind something, it's easy to sway. It's easy to sway. Yeah, Kimberly, I agree to a certain degree. I agree. I think your conference champs should not be playing in a conference championship game to guarantee their spot. If you're going to have 4 guaranteed spots, your best record conference champs should get those spots. Meaning, if you got a 11 in, let's cut the games down so we can actually extend the games. And we got a phone call line on the line, and I'm gonna get them on, and we're gonna hear them out as I finish this statement. Hold on, let's see who it is.
Call from
Terrell.
Yo, Terrell, what's up, man? You in the game? Talk to me. Is that what you said, Terrell?
Yes, sir. What's going on, man?
What's going on, man? Welcome to the show, man. First time caller?
Yes, sir.
Welcome in, man. Talk to me. What's your thoughts, man? Is Alabama in? The topic of conversation is Alabama in. What's the resumes? Talk to us. Let us know what's your thoughts on it, man.
Alabama in, baby. I'm going to tell you why they in. I'm going to break it down to you. Everything already been set up. Last week, they put Alabama at number 11.
Mm-hmm.
Now, you got a number 11 team sitting there. When the college football playoff guy came on, he said, they asked him, how did Alabama stay ahead of Miami? This is what gives us away. He said, strength of schedule. That's part of the bylaws. When they wrote everything down, the strength of schedule was what it was. Right?
Mm-hmm.
All right, I'm going to break it down to you some more. For everybody that's out there, they need to know. They put Clemson at number 17. We got SMU at number 8. So we're going to break it down like this. For everybody that want to know why Alabama going to be number 11 or number 10 when tomorrow playoffs come out. This is why. You got a Clemson that beat a number 8 SMU. Now, the statistics, they going to say, well, SMU should be in. They won a tight game. They almost beat Clemson. But the paperwork says they lost to a number 17 team. Not only did they lose to a number 17 team, they lost to a number 17 team that lost to a Georgia and a South Carolina, which a Georgia and a South Carolina that Alabama beat. So when you lay the spread out, you got to look at the facts. And
hold on, sir. Hey, Terrell, real quick.
Go ahead.
I don't know if you've been taught or told this in today's society, but and to the Fairweather fans that like get mad when this happens, but Terrell, you can't state facts, bro. You can't state facts. Everything has to be feelings, okay? I just need you.
Okay, it's all feelings.
Okay. Just remember that going forward. I don't want you to face some of the backlash that I face when I state facts. Okay, I'm protecting you as a brother. You get what I'm saying?
Yes, sir. Thank you. All right, thank you. I appreciate it. All right, let me go back.
Go ahead, bro.
How I feel about it. This is how I feel about it. I feel when looking at the way it runs, this is how I feel. I feel that Alabama is going to be number 10 or either number 11. Now, I'm guessing number 10. I'm saying number 10 because they can't jump a Clemson over Alabama. So they probably going to move them up to about 12. And they're going to move that team that won that Big 12 conference. I think they're going to move them about 11. And I say that because you can't jump them that far up.
Right.
Now, they're going to give SMU, I feel like they're going to give SMU a good bowl game. And that good bowl game, they probably going to be like number 13.
Right.
With Miami being at 14. And so when they come out, I feel like that's how it's going to fall.
Okay.
I just wanted to call the show.
For sure, man. I appreciate you calling in. The name was Terrell, right? Because I want to make sure I'm able to clip it. I'm able to clip this the right way.
Yeah, that's Terrell. Yeah.
All right, bro. Appreciate you. And how'd you find the channel? I didn't ask at the beginning.
I stole YouTube. I've been watching you for a while. I really don't say nothing. I just look and listen. But I just felt like I wanted to say something tonight.
Look, and I tell people all the time, that's why I'm not opposed to doing the late night call-ins. Everybody always trying to be the first to, get content out and get opinions out. I like to watch all the BS and react to it because they make it so easy for me. The rest of these analysts and panelists and stuff, they make it so easy for me to speak on stuff because I'm entitled to my opinion just like you, just like anybody else. And they make it so easy because they really don't consider the facts. You laid out the facts. The simple facts of the matter is, if you really stretch out the resumes, no matter how far you want to stretch it, you want to go 100 yards, we'll go 100 yards and still prove that Alabama, resume-wise, the criteria, not feelings, facts will let you know that Alabama based off the criteria, it's supposed to be in their end. So I appreciate you for calling in, Terrell, and call in anytime, man. Anytime you see the phone line open, call in, and appreciate your support, bro.
Yes, sir. Roll Tide, baby. Let's roll.
Roll Tide, man. We got him, baby. Y'all, this phone line is hot right now. It's hot right now. Y'all want to see what I'm working on in the background? Y'all see me on my laptop. I'm gonna show y'all what I'm working on. I ain't gonna hide it. Sweat for Lord, I ain't gonna hide it. Hey, so if you in the chat, we get to do this the right way. We get to we're gonna go ahead and do it tonight. And then we'll do another one tomorrow. So if I tap in during church tomorrow and do a live, y'all gonna tap in with me. Don't have me going live during the word, and y'all ain't gonna come in and like the stream up and share it so we can get the numbers in here. All right, don't do me like that. Don't have me in trouble with Jesus. Nah, he gonna let me do it. I'm gonna ask him. I'm gonna ask for permission before I go to bed. I'm gonna ask, like, Jesus, can I step out during service so I could do this show for my people? All right, so check this out. We're gonna do this tonight. All right, we're gonna do this tonight. We got a lot of moving around to do with the bracket, y'all. We're gonna set it up so we can stop talking about how it looks and really give a visual on how we think it should look tomorrow. Let's go with what we know, and then let's go with what we think it should happen, or what we might think, what we think might happen. So we need one for Clemson. I already got one for Clemson. Got Clemson over here. All right, so check this out. Based off of tonight, this is how it's going to shape up. You got Boise. I think Boise stays at number 4. You got this team coming here. You got this team coming here. You got this team coming here, right? No, you got this team coming here. You got this team coming here. I'm sorry, I'm in the wrong spot. You got this team coming here. You got this team out here. You got this team. You got this team right here at 5. Let's do that. Got this team at 5. Who goes to 12, right? Who goes to 12? That's the question. It's not about who plays at 10, at 11, or who plays at 10, right? Who goes to 12? No team. Clemson was playing for a spot in the playoffs. SMU was playing for a spot in the playoffs. That's what they were playing for. SMU did not have the resume to say, if you don't have a conference title, you're not going to get in the playoffs. They didn't have the resume. That's what the committee said. So based off of that, that's what we're going to go by. You need a conference championship. That's what the committee told SMU. You need a conference championship game. And even at best, you were only number 3 because you were the best team in your conference at that point, not because you won it. It wasn't your strength of schedule. It's the fact that we're automatically bidding you in. So if you would have won, that's how you get. That's the incentive. That's the incentive of winning the conference. We don't bother you if you win your conference. Clemson is benefiting from that. We don't bother you, but because you allowed us to bother you, same thing we saying about Alabama, because Alabama lost 3 games and allowed us to ourselves to be opened up for judgment. SMU did the same thing. Almost winning against a ranked team is better than losing by 21 to an unranked team. Listen to what you're saying, J Mac. Almost winning and losing is still what? Losing. No matter how it was done, it's still losing. So if I lose to an unranked team, but I also beat ranked teams, I prove something that you can't prove. I prove something that you can't prove. I prove that I could beat ranked teams. I prove that I could beat teams that have a realistic opportunity to be in the playoffs. You didn't. I also proved that I could beat teams that aren't in the playoffs, just like you did. But what you did improve that I proved is that I could beat teams that deserve to be in the playoffs. They're ranked. You didn't prove that. So again, you're out of here. Sorry, J Mac. Your argument loses. Not you're out of here. Your argument loses. That's what I meant. Smook, they're saying ESPN that SMU is getting the nod because they played Clemson hard. That's what their feelings are saying. Y'all listening to those analysts, they doing the same thing I'm saying. They trying to get y'all to see the logic in what they're saying. But I'm not going by what they're saying. I'm talking about what the criteria says, bro. The letter of the law. The letter of the law. Clemson gets the 5th seed because they're the lowest ranked conference champ. Every other conference champ has a better record than them. Every other conference champ has a better record than them. That's why they get the 5th seed. They don't get the automatic bid because they're not the highest ranked conference champ, but they get the 5th seed because they're a conference champ. So SMU loses and gets kudos. Bama beat the SEC champs, and the SEC champs beat Texas twice. And guess that don't mean nothing either. Right. Funky Flav. It's funny because as every time they try to move the goalpost to favor them, you can counter it with literally the same exact statements that they're making. Let me move Texas to their spot. So we can agree that Texas and Georgia basically should switch spots. Right, we should let Notre Dame hold on to that 6th spot because they're independent. They got their 1 loss. They handle business, right? Let Notre Dame hold on to their 6th spot. Clemson being the highest ranked or the lowest ranked conference champ, hold on to that 5 spot. You get your Power 5 teams in. You let them hold safe to what they were able to do, right? So you hold them there. Who gets in at number 12? That's the real question. Is it Miami? Is it SMU? Who gets in? Who are we dropping out that doesn't? Penn State doesn't deserve to be in anymore. Like, what's Penn State's resume? What's Penn State's resume? What's Penn State's resume? Ranked wins, 0. Now, if the committee wants ranked losses, if the committee wants losses to be a criterion, they'll say how you lose matters. They don't say that. They say how you win. How you win matters. So the fact that SMU lost, they don't get the benefit of how you win. They didn't help themselves. So the real question is, who goes in at 12? It's not about is Alabama going to get in? And I don't even know how my layout changed from red to black. It was weird, but who gets 12? You got Miami sitting down there vying for a spot. You got the South Carolina talk. They're playing so good, but they lost to the very teams. Let's not even bring that conversation up. I don't even want to talk about that. 334-625-1121. Phone line is still open. If you want to call in, share your thoughts. We got action, baby. We've been live for almost 3 hours now. We still got numbers. 249 in the chat on YouTube. Are we at 200 likes on the stream yet? We have 143. Can we get to 150? 254 in the chat. If you're in the chat on YouTube, 254, y'all. There's no such thing as bot viewers on YouTube. You have to have, so I know you're rubbernecking and watching. Go ahead and drop a like for your boy as we go into this infomercial break. And when we come back, we'll keep the phone lines open and hear your thoughts. And if we don't have a phone call in the next 15 minutes, we'll go ahead and end the show for tonight. No big deal. We had a great show so far. Just want to continue to keep it going. As long as you all want to be up, I'll be up. And this is what the grind comes in. And also, if you're not a subscriber, please subscribe to the channel. We're trying to get to 2.5K. We're I think 80 some away, if I'm not mistaken. How many followers away, chat? I know my mods are knocked out. I don't have, Nay is up. Nay is up with me. Nay is a Nighthawk like me. Let me see how many followers we away from 2.5. Yo, no freaking way. No freaking way, y'all. Y'all. We 56 followers away from 2.5K, y'all. We can hit that number tonight. There's no way I have, everybody in here is a subscriber. We can hit 2.5K tonight.
Are y'all gonna make me do end up like change this post game call or this stream into a subathon? Can we get our late night viewers to sub to the channel? Oh, we got a phone call. I didn't go on break fast enough. Let me get the phone call on the line. Here we go.
Call from
B Monster.
to accept.
Is it D or B Monster?
B Monster.
B Monster as in boy monster?
As in boy.
Okay, what's up, man? Welcome to the show. I still couldn't. Let me turn this music off. Maybe I can hear it because it sounds kind of muffled. Can you hear me, bro?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, what's up, man? Welcome to the show, man. You in the game. Talk to me, my brother.
Hey, I'm gonna say this. I always wanted to do one of these little things, talk on the live. So it's kind of cool right now.
Okay. How'd you find the show? First of all, before we get to the conversation, and you said B Monster, right? Like
Yeah,
B. Okay.
B as in boy.
Okay, and monster like scary.
Yeah,
You a Bama fan?
for sure.
Okay, because if you wasn't, I was gonna light you up. I ain't gonna lie. I was gonna but nah, man, go ahead and talk to us, man. What's your thoughts, brother? How'd you find the show? And then give us your thoughts on it. Is Bama in?
I found the show because I'll be watching another coach. He got the little intro song. He say roll 'em, roll 'em, roll 'em. I forget the coach name. He unofficial Coach P. Or
Oh yeah,
like
Coach Doe. Coach Doe.
Yeah, and I seen Joe. And I subscribed to you. And I said I like your charisma. You kind of funny.
Man, I appreciate it, bro. Appreciate it.
I ain't gonna lie, it's been a rocky season, man. Like it's been a rocky season, bro. Like college football has been crazy, and I think that people are still stuck in the BCS type mindset, where it's like, oh, you undefeated, or oh, this team won. This team only lost one game, so they deserved it. It's not like that because the transfer portal. Like you have elite players all over college football. Oregon got players from Alabama. Texas got players from Alabama. Georgia got coaches from Alabama. Texas got coaches from Alabama. Like it's hard to just measure the teams by their losses. Like I think we have to measure them by the strength of schedules because Alabama and Georgia are the only team that beat top 25 teams more than 3.
Right.
So if Bama not in, something ain't right, bro.
Because then you're making your criteria, or you're what is it called? You're questioning the validity of your process. Like you're allowing space, and this is what I think the committee did this season compared to last season. As inconsistent as it's been in the past, this year has been more consistent because they created space for it to play out. They saw the mode of the rankings. They saw teams were showing up. I think somebody got smart and looked at the talent spread of college football over the last 2 years with this expansion. As much as I hate the format right now, somebody got smart and said, okay, if NIL and portal is going to be a factor, there needs to be some parameters, and we don't really know what these parameters are. So these first rankings, we're going to set them up, and as things started playing out, it really helped the committee validate their criteria for putting the best teams in. And tomorrow, whether Alabama gets in or not, based off the criteria, they're going to make the right decision. I believe so. Whether it's Clemson, Miami, or SMU or Bama that gets the last spot, because that's where the not even Clemson, Miami, SMU, and Bama. I don't think Miami has a chance. But if they're going to if they're going to continue to give people credit for how they lost, okay. SMU just lost at a neutral site game against a ranked opponent, right? They lost an away game against an unranked opponent earlier in the season. So my question is this: do their unranked loss look just as good as our unranked loss? Like, how do you justify? Like, why are we comparing losses? What have they been able to do to say that they deserve? Have they shown that they could be in that field of 12 or that field of 25 and say that they are one of the best teams, and they haven't?
That's a nice take.
I mean, that's the realist. That's the reality of it, brother. Like at the end of the day, regardless of what type of data you try to put out there to support Bama or to go against it, at the end of the day, the reality of it, when I put these teams, these top 25 teams in a pool, and I randomly select one to play each other, what's the chances of SMU beating one of their counterparts, somebody on their level, compared to Alabama? And Alabama's been able to prove that we are more likely to win 3 times to 1 than SMU. 0-2.
Correct. And not only that, bro, but we don't even have to talk about Alabama. We could talk about Notre Dame.
Right. Or Texas. Let's talk about Texas. 2 losses.
We can talk about Texas, too.
Come on, man.
Because Texas got beat by Georgia twice. And Bama beat Georgia. So if Bama not in and they beat the SEC champs, something ain't right, bro.
It got it. Like somebody in the chat said, Thomas Bradley said SOS is the reason why Bama is 11. Y'all can't keep riding that horse. But the thing is, if we didn't ask for strength of schedule, I don't even understand strength of schedule to this day, man. To me, when I think of strength of schedule, I'm looking at like, okay, when I look at a Kentucky team who's number 7 or number 8 in the SEC or number 9, I believe they're even lower than that when you talk about conference. And you compare a number 9 Kentucky team and their record against another conference, 6-17 or 7-16, and they're the 4th or 5th best team in their conference of 14, and
right.
Like they play each other, and you see the huge talent gap and difference of competitive play and how the outcome is. That's what I thought strength of schedule was, but there's so many different factors in the strength of schedule. I don't care to go into it at 2:00 in the morning. You know what I'm saying? So I just rather put the eye test out there and say who has done, or I put the facts out there, the results, and say who has given me reason to believe that they could actually compete against the best in the country. And SMU has shown me twice I can almost do it. Alabama showed me that they can.
I don't think SMU got it, bro.
They're a good team. They're just not one of the top 12s right now. That's all I'm saying. Like 15, yeah. Put them in that top 15. If we got a 16-team playoff, a 20-team playoff, yes, they're in there. But top 12, they're not one of the top 12 teams. They showed that tonight.
Boise State better than SMU for sure.
100%, bro.
I like Boise. I like Boise to win it all, bro.
You do?
Yes, bro.
Boise State to win it all?
Listen, bro. If you watch Detroit Lions and if you watch Boise State, they have similar play styles. I know it's strange to compare college football to NFL, but Boise State plays sound football, bro, and they kind of scary.
Boise State team speed is in the backfield. That's all I'm gonna say. That matters when you start crossing those waters, brother. I understand you play discipline ball, but Indiana showed us you can play discipline ball all you want, but when you start putting talent on the field, it's hard to play a mistake-free 100% clean game. The moment you go to that, you drop down a percentage, the moment you give a better team more talent, a 1% chance, you start losing that matchup. You start losing that battle. And that's just the nature of the game. That's any sport. Anytime there's team involvement, you can't guarantee that there's going to be clean execution every play. Like let's say let's put it on a 70 play scale. If I put Boise State against Georgia, clearly the better team, right? Just example. And Boise State runs 70 offensive plays and only 54 of those plays are successful. Georgia's winning that game. Georgia's winning that game because that means you need that means everything has to go right, even for you to even be in the game for those 54 plays. Just because of talent, you can catch a 3-yard out route, but there's going to be a faster Georgia player right there on you. How many 3-yard outs can you catch in a game and win? Right.
Right.
So that for that reason, I don't think Boise State has the depth or the physicality. They're going to play strong. Whoever they play first round, they're going to play. I mean, their first matchup in the playoffs, they're going to play them. They're going to play a strong game first half. We've seen it. We've seen the TCUs. We've seen it in the past. That's what Boise State is, and that's just the facts of it, man. I'm not taking away what Genchi done or anything. It's just the facts of it. The playing style will not mesh well in the playoffs, man. It meshes well over there because they don't have stacked defenses to go against, but It will not mesh well against the possibility of seeing a Clemson or maybe I don't know who the 12 seed is going to be tomorrow. It won't be us, but I just don't see it meshing well against the other playing styles in the bracket.
Okay, so so who you think will play? Like Penn State, Arizona State?
I think Arizona State is going to get your number 3 seed, right? 3 or 4. And then I think they're going to keep Penn State in because Penn State has that conference behind them. They have that conference. They benefit kind of like Bama. You playing against ranked opponents, you're putting a better product on the field. You can't win, right? But your strength of schedule helps you beat out SMU. That's what I think people like. Y'all want to keep comparing it to Bama, but Penn State didn't play for a conference championship, and they don't have any top 25 ranked wins. And you get what I'm saying? Like all of these things are matching up to help Bama. They got unranked losses. They got an unranked loss. They got all of these things stacked up against them, and they got to sit at home and watch just like we did. So if they're gonna get credit for not having a conference game, so can we. Give us credit for our strength of schedule. Give us credit for our top 25 wins. All of these things that matter based off the criteria that outside of your opinion, outside of what you feel, what you thought you saw on tape, the criteria says records, this, that, and the third. This is what we're evaluating. If you do that, Alabama's clearly in at number 11. And then you might have to round it out at number 12. You gotta let SMU go in there, right? Or did the committee say SMU better than Miami last week? I think so.
Yes, they did.
I'm just saying.
I think SMU better than Miami though.
You think SMU better than Miami?
Yes.
Me too, 100%. Hey, at the Jennings, if SMU played Miami tonight, we're not even up this late. I don't have this many viewers because SMU wins that game and Alabama is automatically in based off the ESPN analyst. And I think the more that you all watch YouTube and these other content creators, and because I don't think I know it all, but there's a lot of content creators that can get on this platform, right, and show you how media driven and agenda driven these big networks are. Because when you lay out the facts, none of what these takes or these things like Booger McFarlane is saying, none of it makes sense. When you got guys like RJ Young, who's a clear Alabama hater, making sense about these playoff rankings, that's when I know that the world might just be coming to the end because he's making sense. And nobody wants to acknowledge that the biggest Bama hater out there is making sense about why Bama's resume lets them in.
Even Clemson with 3 losses makes the playoffs. And they complain about Bama having 3 losses.
Big Orange. Big Orange, don't be in my chat talking that good talk and don't want to share. That's all I'm gonna say. I had to interject that. Hey, Jay Green, welcome in, man. But y'all lost to Vandy and OU. Understood. Lost on the road to Vandy and OU. OU, who was ranked at some. Like to beat Texas. Come on, man. Did OU not go into? Come on, man. Like we act like these teams don't have quality wins. The teams that we lost to at their place, we act like they don't have quality rank. Some of these teams that aren't even in the playoff rankings have ranked wins. SMU doesn't even have one. You have teams under 500 in the SEC that have ranked wins, chat. Jay Green, think about that. Ooh, can I hold on? B Monster, I gotta put the horn on for a second. I got it. Can I give myself a horn for that statement? That's real. Is that
Give
not?
yourself a horn, brother.
Come on, let me get a horn real quick. Give me. Because it's the truth, chat. It's the truth. We have unranked SEC teams in the SEC with ranked wins, and we're talking about conference champ contenders that have 0 ranked wins that played in a conference title game against ranked opponents to get ready to solidify. They had the opportunity to solidify their reason for wanting to be in the considered one of the top 12 teams in the conference in the country, and actually just you can't get 1 ranked win, and you can't even do it to say that you're the best team in your conference, but you want us to believe that Alabama, who has 3 ranked wins, 3-1 in ranked games. And you want us to believe that we don't deserve an opportunity
We're playing against the best. We're playing against the guys that you say, hey, these guys look good enough to be even considered. Come on, chat.
Yes.
It makes no sense to me. I had to
And
give
I don't
myself a
wanna
horn
cut
for
you
that
off.
one.
You got to give yourself one. I don't want to cut you off, but look what LSU did to Oklahoma. Look what we did to LSU.
And you want me to
Look
tell
what
you something?
Missouri did to
You
Oklahoma.
get
Look what
applause for that one. You get an applause for that one. Because I think people forget about us beating up on LSU at LSU. Even though
Look what they did to Oklahoma. They beat them by 20, bro.
I'm not arguing with you, brother. I'm trying to get why other folks don't see this.
Missouri beat Oklahoma. We beat the brakes off Missouri. We beat the brakes off of Georgia. We beat the brakes off of Auburn.
Come on.
Like, come on, man. You got to give. And then it's a rebuilding year for real. Like, look at all the pieces we lost. Isaiah Buns, the dude up there in Ohio State.
Caleb Downs.
We lost a lot of pieces. Coaches. Every year, Alabama is replacing coaches. Every year. Every single year, Alabama replaces coaches. Loses players to the NFL. Replaces quarterbacks. Every year. This is the only time we done had a consecutive season with the same quarterback. Next year, I'm gonna be honest. I don't even care if we make the playoffs. Next year, we win it all.
Oh, 100%, bro.
Or Keelan Russell. We win it all, bro.
Hey, I'm going to tell you like this. And y'all can say whatever y'all want to say after this, but there are 3 teams that I believe next year are poised for a serious run. And 2 of them are in the SEC. 2 of them are in the SEC. I truly believe Tennessee. I truly believe Tennessee is going to make a real push for the Natty next year. They will be fine. They're going to lose a few guys on defense, but they were forced to play some young guys, just like we were last year or this year.
South Carolina going to be nasty, bro.
South Carolina, if South Carolina could go out and get 2 or 3 guys in the secondary, in the portal, not to start, but just to create depth, they're going to be solid in Alabama. These 3 teams next year will be in the top 12. We will be the reason why there will be another conversation like this. I don't think Georgia will be in that situation. I don't think Texas returns back to this situation. There's a lot that's going to be shifting, and this is what college football is doing, because the same way you sat at Texas and watch Archie Manning get prepped to, you already know what Texas bring, but they're going to go through their learning curves. There's other teams that's going to bring in brand new guys from different programs, and they're going to go against those teams like Texas, and they're going to be able to upset them and catch them early because they're going to be working in a new guy, all this other stuff. It's going to be so many factors, and I'm just talking about SEC, yeah, but overall, the college football landscape is going to look so much different next year. But there's going to be a top-heavy group, and I believe Alabama, South Carolina, Tennessee out of the SEC are going to lead that top-heavy group. Final thoughts, B Monster, before I let you off the line, man. We got people still wanting to call in. That's crazy. It's almost 3 o'clock in the morning. It's 3 o'clock on the East Coast.
See, I ain't gonna lie. I'm from Alabama. I'm from like Tuskegee, but I'm in California. It's 12 o'clock over here. You feel me?
Oh, so you
and
good?
I like the campaign, and I'm looking at the chat, and this dude, he hate me 870. Bro, listen. I'm gonna tell you some real shit, bro. I don't mean to cuss, but
you good. Hold on, let me turn the music off. Hold on, what you said? Somebody in the chat was coming.
He hate me 870.
Okay, let me find it. So go ahead, bro. Oh, I see it.
He said Alabama just wasn't there versus OU. The motivation wasn't there, but there is one thing I want to talk about. Let me say this. Against Oklahoma, bro, Jalen Milroe was hurt.
Against Vandy game, Jalen Milroe was hurt second quarter of the Georgia game.
Jalen Milroe been hurt a lot. But he a big dude and he's strong, and they got a good program at Alabama, but Jalen Milroe been hurt a lot this season, but nobody noticed
it. People don't want to face facts when it comes to. And see, this is why I go so hard on the Fairweather creators out there that's on these platforms, and they preach this nonsense. Oh, fire the coordinators, fire this. This quarterback ain't there. Bro, watch when Bama get into this playoffs tomorrow. I am going to go bro. I might have to clear out some space on my phone, because I'm gonna make some folks mad. I'm gonna have so many screen recordings of the Fairweatherness being displayed.
Nobody better not celebrate. And I ain't gonna put no names on tonight, but you better not celebrate tomorrow after Bama get in. After all this crying y'all been doing tonight. And we literally, the facts are out there for you to look at yourself. But you rather go for clicks, you rather go for likes and appease the folks' feelings instead of educate folks and put them on the facts and the reality of, conceptual and arguments that have factual basis are awesome. But to just do crazy, outlandish takes and all of this other stuff, it can't be accepted anymore, because if that's the case, you might as well put your application in at ESPN, Fox Sports, CBS, all these other channels, so they could tell you the right way to look stupid.
I don't think people understand the schemes that Alabama running. Like, it's different. So, like, I don't know. People be ready to throw the towel in, like, bench Jalen Milroe, play Ty Simpson. Ty Simpson ain't beat nobody. How we gonna throw Ty Simpson in the game? He's beat nobody over Jalen Milroe. Man, come on, man.
They tripping, man. I tell everybody, I don't care. I love Ty Simpson's passing talent. I still think I've never said he wasn't the better passer. Never. Anybody that's been following Coach Smook, have I ever denied Ty Simpson's skill sets? It's been what's between those ears for me for Ty. And that mentality, you can't make it about you. And he learned that this year, but he learned it a little too late, because Milroe, anytime I got a Milroe on my roster, if I got a Milroe at running back, I'm putting Milroe, he's going to get the first touch of the game if I'm handing the ball out. If I got a Milroe at wide receiver, meaning the fastest, biggest dude, strongest dude, but he going to have drops every now and then, guess what? I'm not going to not give him chances to make plays. If I got we had a Milroe at free safety last year in Caleb Downs. There were other safeties on that roster that did things better than Caleb Downs, but he showed the potential to do things that if you put a Christian Story out there and he makes a mistake, he can't rebound like Caleb Downs. You put a Christian or who was the other? DeMarco Helms? Was it DeMarco Helms on roster last year? You put those type of safeties out there, they make mistakes, they can't rebound, they can't make up. You can't count on them to be special and do special things for you. And that's the situation we've been faced with in our quarterback room. And for two sets of coaching staffs to see that and people still to deny the talent and to be on this Fairweather stuff with Milroe, it's funny. That's why I go at him and I call him Fairweather, because you have no factual basis. Facts will say two experienced coaches looked at what they had in that quarterback room 2 years in a row and said Milroe was the best product to put on the field and give us the best opportunity to win. And 2 years in a row, we're in the position to go into the college football playoff and play for a national championship.
We could have won it last year. A touchdown got called back against Michigan. Like, it was a lot of stuff that went wrong, man.
Penalties. I mean, Seth McLaughlin looked good at Ohio State when they no tackle over his head. You know what the SEC did that the Big Ten ain't doing with their fronts? They're not putting in anybody over Seth McLaughlin. That was the easiest scouting move you can make playing against Bama last year. Hey, what we're going to do is we're going to line up in an even front, and then we're going to line up in an odd front, and then we're going to shift to the even front and just make sure we have a guard, a nose tackle or nose guard over the center when we want Alabama to mess up on a drive. Just put it somebody, because it was the Tennessee game last year. They did it 3 or 4 times just to see what would happen. And Seth McLaughlin with these botch snaps anytime somebody's over his head. Go look at Ohio State. He's doing the same thing. And so what they doing? They doing formations. Smart offensive coordinator says, I'm gonna call the formation to where they can't go into an even front or odd front and go head up over my center. It's not going to help them if they go to this front and go head up over my center, because they go head up. I'm not even going to leave my center out there to go double or to decipher. I'm a double team. I'm gonna give them some help from one side. It's small things like that that I point out, and people be like, okay, it makes sense now. It's literally how I'm looking at the playoff.
You're right, dude. I ain't gonna lie, Coach Smook, I like you. Guess what? A lot of them guys that people feel like should be playing, they don't understand the playbook. That's why they not playing.
Talk to him.
Kobe Prentice, he don't understand the playbook.
Don't tell that truth. Don't tell that truth. It wasn't.
You don't understand the playbook.
It ain't. But I will say this: Kendrick Law. The reason why they haven't been able to utilize his skill set, because if you look at it, Kendrick Law wasn't on a lot of pass concepts last year for Tommy Reese either.
Right.
Kendrick Law is your new age Swiss Army knife. You don't see Deebo Samuels running everything on the route tree. You don't see him. They use him for where he uses what he best for. Get the ball in his hands quick in space. Put the ball in his hands in some type of jet motion, swing, screens, all of this. You don't see him running no bang eights and sticks and you know what I'm saying? Squirrel. They do the quick whip routes and all of that with him. Kendrick Lamar's in a system right now that can't showcase where his. But I guarantee you at the NFL they already saying, bring him on. We know what we're gonna do with him.
Yeah, he like a Debo Samuel.
Yeah, 100%, 100%. But B Monster,
He just don't understand the scheme.
B Monster, I'm gonna get you. I'm gonna let you say your last thoughts and get you off the line. I think we got 2 more people that tried to call in while you were on, so I didn't realize we was on the line for 25 minutes. I appreciate you, bro. That's good conversation. Like I said, you the second call to go past the time limit, which is mean you bringing some good thoughts, some good conversation. Not because you're agreeing, but it's just creating good talk and facts. I like it. I love facts. I love factual basis, man.
I would like to get on a panel with you, and he hate me 870 because he just leveled up in the chat, bro.
Hey, you know what? What's crazy is I have this new show that I'm going to be featuring, and it's going to be called CSN FanDuel. And what we'll do is, based off of, you become a member of the channel, and it's going to be members only. You become a member of the channel. There will be a link provided, and there will be a head-to-head, a 15-minute segment on the show, especially during the week, late nights. There will be debates because we have a fan base where you got your Fairweathers and you got your solids. And I'm gonna bring you on it, and I'll let you go. The only thing I'll be doing is timeouts and breaks, but muting whoever need to be muted and stuff. But I'm not gonna pick sides. I'm gonna let y'all debate, and then we'll let the chat debate on who made the better argument, and we'll be able to do some prizes. We might do ticket giveaways, we might do merch giveaway, whatever it is, but it'll be another way to help the community grow and continue to grow the channel. So B Monster, I'm glad you said something like that. It definitely gave me a reminder, and I appreciate you for calling in, my guy, and supporting the channel.
The show may be cool.
All right, man. Roll time, my boy.
Roll down.
Yes, sir. Let's go, man. Hey, 909, I see you called in. You can call back in. Who else that was? We seen a few numbers call in. 909 773. I see you call in. I think I got you on the line. Let's see who this is. 909. Get you on the line right now. Let's get this phone answer.
Call from. To accept.
Hey, 909, you on the line. What was that name again? We couldn't hear you.
This is Steve. How you doing?
I can't hear you, man. It sounds like you. Are you in the bed next to your wife? Because if you are and you're sneaking on the phone, I'm not going to be to blame. I'm not going to take the fall for you. You can't blame me. Yeah, I can hear you, man. What's going on, brother?
Hey, what's up, man? How you doing? This is Steven, by the way.
Steven, what's going on, man? Thank you for calling in.
Not much, man. Hey, man, love the night show. I'm over here in California, so it's like last caller, a little early, but this is my opinion, man. Alabama is in. There's just too much money involved as far as television goes. And I mean, the SEC is a different league. SMU, good year and all, but just different levels, man. Although I think possibly SMU does get that 12th spot.
Mm-hmm.
But you know what? No one wants to play Bama, bro.
Nobody.
No one wants to play Bama.
Nobody. A healthy Jalen Milroe. Weeks to prepare for any game. Like, I don't think people understand. There's only a 5-day spread on everybody's college football weekly schedule. There's really a 3-day spread of actual on-field work that you get to do. But there's always like this 2-day of recovery following every game and film and breakdown and analytics and stuff getting fed back to you. But you really to focus on the field, you're only going to get 3 days of practice during the regular season. So you're limited on your growth. You're limited on your progression. It really requires a sense of continuity past the X's and O's. It really requires a sense of trust to retain and initiate everything that you're learning on the field as a player, but also as a coach. So you give a staff that's went 9-3 with a whole new staff. They have the whole new staff and a whole new group of players. They go 9-3. You're giving them 2.5 weeks to prepare for whoever they put. That's a dangerous team to prepare for, bro. When they've won 3 big games, three big ranked games against conference opponents, and none of them,
especially after bye
weeks.
Bye week. I believe Georgia was a bye week, and I believe LSU was a bye week.
And the second one, your biggest games of the season that even keeping you in the conversation came after bye week, and that was, to me, you think about the Georgia game, that bye week wasn't really like a bye week for me. I think that was one where both teams were kind of just finding our identity. When you go 3 weeks, you kind of assess and then you throw it out there. That's why I think Georgia handled it the way they need to handle it at the beginning of the season against us. Kirby Smart understood the landscape. He knew they were limited. He was trying to solidify his defense. And they ended up doing that in the second half. And look at how it's turned out for them. Same thing with Alabama. We've had to find some consistency on the offensive side. And I will say this, the last 3 weeks, even the Oklahoma game, you started to see consistency in play calling, right? It may not be what we like, but there's a consistency in play calling, a style of play calling that we're seeing. Now, the last 2 weeks, I'm going to lean towards the side of execution starting to improve. And you're giving this team a break to really clean those things up. It's going to be a dangerous team.
Absolutely. Especially, I mean, man, I just don't see how they leave him out. And there's too much money involved. And I do believe just Jalen Milroe has a chance to just save the whole season. I honestly think they will win the championship if they get in. I don't really see, they're just that team, especially after bye weeks. And Jalen Milroe just seems like he just turns it on when he needs to, when that pressure's there. But they're going to win it, dude. If they get in, they're going to win it.
And so, and see, that's the thing. Like I'm seeing the comments. I'm not watching the ESPN talk because they piss me off every time this time of year. They do this almost stuff for everybody else, but not for Bama. So you talking about SMU almost beat Clemson for their conference. Well, Alabama almost came back on Vanderbilt to win at an away game against a Vanderbilt team who's bowl eligible. Alabama almost won against a game against Tennessee. They were at an away game against Tennessee. They almost came back and won their game. Alabama almost finished the season with one loss or 2 losses. Almost finished. Like, almost doesn't help when we're talking facts. So for you guys out there that's saying SMU almost came back on Clemson, that to me, if I'm in the committee and that's what my coach or my AD is screaming, that's an embarrassment. You almost beat a team that has more losses than you and has lost to 2 teams in the conference. Guys, I got to give myself a horn real quick. Steven, can I give myself a horn real quick?
Absolutely.
All right, give me a second. Let me find the horn. I'm sorry, y'all. I'm going to move the horn sound up higher because I've been getting a lot of horns tonight. Question, did I make this point earlier? Because if I didn't, I should have made this point and ended the live 3 hours and 9 minutes ago. Alabama beat Georgia and South Carolina. Both of those teams beat Clemson.
Exactly.
What are we talking about?
Nothing. It's just haters, man. That's what it is at the end of the day.
Now, if SMU doesn't give Clemson the opportunity to claim any piece of the pie, then I don't have an argument to keep SMU out. But my argument now is that your SMU team that almost beat Clemson, almost, but let's not talk about what almost happened. Let's talk about what happened. Your SMU team that you won in so bad lost. Doesn't matter how they lost a game to Clemson. And Clemson lost they had a bad loss against Georgia. And an even worse loss to a South Carolina team. Was South Carolina ranked? I don't even think South Carolina was ranked. Going into let me see. I think they the reason why South Carolina is ranked. No, actually, South Carolina had moved into the rankings the week going into the Clemson game. South Carolina moved into the rankings going into the Clemson game. Let me go back. Let me make sure I'm right. Let me make sure I'm right. Oh, we got another call on the line. But Steven, go ahead, man. I'm sorry to cut you off, man. I just had to get myself that horn because there's nothing else to talk about after that. We're just talking about resume, like.
Yeah, no, you're right, man. I mean, I have nothing else. I just want to say thanks for your for what you do, and yeah, man, Bama's in, and no one wants to play them. That's a scary team in the playoffs, right there, baby.
100%. Steven, before you get off, man, how'd you find the show?
Oh, you know, I've been listening to you since you were on the Undefeated.
Okay,
You know,
okay.
so I've been listening to you for a long time. Yeah.
Okay, man. Appreciate you for support, man. And I thank you, man. And don't forget, bro, if you could, bro, tell everybody come subscribe. We almost at 2.5K. We're 41 subscribers away. I'm watching the live count. I ain't gonna lie. This is a goal. I said we need to hit this by December 31st. Y'all are coming in and crushing it. Appreciate the support. And Steven, thank you for calling in and creating good conversation, man. Everybody's enjoying your conversation. And roll tide, my guy.
Roll Tide. Much love from California.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Hey, the Cali boat. Hey, you know what's crazy? The Cali Connect is serious, man. From recruiting to the fan base. Bama Nation is everywhere. 2,460 followers, y'all. Live count. Can I show this right now? Can I show this right now? Nobody gonna troll me and start unfollowing and following again? Because we're here, man. We're here. Check it out. 2,461 subscribers here on the Coach Smook Network as we continue to grow tonight. And I know people catch us on some waves of content. This is not our primary content. We do more content. We have a lot of different variety content, but this is Bama Talk, college football talk is our primary. Got another call on the line. Check it out.
Josh, put me in the game, coach.
Accept, press 1.
Yo, you're in the game. What was the name again?
Josh, my bad. Sorry, I was talking a little low. My bad, coach.
You good, man? You said Josh?
Yeah.
Josh, you in the game. Talk to me, man. How you feeling? First time caller?
No, I called a while back during the Vanderbilt game. I was telling people, hey, man, we need to relax.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah, I knew the voice sound familiar. The
It's
voice
been a while. I usually I'm in the chat. But
Okay.
I had to call in because I ain't gonna lie. I'm pissed off because, look, I felt like Clemson, truthfully, was playing with their fool the whole game. The game should have been literally 42-17 at most. But, that's besides the point. But all I'm saying is, man, look, if we get left out, I ain't tripping. We put ourselves in this predicament. But at the same time, like you've been saying all night, if you really going to put SMU in, truthfully, I believe you're losing a lot of money. It's like, who's going to watch that game? Because you know that's going to be if they put them in, it's going to be SMU versus Notre Dame. That's going to be the Friday game on the 20th. That's going to be a lowest rated game all weekend. Like, who's watching that shit? Like, excuse my French, but
right.
I'm not trying to downplay. Like, I'm not trying to be an Alabama homer or anything like that. But
it's the reality of what the committee has created over time, bro. This is a reality of what the college football playoff committee has created. You go back to 2015, man. Even Ohio State getting in was controversy behind it. But who was it? The fourth team was it? TCU was number 4 that year.
Yep. It was supposed to be they.
Come on, man. They have created this narrative. They have created this mode of selection over the past however many years, and we continue to make these complaints. But for the first time, brother, I can sit back from the outside looking in, possibly outside looking in as a Bama fan, and say, if the criteria is what they can go back and say, hey, we set a starting point for criteria in week 8 on this basis. And every week they've continued to cut off. They continue to cut off. Just continue to let it play out like they're supposed to do. They haven't controlled anything. They haven't changed any weight of anything. They let it play out. And they gave teams that needed to prove themselves opportunities, meaning if you needed to prove yourself by winning your conference and getting that automatic bid, that's what you need to do.
And I agree. And you were saying all night, what's any different between SMU and Miami? They're the same team to me. And I've watched SMU. Look, I watch every football team that I can in the top 25. SMU has escaped 4 times this season, but nobody wants to talk about it because it doesn't fit the narrative. They could have lost to Boston College 3 weeks ago, but Boston College, they fumbled the ball 3 times, so that's how they were able to beat them.
Right.
It's the same thing. Like Miami, there were games that they should have lost and they won because, sometimes it takes a lot of luck. And I'm not saying SMU is they're not a bad team. Are they a top 12 team? Hell no.
I don't see it, brother. I'm with you. I don't see it. I don't see them. Even if they had beat Clemson, I give it to them because now you're saying, okay, I have shown you on the field that I'm the best team in this conference.
And
and you win the conference.
if you're going to give the best team in this conference an opportunity to represent it, I have shown you that I am that. They weren't able to do that, and for that you have to punish them because they showed you when they played against BYU that they're not the best team one of the best teams in the country. That was that chance to do it. They're not one of the top 25 teams in the country if they lost to BYU early in the season. So you let.
And I'm going to say this.
Go ahead, brother.
And I want to say this. I was watching the Big 12 championship. I think Arizona State's better than them. Nobody's been talking about Arizona State. Arizona State got a real team over there. I know, like, Coach, I don't know if you've been watching them.
Yes.
They got a good defense and a good offense. It's just, they play late at night. Nobody's really watching them. I take Arizona State right now, neutral site against SMU. Like, what are we doing here? Like, SMU, any team they go against, let's say they put them in the playoffs, they're going to be no more than a 10-point underdog in every game. Like, what? Like, I don't want to see, like, nobody wants to see that. Like, and it's just like, I hope the committee at the end of the day, I know they don't want to hurt nobody's feelings, but it ain't about feelings. Sometimes you got to be like, you know what? We don't want to put you in a game. Like, I hope people learn their lesson because we've seen TCU get blown out. We've seen Cincinnati get blown out. Like, what do we got to do as a like? I just hope the committee learns their lesson this time around. Is like, you know what? This is not deserving, and it's about best.
Yeah.
At the end of the day.
Hey, I got a question. Can somebody fact check me in the chat? And then I want you to get your thoughts on. So do we have a head to head with Penn State and Indiana this season? We don't have one, right?
No.
So
I believe we do. I don't know if they played Wisconsin, but if they did, we beat them by larger margins than they did.
Exactly. So my thing is this: when it gets down to it, why are we even allowing Indiana and Penn State to solidify a spot when they didn't play for a conference and their strength of schedule doesn't match up? They don't have a top 25 win. Like, everybody keeps talking about Alabama and the games that we lost, but why aren't we talking about the games that everybody else is not playing or the teams or the you get what I'm saying? So I'm looking at the rankings now, and you said something and it sparked a thought. Like, we keep worrying about where what was the team? I want to say we're talking about Clemson, Indiana, SMU. So we're talking about Indiana. If Arizona State gets an automatic bid, they go to the number 4 seed. Indiana, Penn State. Why is if Penn State has the strongest strength of schedule out of that conference, and you're going to get Oregon, Penn State, Ohio State, and Indiana in there, you got to move Indiana down and let Penn State go ahead of them. And
the thing is, like, I was watching. I don't know if you were watching the Big Ten championship. I don't care what that score said. It was not as close as that score said. Like,
no,
Penn State started coming back, but from beginning to end, Oregon's offense was massacring them. They did not lead one time, I believe, in that whole game.
None.
Just like SMU today, they did not lead one time. And I think that should be taken up. Like, if I'm the committee and I'm watching SMU in the first half, I'm like, we're talking about a team that lost to, like, no disrespect to South Carolina fans. I'm my best friend's a South Carolina fan, and I'm like, y'all lost to South Carolina last week, and we're gonna be rewarding. Like, I get it, they won their conference and everything, but it's like, what are we setting precedent?
What precedents are we setting? You were saying it. What precedents are we setting by rewarding a team for not being one of the best 25? Like, what precedents are we setting? Like, you're gonna give me credit for almost just because I'm playing for, but I almost did it. But you're not gonna give the other team credit for actually doing it. That's crazy. Like, I could have put my name on that test that had all the right answers on it, but I did it. I turned it in. I got all the right answers. I just didn't put my name on it. You think the teacher gonna come back and give me credit for it? Nah, she gonna make
and
come on now.
And I agree.
She gonna make me retest it, or I'm gonna have to go through a proving stage of how I can prove that it. And guess what? In that proving stage, there's gonna be different criteria and things that she's gonna deem for her to determine if that's really my test. Did I fill out that test paper, or did somebody else do it? And if I go in there and I can't prove it, if I can't say that I put for number 3, I marked C. She asked me the question, I can't answer C. Then it's not my test. It's not my test. I don't get credit for it. So that's what SMU is looking for. You were tested. Are you the best team in the ACC? Because if you are, you get automatically. You automatically. You look like it.
You showed everything else for the regular season.
And coach, I'm surprised you didn't bring this up. I don't know if you did or not. Clemson, last time I checked, was ranked 17th. They're ranked, and SMU was 8th. What every time I've seen a higher, like a lower ranked team lose to a higher ranked team lose to a lower ranked team, they get pushed out.
Hey, you know what's crazy?
Time I checked,
the average drop for top 10 team losses, regardless of the ranking, has been 4.
It's like 4 or 5.
Has been 4 spots. So if you maintain just that alone, you don't punish. So let's say you drop who was ahead of us? Who was ranked ahead of us coming into today? SMU?
10 was SMU was 8, I believe.
Clemson was like 13, right?
No, Clemson was 17th. That's what's crazy. I'm like, and that's another thing, Coach. If Clemson was like a top 12 team, like they were last week going into that South Carolina team game, I mean,
we got a different argument.
What? We have a different. I'm like, you know what? You lost to a top 12 team.
Mm-hmm.
It is what it is. I know you don't have the strength of schedule, but you lost to a top 12 team. We're like, people keep talking about, oh, they lost to BYU. BYU, has no one been watching BYU all year? They're not a good team either.
Mm-hmm.
Like, and there's a reason why BYU got smacked around by Arizona State. I was telling a friend of mine, he's a South Carolina fan, so he doesn't want to hear it. I was like, look, man, we gonna get in, not even because of our strength of record. It's about the money, man. Like I've noticed this, man. Like that, like you were talking about earlier with the 2015 Ohio State. Nobody wants to see TCU. The reason why they put TCU, I believe, in a couple years ago is because we
the Cinderella story behind it. It was a Cinderella story.
That too,
people
and
were
they
interested.
also had a couple, and I believe that TCU team had a couple ranked wins.
Mm-hmm.
Like at the end of the day, they lost the one game, but they had, I think, 2 ranked wins.
Yeah.
And we were like 1 and 2 because we lost to LSU and we lost to
and also, like I said, strength of schedule, as confusing as it is, TCU got in because of their strength of schedule. Like that's what helped them. One. It was between TCU. No, it was TCU and Kansas State, I want to believe, that year. Who was the 2 teams that year?
Yeah.
Y'all remember that year? It was like two unnamed teams out of the Big 12 that were like fighting because Texas wasn't in it, Oklahoma wasn't in it. I think one of the teams.
Yeah, it was TCU and Oklahoma. No, it was TCU and Kansas State because we blew out Kansas State. Yes.
Okay, yeah. So that type of scenario is what we're dealing with the ACC, because you fix it by opening the brackets, but you've messed it up because now the very thing that you said about Kansas State, who ended up winning that conference, or I believe was it TCU ended up. It was Kansas State ended up winning the conference and not making it to the playoffs.
Yeah, Kansas State lost
because
they were ranked I think 18th or 19th. They won their conference, and TCU got in because they lost. That game I felt like from beginning to end was very close. Like if you watch this, if I'm the committee, you got to watch that whole game from the SMU Clemson game. They were getting blown out in that first quarter. Don't get me wrong, I'm not going to take it away from them. They almost came back, but almost doesn't count.
Exactly.
You know how many times I almost won a state championship in high school? What are we talking about?
Hey, I almost got an offer from Alabama coming out of high school, so I'm a better athlete than you. Because I went to a camp and they told me I had potential and that if I kept working, they would give me an offer. So I almost had an offer.
It's like, and
I'm elite,
I'm not
bro.
trying to put emotion behind it. And
I'm elite.
I try to look at things unbiasedly, and I listen to you, I listen to Jantz and all of them. They're already talking about they giving up. They don't want to. The season's over. It's like, God damn, can we look? We still got I think we got a 50-50 chance. If they put SMU in, it better be a damn good reason. I'm not gonna be mad if they put them in, but it better be a goddamn.
And it has
reason.
to make sense. It has to make sense, and it can't be for losing your conference championship game when you haven't shown that you're even capable of competing with the other powers to be of the college football landscape. That's at the end of the day, that's what it boils down to. You haven't proven outside of this conference showing up for this game and losing that you can compete with the powers to be, because you lose to BYU, you win against trash teams and you lose to trash teams. That's what it is. We win against trash teams and we lose against trash teams. But who is our wins against? We win against good teams. We beat your SEC champ. We beat the 2 of the teams that beat you that beat your conference champ in the same season. there's so much stacking up for our wins that our losses, yes, we lose, but like I said earlier when I gave myself a horn, Oklahoma has 2 ranked wins. You have your conference champ who doesn't even have that.
And, everybody talks about Oklahoma. We lost to Oklahoma. Oklahoma, I tell you right now, if Oklahoma was in the Big 12 still or the ACC, they
playing for the conference tonight. They playing for the conference tonight.
The ACC is one of the worst leagues. They're worse than the Big 12, in my opinion. Like, the Big 12 at least has offense and a little bit of defense. I've watched a couple, like, when you watch, I'll say this, Miami's probably the most exciting team, even though they're very, like, bipolar. They either show up or they don't.
Mm-hmm.
But, like, the committee cannot look at the fans in the face and say, you know what? We saw Clemson struggle against South Carolina, who I don't think is a bad team, but let's not act like South Carolina. People talking about they're on a 6-game winning streak. Okay, and who do they beat? Missouri? I'm supposed to be impressed by. We beat Missouri with the same. And people talking about the backup quarterback, and they play the backup quarterback.
Right?
It's just a lot. It's a lot of like ifs, ands, and buts with people. Is like if it doesn't fit their narrative, they don't want to hear it.
Right.
Like I come from like, hey man, I love college football. Alabama aside, I'm gonna be honest. Like when TCU got in,
I'm a football fan before I'm an Alabama fan. I've always been that way. I'm a football fan. Well, since coming to know the game, I'm a football fan because I love the game of football and what it does or what it produces as far as when it's played the right way, the type of entertainment and feel that when it's played the right way. But then when it comes to being a fan and debating, you really have to separate it and put the fandom aside. And you will understand and be able to make factual arguments. That's why when, like you said, Jance, that's my dude, right? That's my dude. Fairweather fan out this world will bring facts and try to manipulate the facts to create a narrative. and when you look at the facts, you're like, how are you getting that narrative? I like the fact that you're bringing facts, but how are you getting that narrative? And when you can't, so how are facts established? They're established by consistent outcomes over a period of time, right? So if you can't find consistency with this outcome, there's less probability or less backing for it to be stated as a fact. So a lot of these facts that they want to bring up about Kane Womack and Nick Sheridan, they aren't consistently done at a consistent rate over time, so you can't state that as facts.
They got me mad about that too.
You get what I'm saying? That's deep. As deep as that sounds, is simple. That's what life is. That's our understanding and what we are as people in common knowledge. That's what facts. That's the definition, and not verbatim, but in hindsight, that's what the definition is. So when people don't come with facts, it's hard for them to create an argument, which allows them for emotional response. And then you get takes like that. And for that, you have situations like we have with judging the college football committee and who it should be in. When you literally have a criteria that says, these are the facts we want to go by. If we go by these facts and you line it up with the weighted scale, however you want to weight the scale, it's going to give you an answer. And in this case, the criteria, black and white, what they want to look for and how they want to look for it, it says Alabama ahead of SMU, Miami, South Carolina, Ole Miss, whoever else you want to throw in, Army. It says it. Just says it, regardless of how it looks on camera, on the field. The criteria in black and white says Alabama is one of your top 12 teams. Simple as that.
And it's not even just that too. It's just the fact that like it's like, can we be honest? Like a caller said this earlier. There's maybe 4 teams that legitimately can win the championship. Can anybody win it? Of course, but there's like 4 legit teams that can win it.
Mm-hmm.
And it's the problem was I'm not gonna lie to you. If I'm a conference at this point, just go ahead and get rid of conference championships. There's no point of them. I even had it makes no sense because I knew this was gonna be the problem.
Right.
I said, what's gonna happen all year is like, man, what happens if Alabama before we lost to Oklahoma? I'm like, what if we get into the conference championship? We play Texas, and I'm not saying we would have lost, but let's say we lost by 2 touchdowns to Texas. They would have kicked us out.
Right.
You know? It's
right.
just like at the end of the day, look, I'm not gonna lie to you too. If we don't get into this playoffs tomorrow or today, I should say, if I'm Greg Sankey, everybody's getting easy schedules. out of conference schedules are gonna be easy. Because
Oh yeah.
You know what?
Oh, bro, 2026 schedules. Watch how many teams get added. See, because we won't be able to do it for 25. But watch 2026 schedule release. They're gonna be looking at our schedule. They're gonna be like, why y'all playing Appalachian State? Why y'all playing North Dakota State? Why y'all playing Wyoming? Because Miami did it 2 years ago, and they actually gave them an argument. They Arizona, not Arizona State, but Boise State did it 2 years ago, and they gave them a automatic bid. They man, come on, bro. Like this is going to be so funny as it continues to unfold. If it unfolds like your Fairweather analysts, like, and it's not just Bama fans, bro. It's like these analysts. Danny Cannell for Florida State. Like, you made all these arguments for Florida State last year, and then turn around, your team turns around and it craps the bed, and then you trying to make a case for a team that doesn't even fit the same narrative your team had last year. Your team was undefeated and won their conference and got slighted. Oh, we understand why you're mad. You're talking about a team that has 3 losses, and they go in and beat the team that has 1 loss and gives them that first in the conference. And this team, come on, bro. And it's not that they're not a good team. They just don't have the resume. Like, you had a resume last year. You won every game you played in the regular season and your conference. You had the resume. This team don't have that. They don't have the conference to back them, because your strength of schedule last year, Florida State, was one of the worst in the country, which is what helped them say, what helped the committee say, you don't have your best asset available, which is your quarterback. Then we don't think you're good enough to go in the playoffs and actually compete for a national championship.
I'll tell you this too. They won't tell you, but even if Travis, whatever the hell his name
Jordan
is,
Travis,
quarterback, Jordan Travis, even if he played, Alabama was in. They weren't going to put Texas in and leave Alabama out. They were twins all year. They had them basically 5-7. They had them 6-5. They were together all year. They were twins all year. I said they're not going to leave one out and put one in. I said Florida State. People forget when they had Jordan, when they were playing at FSU, like a FCS school, a couple weeks before Jordan Travis got hurt, and they were up on them like what was it, like 17-0? I said, man, the committee.
17-3 was that score, brother. 17-3 was that score.
And then of course, you're the talent over, shows up, and then you can start putting things together. But the AC, if I'm the committee, I'm watching that SMU game. You watch that first half, you're just like, man, if we let this SMU team go against Tennessee, Ohio State,
not even just Bama, bro. And I think that's where the narrative, I think that's where the people outside of the Bama fan base who are on this train of like Bama deserves. Like, I just look at the pool, man, and I don't see SMU beating Texas. Now I will say this. This is why I talked about this earlier, breaking the bracket down in your 6 and 6 and providing criteria for those first 6 spots, right? Your conference champs, group of 5 conference champs, 1 through 5, best by record, strength of schedule, same criteria. And then your 6 is your first one out, meaning your highest ranked runner up. So for this case, you're number 6 in this situation. Let's say you got Oregon, number 1. Number 2 would be Georgia. Number 3 would be Boise State, based off the record and being a conference champ. Boise State. Number 4 would be number 2 would be Boise State. Number 3 would be Georgia. Number 4 would be Arizona State. And then number 5, because of the 3 losses that they have, but they're conference champions, it'll be Clemson. And then your first team out because of their record and being a runner up for their conference title, right? You don't throw a 3-loss team in there. That's a runner up. You throw up the 2-loss team or the 1-loss team that was the runner up for the 6th spot. And then you cut that criteria off for 1 through 6. And then you're 7 through 12. Now you allow that strength of schedule head to head. Those criteria be the deciding factor for those matchups. So if one of those teams played in the conference and lost, you don't penalize them for that. You penalize them for what they did in the regular season. You're rewarding these guys that showed up and won the conference, and then the runner-up, if they 1 loss out or 2 loss out, you rewarding them.
Oh, yeah. I'm going to say this. If we're not in, go ahead and get Georgia the championship, because Georgia is beating Oregon. That Oregon team is very soft. You can run on them.
Yes.
They're not physical up front. and I'm not impressed with them defensively. Offensively, they can score, but they're Genty. Then they ran for 300 yards on them. But
Right.
and like I'm not gonna disrespect the guy, but like, come on, it's Boise State,
Right.
like, and I just think that like at the end of the day, it's money, and it's like I don't know if you've been noticing about this committee, because the committee changes every year. This committee has not really liked the ACC a lot.
They don't. They don't.
They don't.
And
like,
I'm gonna tell you why they don't like the ACC. Because you had a Dabo Swinney, what that was, 2018, the year after they didn't make it, go in and make that bullcrap campaign push because your team went to their conference game and got blew the freak out.
Yep.
Oh no, they missed that conference game because they got blew the freak the week out before they got blew out.
Yep, I remember that.
Their last conference game of the year, they got blew out. They go to South Carolina and win. They have a solid game against South Carolina. And now they're campaigning. Even though we're not playing for our conference, we should still be in the playoffs. No, the hell you don't.
Yep.
Not with four teams.
And it's just like there's no way. If I'm a committee chair, like I'm being like truthfully, even when Indiana lost, I just couldn't believe they only fell back a couple spots. I was like, there's no way they believe this Indiana team is a top 12.
That's what's messing it up, bro. You say that, but that's what's messing it up. The Big Ten getting so much, like Penn State and Indiana getting so much. If we was to take those two out and then start having arguments about your bottom four, your last four in, I think that's a better conversation than having Alabama, Miami, Clemson, SMU fight over one spot when Indiana and Penn State have just as weak of resumes as SMU, as Miami, as Carolina, as Ole Miss. Like all of these resumes, you can compare them to, and when you line them up, the latter is better than theirs. Indiana, Penn State. Why are we even still even worried about that?
Because a lot of people keep bringing up, like, that's another thing too. People keep bringing up the, like, from Ole Miss side. Oh, we beat Georgia too, but it's all about head to head. We beat LSU. Y'all didn't. And then I just don't understand why Ole Miss is behind South Carolina. That's what confuses me.
Right.
Unless they were in front of them this time around. But if we're being frank, I think Miami's better than SMU. Like, I just think that Clemson is not a good, like, anybody who can watch this game today and be like, okay, we're going to give SMU credit for almost coming back. But you cannot tell me, look, Clemson, this is one of Clemson's worst teams. Even I think Clemson's going to get back. Whoever they play in their second round in the quarterfinal, they're going to get blown out. Whoever they play, because they're not a good team.
Is this like hold on, Josh? Is this IMAX from when we used to be on Bama football on YouTube? Is this the same IMAX? If that's so, man, welcome, man, bro. I haven't seen the name. I was looking at the comment. And I was like, is this the same? Hopefully it is, man. Welcome back to the channel, man. But Josh, you're really hitting a lot of points, bro. Like for real. I think me and you can relate because it's just too simple. It shouldn't be like I shouldn't be live at 3:00 in the morning Central Standard Time trying to convince people to see the logic in just putting the resumes out there and letting it speak for itself.
Because I'm gonna be honest with you, if we're talking about deserving, then Miami should have been over Alabama. If we're being honest. But they set a precedent and they said Miami has played too many close games to call, and they almost lost a bunch of them. And then last time I checked, I don't know if Miami has any ranked wins. And say what you will, like that Syracuse win, I knew Syracuse was gonna beat them. Like I was like, Syracuse is gonna beat them.
I called it too.
SMU hasn't played anybody.
My thing is this. I don't think you're penalizing SMU for playing a conference game. Because let's think about it. Let's think about it. If SMU doesn't play a conference game this week, that puts Miami and Clemson in that matchup, right? It doesn't. It puts Miami and Clemson in this matchup, and then you're going to punish that third place ACC team regardless. But if you was to line it up and the records would flop, SMU's not even getting the love that they're getting because it's regardless of what they want to say, a brand association and all that is going to factor. But
The criteria takes that away. The criteria takes that away. What they're looking for, it takes that away. So today, in about what we got about 9. What time the selection show? 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, I believe. Is the selection?
It's 12.
It's 12 noon.
12. Yep.
So I'll be live. I'll be live at noon tomorrow at church. Y'all might hear my folks in the background preaching, but I will be live, and we will watch this thing together. And when I get back home tomorrow night, when or if I think when, I'm gonna say when. Coach Smook said it. Get ready, clip chat. When Alabama gets in the playoffs, we will have a call-in show tomorrow night. And I just want, you know what? We probably won't even do a call-in show. I'm gonna do a vertical live stream from my ride back from Columbus, Georgia to Montgomery, Alabama. I'm gonna do a vertical live stream, and I want gifts. I want gifts the whole stream. I want to hit that bonus because I told everybody don't worry. And I just want gifts. They're like 17 cents. Just light them up, get them, purchase them gifts, get you a package of gifts and just light them up because we deserve to be in. Not only do we deserve to be in, but I feel like we've played enough good football against our bad football to be in.
Like, and people talk about our losses to Vanderbilt and Oklahoma. Like, can we not act like Vanderbilt's bad, like they're a bad team? Like if this was Vanderbilt from like 6 years ago, I get it. But like this Vanderbilt took Texas to the wire. They were up on Tennessee, and then you know how that game rolled. It's just like, and then Oklahoma, and then like the thing about Oklahoma, matter of fact, Oklahoma and Vanderbilt have bye weeks before they could face us. I mean,
everybody that beat us, everybody we lost to had a bye week before we played them, bro. Everybody.
Yep.
Tennessee had a bye week before we saw them. Oklahoma and Vanderbilt. Every team that we played had a bye week, and we had to go and see them at their house. Like people, like, bro, imagine if Alabama had got to play LSU at home after a bye week. You see how we did them at their house. Imagine if we were able to stay home and play LSU. Imagine if we was able to have a bye week and play a beat up Notre Dame team after a bye week. I mean, not Notre Dame, Oklahoma. I'm sorry, I said Notre Dame.
Oklahoma. See, with Oklahoma, I was telling a buddy of mine, I was like, I just think personally, I don't want to make excuses for the kids, but I think they were looking ahead to the Iron Bowl.
Always.
And I think they thought that, I think they were overlooking Oklahoma, which I think was awful. Like I had I don't want to sound like a Fairweather, but I was like, I had a feeling, man, all like that whole day, teams are getting upset. I was like, man, I just have this feeling, man.
Right, bro. You ain't the only one, Josh, because I came on the kickoff show and I said, what's supposed to be if we do what we're supposed to do. And then I followed it up. I said, I just got this weird feeling. So today, I'm not playing. I said I'm gonna put on my game socks and my game jersey because I just didn't.
Usually I don't give Nick Sheridan no problems, but I think that was his worst game.
His worst, and you got to have one. You got to have one. You got to have one if you want to grow. You got to have one if you want to see greatness. I saw Nick Sheridan in that second half fold, bro. He folded. It wasn't even the first half. Yeah, we were struggling in the first half, but that was the type of play calling we need. That second half, he folded heavily on me, and I questioned him, but he turned around the last 3 weeks. I tell you, last 2 games, Nick Sheridan been in his bag, bro.
Yeah. And, hold on. I'm looking at the chat. Somebody named Tyler talking about, trying to make a case that Vanderbilt's not a bad team. First of all, every team that they've played that's ranked besides Tennessee have been one-score games. Like,
what are these people?
Their record doesn't.
What are these people talking about when they? Okay, Tyler, you want to try to say that Vandy's still a trash team? Go look at their roster because we did it earlier in the season. We went to the roster. Vandy had the most top 100 ranked recruits of their classes, right? So anybody ranging from the 2021 class to the 2024 class or the 2024 class on Vanderbilt's roster. And they have 2 players from the 2020 class that got using COVID year that were intricate part. Anybody look at that roster, they had the most top 100 ranked recruits, not players that currently in college football, but coming out of high school, they were top 100. They have the most on their roster than any team in the SEC. not from the 2022 class or 21, from those classes, all them classes collected, classes on the roster, they have the most top 100 rank. That's crazy to think about when you have a team like Alabama, Georgia, Tennessee, Texas, Oklahoma, Kentucky, all these teams in your conference, Vanderbilt, because of the portal, because of the way college football the past 2 years have been able to stockade top 100 recruits on their roster. Graduate transfer rules do not apply the same as an undergraduate enrollee rule. So you don't have to have a certain GPA to come to Vanderbilt and be a post grad and go to school and take home ec, advanced home ec, and then go to practice, right? Why you getting paid NIL in Tennessee? Because Vandy got money. They in Tennessee. Don't play. Don't act like Vandy ain't got they got Tennessee money like Tennessee got Tennessee money. So everybody's trying to look at the roster or look at Vanderbilt at the brand and say, well, if that's the case, look at Ole Miss. Why is Ole Miss getting good? You don't think brands can change? Ole Miss ain't never historically been dominant or somebody that we respected. We used to count Ole Miss as a dub until 2014.
Mm-hmm. When Lane went over there, that's when I believe a lot of things changed for them recruiting wise. Like even when they had what's his damn name, McDonald over there, over at Auburn when he was over at Ole Miss first. I just think that it's just my opinion. It's like, I get it with the logos and people think it's a different game. Like everything's gonna be like not in the next 2 years, but I believe in the next 4 years you're gonna see at least 5 new champions. We're not gonna see Alabama, Georgia, Ohio State winning championships. I think you're going to see different champions. Maybe you might get a back-to-back, but you're going to see different champions every year, I believe, starting in like 2026, 2027. Man, it's become a money game. This is the NFL.
Yeah, it has, bro. And you know me. I know you say you listen to me a lot. I hate to add that into my argument because I don't think it should be that way, but that's what it is. Like you said, that's what it is. But to keep from that being my bailout, I look at the facts like we've been talking about the whole conversation, bro. Speaking of conversation, bro, you made it. You're the new longest caller on the night. 35 minutes on the line, bro. so look, shout out to you, man. Final thoughts before I get you off the line, my guy.
Hey, man, look, I'm not worried. Look, all I'm saying is the committee, if they're gonna put SMU in, they better have a damn good reason. It better not be no bullshit. It better not be we felt bad for them. It better be, hey, look. The metrics say we believe SMU can beat anybody in the playoffs.
And when you say that, Josh, you said it exactly. The metrics. You know why? You know what saves you? What saves a lot of this stuff? Because there are these system and these scales and things that we have no idea how they create this bullshit, right? We have, but we trust in it. And it for some reason, at the end of the day, they find a way to make it make sense to us. And so we accept it. We accept it just like look, bro. Who told you 2 + 2 is 4? Like who in there? Let's get outside of football for a minute. Let's just think as we close this conversation. Yeah. Who made me believe that if I take these two numbers and put them together, they're going to make this number? Like who did that? That's what it is when it comes down to the college football playoff committee. What are they setting precedence for? And if you follow that, you will see how this thing is going to shape out. And I believe Bama's in based off of the precedence that they set. And I will give the committee credit this year. As unstable as it's been.
One more thought before we go.
Go ahead, brother.
I'm going to say this too. If we're gonna go by head to head and all this, last time I checked, your ACC champion lost to the SEC champ, and they lost to an SEC team last week. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying.
And I think when you because that's not criteria for us. That helps them. That hurts them for head to head when it comes to criteria.
Oh yeah, of course. But it's just like
it helps us. Like how my question is, how does that not help us? If it hurts them, how does that not help us? Like that's what the committee is going to have to explain. And I don't think there's a way to explain that if that's the precedence you already set. So for everybody in the chat, all my Bama fans that's worrying, we got 727 people watching on Twitter. So I guarantee you 615 of you all are worrying. out of 700. The 615 Bama fans that's worrying, listen to these words. Alabama has a win over two teams that beat the ACC champ, that beat the team that everybody says deserves to still get in because they lost a conference championship game in a conference where their best product couldn't beat one of our lower products.
Yep.
If we look at it from just a business standpoint or just a transactional standpoint of putting the facts in place, there is no argument for SMU. And I'm sorry, because I believe they're a great team. I believe SMU will be good. I think if they keep this group together and they continue to recruit, this team had a Keelan Russell as their committed as their quarterback. So they're clearly doing something to attract the talent.
And coach, when you get a chance, I want you to look at SMU's schedule. You're gonna be like, damn, they didn't play anybody good in the ACC. And it's like, I think they're gonna they play BYU, and I get it. They went to BYU and they lost, but at the same time, look,
they played nobody, bro. Like let's be for real. The ACC that they beat up on was the weak part of the ACC. We used to get, and Georgia. This is my props to y'all, Georgia. Georgia used to handle the East. I mean, for the past 4 years, they were handling the East like it was nothing. And we complained as Bama Nation, as the West, as LSU fans, as Auburn fans in the West. We complained about Georgia getting the easy ride for the past few years. But then we turn around and the ACC, they don't follow suit with the SEC and get rid of divisions. They come in this month. Oh, yes, they did. They did get rid of divisions. I'm sorry. But they come in and you look at them and they still don't make SMU first year in. They don't make SMU go and play against the powers of the ACC. They got a beat up a trash Florida State team. They give up 42 points to a TCU team who was garbage. They lose to a BYU team that has no good offense. They struggle with Nevada in week 1. They lose. They barely beat Duke by 1. Like you said, Pitt was the hot team. Eli Holston gets hurt in that game. That changes the whole landscape of that game. He comes into that game hurt because Pitt was the team with a healthy Eli. They look like Miami.
Yeah, they only had one loss. They only had one loss going into that game.
Exactly. So why we giving SMU so much credit for being a team that barely was escaping? We hurt Miami for being that team.
Yep, and that's the president. Like I wouldn't even be mad if they was like, hey, you know what? We were 13 and Miami was 12. I wouldn't even have a gripe. But you setting like I was telling a friend also, I think they're setting them up. SMU's at 8. You can't lose to a team.
I got a question real quick. Am I looking at this right? Is Pitt currently ranked at a 7-5 record?
No, I don't believe so.
Wait, let me go back. I'm tripping.
I don't believe anybody in the ACC is ranked other than Miami, Clemson, and SMU.
So ESPN right now has Louisville and Pitt. Oh, at the time when they played, they were ranked. Okay, I get it. Okay, at the time. So SMU does have that one ranked win against at the time play, but I don't even think the committee looks at it like that anymore. I think they look at current rank.
They look at current rankings because if they were really going by rankings
at the time of play, if they were going by rankings at time of play, let me see how
LSU.
Right, let's go count it up now, because if that's what you want to give credit for, let's really go count it up, because I think we actually played like at the time of play. I think we would have 6 on the schedule.
I believe it's like 5 or 6.
Let me double check. You got Georgia, they was number 2, Tennessee 3, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, yeah, 4. We put at the time when we played them, they were ranked. So it's 4 with 3 and 1. We played every team when they was ranked. And that's the crazy part, bro. Every team that we played that was ranked, the only team that's not ranked, I believe, is Missouri in the top. No, Missouri's still in the top 25.
Yeah, LSU's the one that ranked.
Yo, this is, bro, the resume just continues to get better as we talk about what's on paper, not what could have happened, what would have happened. As we talk about what's on paper, the resume, it just keeps on building up for Bama. And it's crazy because for sake of conversation, let's go 3 minutes into this, bro. Indulge with me for 3 minutes, Josh. Let's look at Clemson. Let's look at Clemson. Clemson has 3 losses like Bama, right?
Yep.
They're conference champ like Bama, right?
Mm-hmm.
Where is Clemson's, like, where's their resume to say, okay, you beat this team that's in the playoffs. You beat
they don't
this
have
team.
no ranked wins. They needed the ACC championship. But Dabo said last week after they lost to South Carolina, he says we need to win that ACC championship.
Like where on your resume can you say I have shown that one of the teams that you have ranked in the top 25 or the top 12, I can go in and present a product or put my best product out on the field and confidently compete for the national championship and say that I'm one of the best teams. You can't say that. So they had to win the ACC championship to win it. To do that, I click on SMU schedule and I look at their schedule. We just talked about it. Where on this schedule, regardless of the loss, where on this schedule on the win can you say I've shown you that I'm one of the best 25 teams in the conference and that I could go in and play any team that you deem top 25 and give myself a chance to be a national champ? That's what I say for the playoffs. It's not about the 12 best teams. Who actually can go in and play and compete for a national championship? And when you say that,
yeah,
a lot of these teams aren't ahead of Alabama, Indiana, Penn State, SMU, Miami. Ole Miss can make an argument. Ole Miss can make an argument. They beat Georgia, who is not an SEC champion. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Like they can make that argument before South Carolina can.
I wouldn't even like I was talking to my friend last week. I was like, hey, if y'all could get ranked ahead of us, I wouldn't be mad because between us, South Carolina, and Ole Miss, I felt like we were even. Like I just didn't. I said this, bro. I said Ole Miss. I said one. Let's do it like this. Let's rank the SEC. One, whoever wins out of Georgia and Texas, that they deserve to one. Texas, whoever was number two, whoever lost that one, that was two. But when you start going through 3, 4, 5, Bama was the third best team, obviously, right? Yeah.
There's no comparison because we beat South Carolina, we beat LSU, we beat Georgia. Our loss is the Tennessee at Tennessee. I say Tennessee is behind us at 4 because of how they lost to Georgia, but also they needed to play us at home to look like they looked, and we literally had 10 points caught off.
We gave that game away. We gave them that game.
We gave them the game. We lost. No, we had 14 points caught off the board in that game. So I mean,
yep.
It's kind of hard to make arguments for everybody in front of us, but I can understand why the argument is there and why they're in front of us. It's the teams that now don't have the argument and they should be behind us, but people are trying to keep them in front. That's the problem we run into. That's the facts of it. But Josh, conversation was great, bro.
I'm gonna leave you with one thing, and I'm gonna leave. People talk about Alabama has 3 losses, right? If Alabama's 3 losses was a thing and it was a problem, why are we ranked 11th? That's all I'm saying.
Right.
But I'm gonna let you talk to somebody else. I'm gonna probably call you later tonight if you get on, because we could be on this damn phone call for hours.
You know it, Josh. You know it, Josh. And I appreciate you for real, man. Just the excitement in your voice. And I'm you know me, bro. I've been on this platform for probably like 3 years now. Trying to do.
I try to catch you every time you live. If I don't catch you live, I rewatch it. I watch the whole live back.
Bro, that's crazy, man. Like it does my heart good because I don't look at myself as that. I feel like I am my live content. Like that's me. So when people go back and watch it back, and I'm getting comments and people replying, like they're commenting as if they think it's live, that's when I know that we're on the right track as how we're producing this content. So, and you're a part of that, man. So I appreciate you for calling in, and roll tide, my boy.
All right, roll tide, man. You have a good night.
You too, man.
All right, thanks.
Yeah, man. Hey, I'm up, y'all. We on 4 hours. We on 4 hours on this live stream. I don't care. I'm up. I got to be. I'm not going to sleep. I don't plan on going to sleep. I got to be up to drive to church in about 3 hours. So if I go to sleep now, it's going to hurt me more than it's going to help me. So I'm up. If you up, I'm up. And clearly we up because we still got how many in the chat? Y'all going crazy right now. I really appreciate y'all. We got 183 in the chat with 177 likes. Can we get to 180 likes? We need 3 more likes on the stream. We need 3 more likes on the stream. How many subscribers we at? 2,463. If you're not a follower, if you're not a subscriber, can you hit the subscribe button on this channel? And I'm going to do one more infomercial break. We need to get an infomercial break before we get the next phone call so I can get some water. Because I done pulled some of that tequila in here.
And I'm starting to feel it already because we supposed to be night, but it is what it is. Hey, infomercial break here. Shout out to Linda Denny. Linda Derry. I'm sorry, Linda. Thank you for joining the AAA fam. Look, Linda, I hope tonight doesn't excite you too much and make you think that we just this nice go lucky channel. We got tough skin over here, Linda. So I'm glad you got your wristband. You get in that Discord, you get to see who we are and what we're made of. And for everybody over here, I see the follows coming in. We're here. Look at us. We're growing. We're 33 away from 2.5K. 33. Look, that's live. If you're hitting that subscribe button, you're helping this channel. If you hit that subscribe button right now, put a fire emoji in the chat. I want to acknowledge you. Before I open the phone line back up, I want to acknowledge you. If you have hit the subscribe button, if you have followed during this live stream, please put a fire emoji in the chat. I want to acknowledge you before we go into our break. I want to acknowledge you. You are a part of what's growing. You're a part of what's growing. And let's go my mod right there. She came in, the new mod, Shanae. Hey, fellas, don't be trying to holler at my mod either. Don't be trying to holler at my mod. I know she a baddie. We got a couple baddies in the AAA community. For single ladies and fellas, we got some baddies and some handsome gentlemen in our community, man. I might start a date night. We might start doing love night. Shout out, man, we at 2470. We need 30 more followers, 30 more subscribers to get to 2.5K. Y'all gonna make me stay loud till the sun come up, huh? Y'all gonna make me stay loud till the sun come up, huh? I don't blame you. I appreciate y'all 100%, man. And everybody that notices me on campus, that is so crazy. Stop doing that to me. Stop staring. Just say what's up. Stop staring. Don't make me feel weird. I don't want to be famous, y'all. I promise you. Coach Smook did not. I don't care to be famous. I love authentic content, and I love getting y'all the entertainment value plus the information, the real verbatim information that you all deserve. Something that I yearn for. I got tired of paying $6.99 to go on message boards and watch people that claim they know Scott Cochran's cousin. I keep saying this because that was a debate I was in, and I got kicked out off of a membership with Bama Online because I told one of their known subscribers that I don't care if they know Scott Cochran's cousin or Jeremy Pruitt's brother. Jeremy Pruitt is not going to be the next defensive coordinator at Alabama. This was last year. This was last year when they were trying to find out if we were going to get Kevin Steele, Jeremy Pruitt, all these other different coaches. I got kicked out of there because I disagreed and I knew what I was talking about. So we're changing the game even in that aspect. We don't have message boards. We got Discord. We talk about stuff. We talk about stuff in our Discord. We have people come in that try to act like insiders, and we shut it down. We like to put authentic information out. So if you want to be a part of that, join the AAA family. And how you do so, the link is in the chat. I'll bring up the infomercial. We got fire emojis in the chat, y'all. We got fire emojis in the chat. Thank you for subscribing. Jack, you didn't just subscribe. You been here. Silver 2, appreciate you for subscribing. Brooke, appreciate you. He hate me 870. Appreciate you. Paul, appreciate you. Cam TV, appreciate you. Water OP, appreciate you. Tim, what's good? Hey, some of y'all, I'm looking at the names now. I didn't get to save the comments earlier, to start the comments, but some of y'all had some funny comments, and I wanted to acknowledge them, but I missed them, and it's gonna be crazy to try to scroll through because we got millions of comments. I ain't gonna say millions, I'm capping. We ain't got millions. We got millions. Michael, appreciate you for subscribing during the stream. Thank you, Colonel Cadmium, right? Linda became a member on the stream and subscribe. I appreciate you, Linda. I had to pull that picture back up for y'all. Let me see. Hold up. Let me go back to the brand. I got to get back to the old school Brandon, the classic. So yeah, so y'all can see these pictures. Hey, Linda, I hope you ain't married because your husband gonna be mad. Fellas, we got Linda Derry. That's part of AAA community. She got a wristband. That means she's family. So what I do with my sisters, I try to get my sisters linked up with viable gentlemen, worthy gentlemen. So Linda, y'all check out Linda, y'all. Check out Linda, fellas. Shoot your shot. Linda's out here in the AAA community with her wristband. Hey, flex your wristband, Linda, girl. Flex your wristband. I'm sorry. I don't mean to put you on. I hope I'm not embarrassing you. I'm sorry. Y'all see Shanae? You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? AAA, we got him, dog. We got him. Wristbands. I only can speak for wristbands. If you got a wristband, I can put you out there. You looking for some love in your life? I can put you out there. You know what I'm saying? Wristbands. Somebody get Brooke a wristband, y'all. I love y'all, man. What's up, Duffy? I appreciate you for subscribing. XRP, you been a subscriber unless you unfollowed me because somebody made you get mad at me and then you came back. Don't do that. You supposed to be my family. Dead to the core. Appreciate you for subscribing, man. This is the most lit Bama podcast I've seen recently. Appreciate you, Tim. Appreciate you. You met me, Angela? Where you met me at, girl? I ain't meet you. Hold on. Let me look at that picture. Your husband watching. Tell your husband to turn the screen off real quick. Let me look at that picture. Angela, I don't remember your face, girl. I would have remembered you, girl. I don't remember you. Let me stop. I'm going to start your comment. Angela, get you a wristband. Somebody get Angela a wristband. Oh, man. Nah, I wasn't asking because you were in question. I'm just saying. I like people to know. You know what I'm saying? Because we authentic here. I don't know how people take what I'm saying. And I don't know how to sugarcoat stuff. I used to know how, but it's, to me, when you got to sugarcoat it, that means you're making it fake. I like it real. And pause. I like to be real. And I want you all to be able to react. And I can respect your opinions, whether you agree or not. I think people have this misconception that I get mad because you don't agree with me. No, I don't get mad. I'm a content creator. I love debate. I love when people, I get mad. You know what? Zach Wilges, one of our favorite callers, he'll tell you, I get mad when people agree with me. I hate when I have a phone call and you're agreeing with me the whole time. Now, if you calling somebody out and we on somebody neck, we jumping somebody, I'm with you. You know what I'm saying? Of course, right? But other than that, y'all, my wife of 18 years passed away from cancer 4 years ago. Oh, Josh, I hate to hear that, man. And you know, it's crazy, Josh. I wish we would have known that story. You probably would have been in the running for our Cash App giveaway. We supported a current cancer survivor warrior. We donated to their well-being. You know, not necessarily their well-being, but just to show them some love and support. So, Josh, every percentage of our every Cash App or every Venmo, not every Cash App, every super chat, whatever we make on our YouTube, a percentage goes out monthly to some type of awareness program. We support Wounded Warriors of Alabama, right? We support them. We support autism awareness, and we also this year we've taken a personal step to support people we know personally that have been affected by some form of cancer. So, Josh, prayers up for you and your family, man. Condolences for losing your wife, man. I know it's 4 years ago. A lot of people like, get over it. No, losing anybody. I went to see my grandmother for the first time. I went to see her grave a few weeks ago, and for the first time in 19 years. So I know the pain, brother. Praying for you. Prayers up. But yeah, and chat, y'all know, man. We love to show love, and we're more about community than clicks. Community over clicks. COC is what. Ooh, that you heard that? You heard that? COC, community over clicks. T-shirt. Somebody talk about it. But yeah, Josh, it's all love, brother. All love, man. And it's not a pull on anybody that knows me that's been here for a while. I don't care about clicks. At the end of the day, I'm all about community. And I've been through life this year. Life has hit me so heavy, so I can understand. And we're getting to that early morning hour where we're starting to get emotional. You know, it is what it is, but I love y'all. Let me go to the infomercial break, then we're gonna come back and open the phone lines up. If we don't have nobody call in, or somebody new, let me put that. I don't want y'all calling back in that want to just be on the phone talking late with me. I want new callers. We want new voices. And because tomorrow you're going to have a chance to call back in and really dive in and express your thoughts. But let's go to this infomercial break. And when we come back, we'll open the phone lines and let everybody share their thoughts again. And like I said, I'm staying open as long as we don't have a dead space of 15 minutes. I'll keep it live up and we'll keep talking till the sun come up. But give me a break. Give me a break as we go into our first infomercial break. I'm your boy, Coach Smook, here on the Coach Smook Network. And tonight we got your late night call in. Is Alabama in? Your thoughts up next after this infomercial break.
Leandre Gotta Giusto.
Glad you chose to stop by the channel today. Just wanted to give you an opportunity to really become a part of this community here at the Coach Smook Network. We like to call ourselves the AAA family. The AAA stands for authenticity above all. We just want to give you an opportunity to become a part of this community because we're growing And we're doing something special here as a fan base, not just for Alabama, but the fan community as a whole. We're creating an environment where it's safe to be yourself, be authentic, and meet people who share the same passion you share, whether it's for the same team or not. You simply start by just clicking the link provided to you by one of the moderators in the chat, or it'll be pinned to the top of the chat. Click that link. It'll bring you to my homepage. When you get to my homepage, make sure you hit the notification button and turn on all notifications. And each level has its perks. You can go through and read each perk. As we continue to grow, new perks will be added to each level. One thing we would like to highlight that all AAA members are greatly appreciated. It does not go unnoticed that you have taken time and hard-earned money to support this channel. If you really want to get interactive with the community and find out what's going on, think about joining our Discord family. This is where you can get into all the fan talk of the community, and also there are networking opportunities. Please be mindful that there are rules and that we expect everyone to treat everyone with respect. Also, if you're looking to partner with Coach Smook Network or sponsor, please hit us up at coachsmooknetwork@gmail.com and our staff will get back to you in a timely manner. I'm your boy Coach Smook of the Coach Smook Network, and I thank you for supporting this channel. Keep me off the ball, I run it back.
Leandre Gota Tejus.
Yes, sir. Let's get to it, baby. I know y'all ready to get back into the show. We about to do it. Let's go. Yes, sir. Let's get to it, baby. Let's get to it, chat. All right, y'all. Let's get to it, man. All right, so we're coming up on the closing of the show, man. 5 hours is crazy. It's crazy. I see y'all in the chat, man. I appreciate y'all, man. I really do appreciate y'all. I think y'all really have shown up. I don't know why we got this type of viewership tonight, but I am grateful. I am more than thankful. I am more than thankful for everybody pulling up tonight. But phone line is open again. Phone line is open again, y'all. Phone line is open again. 334-625-1121. Call in, give me your thoughts. And don't forget, there's multiple ways to support the stream. Excuse me, y'all. I got the, y'all know, like the burpees. I got some of those right now. I'm looking at my chicken. It smells good. So I'm I'm all over the place right now. I'm all over the place. So don't forget though, if you want to continue to support the channel monetarily, the best ways to support 5 gifted memberships. We get those people's in those wristbands. Become a member of the channel. You get to see the behind the scenes work that we put out, right? You get to see all the drama that happens. People, they clapping at Coach Smook, calling us out because we speak our mind, right? We get to see all that. You get to see the making of that. You get to see the behind the scenes with the recruits, all of that stuff, man. Get the membership, do that. 5 gifted memberships gives you that. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, direct donations, meaning there's an opportunity for you to send directly to my PayPal, to our network PayPal and Cash Apps to support the network. And those directly help us. They're available immediately. And then your super chats, any green super chats. I think the green super chats are like $5. Any green super chats or any super chats that are higher as far as value will get you recognized as a co-sponsor on today's stream. And today, our co-sponsors on today's stream right now, we have Big T, Shaq, and we got my guy Don Parker. We got super chats on the stream today. And we got new members on the stream today. Linda became a new member on the stream. Shout out to Linda. Hashtag Linda. And then we had some more super chats. We had Dougie Fresh come through with the $1.99. Shout out to Dougie Fresh. He's actually the one of the co-sponsors on today's earlier stream when we were at the bar from the Bar View reaction stream. So shout out to Dougie for that super chat. And then Kimberly coming in, flexing her muscle, a member for 7 months. And so for everybody that's here supporting, man, thank y'all for what y'all do, man. And continue to help the network grow. I'm looking at the live count, man. And y'all continue to just y'all trying to make me cry. I really think that's what y'all really trying to do. But I ain't gonna cry tonight. I'm a thug. I'm a Christian thug. Put it like that. I'm a saved thug. But don't forget to check out the merch, y'all. Don't forget we got merch. Y'all think see this ain't we not half stepping in 2025. If you part of the Coach Smook Network, we stepping. And it's not that we're confident. It's not that we're cocky. We're confident in the assignment that we've been given. We understand the mission. We understand what our community is trying to build. You don't have to be a Bama fan to be AAA. As you can see with the colorways, we got colors for everybody. So if you just so happen to be a Cal College fan and you want to support this Coach Smook Network and the AAA family, and you need a Cal College color wave, we got something for you. Almost threw up twice talking about that Cal College and them colors. Yes, I got marketing said do it. So we're going to do it for marketing. But just so everybody in the community knows you're a part of the community. We got colorways for everybody. And it's fun, man. The community is different, man. We're different. We don't do it like everybody else, and we're not going to. I never want my people to feel like that we are somebody else. We are who we are. We may not be for everybody, but we're for us, and that's all that matters. I love my community. I love what we do as a community, how we come together, pray for each other, support every agenda. So there's this toy giveaway that I want you all to help me get to and support, right? I want to be able to do a donation when we go up there for Jeremiah Beeman, defensive lineman, redshirt freshman defensive lineman at the University of Alabama. We'll be doing a toy drive in Birmingham, Alabama. I think it's December 20th is when he'll be doing it. And I believe that's a weekend. Let me look at the schedule. And we're just doing announcements just in case we have to close out, because the phone line is open 334-625-1121. You're able to call in right now. As soon as you call in, I'll answer the phone, of course. But 334-625-1121. So the 20th is actually, it's a Friday. So I believe that will be wait. We might not be able to do that. When is that? I need to find the date. I forgot to mark the date, but we will be supporting that agenda. I'm in contact with his team, and if you all want to support that morning, I will be live. We'll be accepting donations. So even if we aren't able to contribute toys, if you want to be at the location, I will have some Coach Smook Network tailgate party shirts to hand out or be available for purchase, so we could network our brand with a non-profitable charity event. And that's really what we're about. We are about that. That's what I do. I do that on my own. I don't necessarily have to include anybody else. I go and I serve Thanksgiving dinner. I go to what they call it, the food banks. I go hand out food at food banks. That's just what I do, man. That's just that's what I do. So hopefully y'all are part of that and continue to contribute towards the growth of that. So 2 teams are getting in because of auto bids is what could drop Bama. Yeah, and it's sad, but I don't think the committee wants to allow that to happen, Bill. I don't think the committee wants to allow that to happen. They really have set precedents so that can't happen. They've respected the teams that won, and they're not going to. And see, that's the thing. They've also made this precedence that
There's no limit about how many teams from one conference can get in. So a strength of schedule puts 2 3-loss teams, 3-loss SEC teams in front of 2 2-loss ACC teams who aren't conference champions. That's just what it is. That's just what it is. So, where Tim at? What Tim said? My guy Tim, where Tim at? I need to see this comment. What do he say that make everybody believe that? Who at his neck? Where Tim at? Let me see. I can't see no more. Hold on. Okay, Tim. Without Beck. Tim, you crazy? They definitely could win the national championship. Talking about Georgia? Georgia ain't win no championship with Beck. Oh, he meant without. I honestly believe shoot, you got a better chance with your backup, Gunnar Stockton, Georgia. That's what I looked at that game, and lack of experience in those few situations caused him to be like they could have pulled away with that game. But lack of experience, he made a couple questionable or didn't make a few hard decisions. Did he have a turnover? Because last I checked, I think Carson Beck had the turnover. Not almost won equals lost, right? Right. Right, don't it? Ain't it the same? Facts, Cam. I'm right there with you, Cam. I'm right there with you. GA is Georgia is overrated for what the media makes them to be, but they're a good team. They're a good team. They're a solid team. They're overrated for what the media makes them. That's what I say. 334-621. 334-625-1121. What's more time we got left? Facts, Jay. Facts, Jay. Oh, 659, we got you on the line. Let's get you on the line.
Call from
KP.
to accept.
Yo, what's up, man? Is it KJ on the line?
KP. It's Kenny, but just call me K. I'm KP.
KK.
What's up, Smook? Look, you know what? I could be like everybody else to talk to you about is Bama in, but dude, we know what's up. We follow facts. We follow physics and logic, right?
Right.
Because physics and logic controls everything in this world as we know it. People just don't realize it, see? But I'm not going to beat a dead horse. We know Bama's in, dude. They put us at 11, not 12. If that doesn't really slide us out, why put us at 11? You feel me?
Right.
You feel me?
Right.
SOS. People don't understand.
Mm-hmm.
The window dressing, what's pretty and shiny and sparkly is your win-loss record. But what controls that? Who the hell did you play?
Right.
You know what I mean?
Talk to
you
me.
Ain't playing Parker High School. We're playing, quality opponents.
What?
So,
hold on.
what
Before
I
you
wanted to
hold on.
talk about-
I gotta stop you. I'm gonna let you cook some more. What was your name? I gotta hear this clearly. I couldn't hear you clearly.
Kenny. My name's Kenny, but I go by KP.
Kenny.
Initials. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
KT.
I believe my fiance is, been, friendly with you on the chats because on the other YouTube channels.
Yeah. You good. No, I just wanted to make sure because you're
we've
cooking.
Been with you, bro. We've been with you.
You're cooking, and I want this to be on the clip. Like that's why I got to get the names. I want the name with the food that's presented. I want the name with the presentation. So when the chef serves the dish, hey man, and the dish is eaten, we give you the credits. Chef KT, go ahead, do your thing, brother.
All right, well, bro, I went to culinary school, so that's so appropriate. But I don't want to talk about Bama being in. Are we in? Are they going to keep us in? Are they going to let SMU in? Stay with that horrible. I mean, that's what happens when you let children sit at the adult table, right? Mm-hmm. I mean, you give them a chance, but they've been feeding the dog gravy up under the table. You got pumpkin pie smeared on the carpet. It's a mess. Crumbs everywhere. It's just, then the dog shitting on the floor everywhere later. Yeah, another mess to clean up. Back to the children's table on the back porch. Come on.
Right.
We gave you a chance. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Get your butt back on the back porch now. Not even on the front porch. We don't even need you on the front porch looking and paying attention to the cars going on, driving by the house, none of that. Get your butt in the back.
Exactly. dude. But it's not. Is it Stockton backup QB at Georgia? I came in for back. Is that his name?
That's crazy, man. It's crazy. Hey, so KP, is KT as in Tom, or is it KP as in pair?
It's KP, it's like Kitchen Patrol or.
Okay, KP. Bet. So
KP.
the chat laughing at me. Chat laughing at me because I put both names up there. I'm telling you, you cooked when you first came. I want your thoughts, bro.
Dude, I saw you pour up on camera, bro. I feel you. I'm with you. I know what's up. I know you sipping, bro.
Chill out, KP.
Dude, the backup quarterback for Georgia. That's what I want to talk about. You're going to talk about Bama.
Yes, come on, let's talk about it. I was literally about to get at. I was about to get at to you. Go ahead.
He got this fucked up. That boy, he's tough. The backup quarterback, man. That Beck may have a noodle arm, or I like the noodle arm. I like that term, noodle arm. I thought, I turned him up. I thought, dude, you got a dead arm. He got a dead arm. And they knew what they was going to do, right? He can't throw the ball. Beck comes in on that last play. He's going to hand up at the end into the backfield. You know what's coming at you, and you can't stop it.
That's
do
a
you
problem.
really deserve where you're at?
That's a problem.
You feel me?
That's a problem.
I mean,
not only that, KP, real quick. Not only that, this is the second time you've had a chance to show that you can stop that. Like, this is your second chance to put a different product on the field, Texas, and you were not able to do so. So, if we're going to give Georgia credit for being better, getting better, right? That means we have to give the teams that beat them early in the season credit for getting transitive property is crazy alive right now in the college football playoff criteria and breakdown, like with analysts. Let's use transitive property across the board and see how it really measures up and see how many people will shut up when trying to use transitive property.
I mean, it's like this, dude. When we played Georgia, they were second? We were fourth. We came out that first half, world beaters, dude. I mean, third quarter, we slipped a little, but we handled our business. And when my fiance told us, I thought they'll probably slip us. We'll go to second, we'll go to fourth.
Mm-hmm.
She told me they got us at number one. I was like, I don't like it. I hate it because there's only one way to go from there.
Yeah.
You got to maintain. You ain't going any higher. Because what happened? Boom. And I saw Vandy, I don't know if it's the week before or 2 weeks before when they played Mizzou, double OT. Mizzou got them, but I was like, man, this ain't your daddy's Vandy. It's still Vandy, but it ain't your daddy's Vandy. I just had a feeling, and I mean, it is what it is, bro. But I mean, it's I don't know. Are we in? Yeah, we in. I mean, come on.
Thanks, bro.
We
and to kind of circle back on that conversation, bro. When Vandy played Virginia Tech week 1, I think that was Vandy, Virginia Tech week 1. That's the game I'm thinking about. When I first looked at Vandy, I was like, wait, they actually look like they have a defensive line. Wait, time out. Vandy throwing the ball?
Right.
Wait, time out. Wait. Vandy got a speedster at running back?
Right.
Wait, am I watching Vandy? Is this not wait, this gotta be like Wake Forest, early season Wake Forest. Because we know Wake Forest be looking hot early season. Wake Forest will catch you. They'll make you look their way early season sometimes. I had to look at the jerseys and the brand, the logo again. I was like, wait, this is Vanderbilt. And then, like you said, you show up in week 3 and they're actually like taking teams to the wire.
Yeah, double OT on Mizzou.
Come on, man. And this is a Missouri team at that point in time was healthy. And they just were underperforming. A team that came into the season, preseason, with a lot of hype, and Vandy showed up and played this team. Took them to Dover overtime.
Right. And I mean, hey, Georgia Tech, 8 OTs.
Come on,
really?
Bro. Come on.
Unranked Georgia Tech. They want to thump their chest. I mean, look, it's like this, man. I mean, why do the teams that play Bama have the strength of schedule that they currently have? Because they played Bama.
Mm-hmm.
You feel me? I mean, and I'm sitting here looking at it. Okay, Boise State. Man, if y'all want to be taken seriously, don't play on Smurf turf. I mean, it's a joke, dude. I mean, I'm not gonna knock them, but I am gonna knock them. It's funny, it is what it is. But, I mean, you're sitting here looking at it, Ole Miss, South Carolina. South Carolina, they're legit. Beamer's got a argument being left out of the top, the 12.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you got to think, dude. I think the expansion this year, too much too fast. I was good when it went to 4, and if they wanted to go bigger, how about do it kind of like the NFL? You got the 4, but have maybe 2 wild cards to play into the 4. So
yeah. And I don't know if you was on earlier, but I had this idea, and I want to get your thoughts on it before we close the phone line. What if, let's say we dial it back? Somebody contributed to this idea earlier. I forget the caller's name. I'm sorry if I forgot you. But let's say you get your 1 week game, right? You get your payout game where you get your tune up, right? The next week you have to play out of conference, right? Out of conference Power 5. So if you Alabama, you got to play at Big 12. Or you could do like what basketball does. Let's do 2 weekends of conference classics. Let's do ACC versus SEC week 2, and then week 3 let's do SEC versus Big 10 or Big 12 week 3. Like do those matchups, and then you take your season and you play your conference schedule those next few weeks. No more cupcake games. Adjust your schedule by bye weeks and all of that. Spread it out across 13 weeks, but you let those next 7 games out of those first 3 weeks be the 10 games that need to matter. You let those 7 games be the games that need to matter. So now when we get to the conference championship, it's not about the game played. It's about what you did with your conference record. So if I win outright, if I'm Bama and I go 7-0 in my conference play, and then I go to the conference championship, right?
Right.
That's my first round.
Yeah.
But the second and third place team need to be playing in order to play for our conference championship, because I'm the number 1 team. I'm the bye week right now. I get the bye week for me being in position as the number 1 seed and waiting on my opponent for the conference championship game. That's the week. The week before that is when I get my bye week. And then after the conference championship games, there's no question of who should be in the game, because if you're playing for your conference championship, instead of making it an automatic bid, I win my conference, I move on to the next round.
Gotcha. I feel you. Yeah.
And now you can start setting the bracket up for certain conferences like NCAA tournament. If you're from this bracket and this is your placement as far as your record and all of this stuff, you're going to this bracket because this is how we slotted. This was predetermined before any name or brand got put into it. The number 7 seed from the Big 12 going to go here. The number 1 seed from the SEC going to go. That makes more sense when you talk about automatic bids, winning your conference, all of that.
But even speaking comparatively, like basketball bracket. I mean, you get to the Final Four. What's the lowest seed number you're going to usually have? What, maybe a 4, maybe a 5?
Right.
I mean, it's still your top tier. The cream always rises to the top. So I mean, but it's basketball. They play 30-something games in a season. It's a much longer season. It's a longer, slower grind. And it's basketball. I mean, football's a physical. It's as my man Jihad says, violent intentions. I mean, we're coming with violent intentions. We're going to play with violent. It's a violent sport. It is.
Right.
But the backup for if he has to play, I don't know how noodled out his arm is, but I think the backup looked better. Honestly,
Facts.
I mean, Beck's not that great, dude. I mean, he's got moments of great, and viewers. I mean, forget about it. He threw one dot that was like just laser, and I mean, just put it right in the breadbasket, man. Right at the needle. What does that tell me? That back shoulder pass he threw, the interception. That's where he meant to put it. I think the receiver ran the wrong. He didn't know. I mean, Georgia knew. Hey, it's going right there. He put it there. But I mean, SMU. I mean, come on, man. Miami ain't played nobody. Their SOS is horrible.
Man.
Horrible. Why is it still even sitting at 12, dude? I mean, people don't want to talk about strength of schedule, but people that understand the fundamentals of the game.
Yes.
Win-loss record is the window dressing. It's pretty. It's fun to talk about. Oh, you're undefeated. But if you want to understand it, I'll give you this and I'll let you go, man. 11-1 Army ranked 24th. That says it all. They were 11-1. They lost one game, but they are ranked 24th. Why? because they didn't play nobody.
Right,
You know what
man.
I'm saying?
Oh, but this is now you have an SMU team. You put them in the and let's not even look at who they lost to. You look at the numbers, right? The overall record. You give them their second loss now, right? If I was to put SMU against all the other 2-loss teams in this playoff bracket right now, and let me find the current standings, right?
Mm-hmm.
And let me see. Okay, I could create a bracket on ESPN. I didn't know that. So let me see. Where is it? Where is it? Let me find this the rankings. Let me find the rankings real quick. All right, so
really?
week 15, we're looking at the rankings, CFP rankings. Here we go. So Oregon.
Okay.
We got Oregon,
Yeah.
Texas, Penn State, who is going to probably be at number what's this? Number 5 coming into this playoff rankings. I look at the top 12. And so what we're going to say, we got SMU, they lost to Clemson, and the average drop for a loss with a top 10 team this season has been 4 spots. So without punishing them and rewarding everybody else that set out behind them, that means you drop SMU 4 spots. 1, 2, 3, 4, they go to 12. A team in Miami who you had ranked below them, why is there even a conversation? They're at 12. Miami is out of this thing.
Right.
There's no, like, why are we trying to make this hard? Like, why are we trying to sneak Miami in here? Miami needed a conference game just as much as Alabama, but the committee said, we think Alabama is better than Miami, so we're going to put them at 11, and we're going to put Miami at 12.
It kind of comes down to, I mean, I don't really know a lot about what formulates it, where they get it, but preseason rankings. Because when you go undefeated, it's hard to argue that. I mean, you're undefeated.
Yeah, that was the argument for Florida State last year. The fact that they were undefeated, that is a legit argument. You can't say, like, the difference between this year and last year. You can't say, well, we won all our games. SMU didn't win all their games. Miami didn't win all their games. BYU, South Carolina, Ole Miss, Arizona State, they didn't win all their games. They don't have that argument.
Right. I mean, it's just
it's that simple.
I mean, the SEC is beast mode. They used to say back in the day that we cannibalize ourselves. So, we beat each other up. And so when you get to the end of the season, very rarely do you have an undefeated team. You know? And, I mean, you kind of pay the price for it. And were we not the first conference to play a conference championship game in 92 against Bama in Florida? I think it was, if I'm not mistaken. And I mean, that was a huge risk because they were both highly ranked, and the risk was you're going to beat them up to possibly take the potential national champion out. But we all know what happened. Stallings, New Orleans, Sugar Bowl, hello. And it was Miami, so whatever. But, it's like, dude, I mean, it's just, who'd you play? Why are you even here in the first place? But when you let somebody in and then they, win the games, it's hard to penalize them for them, but they lost. Okay?
They lost, bro. You got, look, and this is the point I made as we close out the phone call, bro. I honestly believe the committee said it without saying in so many words. We need you, SMU, for us to get you in and for us to not feel like we're slighting one of the other better teams in the country. We need you to win your conference. That's you have to do that. You have to prove to us that you're one of the better teams by winning your conference. SMU, by continuing to play the game that they played and continue to strive to win the conference, they accepted that. They accepted that. Not once before, tonight have we heard or have we seen where people playing for a conference champion are trying to say, well, I'm worried about losing.
Right.
Because you can't say that. You can't say that and coach your team, right?
Play in the championship. Yeah, it's like, no, there's no incentive to not play. It's just incentive to win, bro. I mean, if winning, if losing,
win and you win. Win and you win.
Is what you're worried about. You shouldn't be playing it in the first place, dude.
Right.
I mean, that mindset, that mentality is weak. I mean, you reward winners I mean, you want to give everybody a trophy for showing up. That's cool. I mean, that's what's wrong with society today. It's one thing. Don't get me started on that shit. But, I mean, only in Trump's America, dude. This shit didn't happen when Biden was president. I mean, see how you can take facts. That's a fact. And take a slice and present it how you want it to support your narrative or agenda. And it's not ain't my narrative. I'm just being silly. But,
right.
It's like, I mean, Ole Miss Tiffin Lane, he's got wonderful troll. Loved him as OC. Hope maybe he'll come back one day. I love DeBoer. I call him Boo Boo, Debo, whatever. I love him. I mean, he's good. Impressed, I guess. I got mad after Tennessee. I quit. I took my shirt off. I'm tapping out.
Nah, you good, bro. I love it. I love it.
But no, I can't quit. I'm lifelong, man. Bear Bryant.
Listen, brother. I will say this. I love the energy. I love the energy that my this platform and our community creates when people call in to feel like that you just on the phone with your homie. That's what I want from I don't care what level we grow to, because I don't think we're a 2K channel. I don't think we're just a 2.5K channel. This is a million subscriber channel. More people need this energy. More people need to be up at 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock in the morning.
You know what, dude? I think more people just need to know it's here. It's available.
It is. We're here. I don't care if you agree with me or not, bro. I don't care if you agree with me or not. I'm here to argue. I don't want to argue with myself at 4 o'clock in the morning. I feel chat. While I'm on the phone with my boy, how many of y'all? While I'm on the phone with KB, how many of y'all feel better that you have somebody on the screen that you could talk to, that's going to acknowledge your comments, or see that you see what's in your argument? Because I can see your point in all of your arguments, even if it don't make sense to me. I can see your point. I'd rather create a conversation and let you see why it is the way it is based off of how I'm interpreting it. And at some point in time, like my brother Ty Hayes, shout out to Around the Table Sports. My brother Ty Hayes says, we don't have to agree to disagree. We don't have to agree. We don't even have to agree to disagree. But if you could leave the conversation understanding why I made my point.
Right.
That's it.
Have an intelligent conversation, debate, be a mass debater and talk about it intelligently and, communicate. And maybe walk away.
KP, did you say a masturbator?
A masturbator, yes. Debate the masses. I mean, come on, let's be real. Walk away with maybe a new perspective.
I love KP, chat. I'm not gonna lie. KP is just moved up into the top 5 caller rings.
Man, dude, I told my fiance earlier, I said, man, if I called Smook, got on the phone with some dogs and we'd argue about it, who's gonna talk more? I mean, that's just,
KP, you the man, though. You definitely in the top 5, baby.
Dude. Cut from the same cloth.
That's what's up, man. I appreciate you for calling in, man. It is, bro. It's so simple. I mean, and look, KP, I guarantee you, me and you probably won't agree on anything, but what I can hear in your voice is, I'm gonna say what I say, and I'm gonna be solid on it, and I respect you. That's it. That's what I hear. And even in your takes, man. I mean, I'm gonna say what I say.
Dude, I'm gonna be me because that's all I know. I don't know how to be some.
You know what we call that over here. You know what we call that here at the AAA family over here on the Coach Smook Network. We call it authenticity above all. AAA. That's what we stand for, bro. I'm gonna be me because that's all I know.
I gotta get a hoodie or a t-shirt. So I saw it was the last break. I was like, damn, this got nice logo.
Hey, tell the truth. Them Johns do look kind of fire. I just put them on the screen.
Yeah, they are. I like that.
I look at them sometimes. I be like, Jesus, you really. You care about me enough to even think that something I am the face of, or the you make it look this good. That I don't take credit for it. And shout out to my brand graphics manager, Thad, man. This is his work. We just had the idea to put it on shirts and stuff, and you all support it. So as we continue to grow, man, like you said, I love the fact that you all enjoy what y'all engaging with, but I also love the fact that you all want to support and represent it. So thank you, bro, for being here, being on the line. Last statement, and then I'm gonna end this phone call, my boy.
Last statement, man. Let's see. What time's what is it? Noon? What's the
Noon Easter. Noon Easter.
When are they going to shock the world and tell everybody that Bama is indeed in? That's why we put them at 11 last week.
Look, today.
You will not be penalized. You will not be. I mean, I don't know what's his name, sportscaster on CBS local in Birmingham, Scott Griffin.
Yeah, Griffin.
Is that a quote from somebody from the committee, or is he just loosely interpreting their actions? Said Bama will not be penalized, and I felt the same way. I mean, I was like, if they want to dink us in to dunk us out, they put us at 12, not 11. I mean, come on. I mean, I like Notre Dame. I want Notre Dame.
You know what? And this is why I love being me, because everybody that's been watching this channel know I've been giving Notre Dame crap all season.
Dude, who is in that top 12 that you afraid of?
Who is in the top 12 as
Bama plays? Is Bama at A-Day, dude? I mean, come on.
That's what I'm saying, brother. If I look at the top 12, and let's say I'm not even a Bama fan. I'm just looking at the top 12 from a standpoint of football.
Lover of the game, right?
And I'm telling you, if I take the best product of every team, I'm saying the best product from this season, not what potential is, but the best product showcased on the field. I'm taking Alabama's 63-0 win or 56-0 win against West Kentucky. That product, that clean. No, I'll even go one further, bro. More of an identity game. I'm taking Alabama's 2-score victory over Auburn last week against any team on the spread, and I feel like we can win the national championship.
Right.
I'm taking that.
Let the back door open. Let Bama in. I mean,
come on, man. Like, I think that's what the committee. I think that's what the committee is looking at. The last thing you left on this field as a product is that team going to is that going to give us the best opportunity to see who is really the best team in the nation. And Alabama, if you look at the last product on the field against Auburn, Auburn's defense, Auburn's team was trending up as. Hold on, let me throw it real quick. I'm sorry. Give me a second. I'm back.
Guy.
That team in East Alabama was actually looking decent. Decent.
You mean
decent for the last 3 weeks? I said it. They were looking decent for the last 3 weeks of the season. They looked like they were figuring it out. They got a lot of talent. Stop saying. You got to tell the truth, Smook. They were having a lot of talent. Things started looking good. Hugh Freeze is a good offensive coordinator.
He is what the only. I think two.
Don't throw up, KP. Don't throw up, KP.
Saving two times in a row.
Don't.
The only reason they hired him, dude. That and
KP, were you about to throw up too?
Co-eds down on the plains that need to be spanked.
KP, were you about to throw up too?
Man, I can't even talk. Dude, I know how to disrespect because I respect, and I can sling it better than anybody when it comes to the Cal College down in West Georgia. API, I mean, Polytech, whatever. I mean,
Jesus.
Get real, man.
Oh, I love this chat. I love this chat, man. I can't even lie. KP, I appreciate you for calling in, my guy, man.
Yes, sir. I look forward to talking to you again soon.
Yes, sir. Roll Tide, my guy.
Roll Tide, brothers.
Yes, sir.
Be real.
You too, man. Oh, man, chat. I'm not going no extra 5 hours. Y'all done had me on the phone. Y'all done had me on a live stream for almost 5 hours, y'all. Oh. So, topic of conversation for today, later on today. We'll get into it, man, after the results. Hey, if we're in, we're in. If we're not, I'll be back. My thoughts is, and I'm not the end all be all, I don't care about being proven wrong, none of that. My thoughts is, based off the criteria, Alabama is in. Alabama's in based off the criteria. We have the better resume. I feel for SMU, play for your conference. You're being punished because you needed to prove yourselves. You didn't prove yourselves. You had a chance to prove yourselves and you didn't take advantage of it. Clemson was never in it. You gave Clemson the nod. You let Clemson take your spot. You didn't prove to the committee that you were in it. So if somebody, listen, anybody in the chat watching, moderators, whatever, I need you to I'm going to give you 30 seconds to respond, not to respond to this, but to get ready to clip this. All right. So I'm going to look at my timer. I'm at 4:51 and 30 seconds. At 4:52, I'm going to start this claim. I'm going to start this statement, and I need somebody to screen record it and post it in Discord for me. I'm going to do a countdown, and I want you to start your screen record. All right.
because I want this to be heard from this whole live stream that we did, all the people we didn't talk to, everything. I want this to be heard of out of everything we've said tonight, because it's the very thing, it's the facts. So we're gonna break the statement down in 7, 6, 5, 4. Get ready to screen record. 3. Screen record now. So all in all, Alabama Nation, this is my pitch to you to stop listening to the NFL analysts, stop listening to the Fairweather Alabama fan analyst that's on these other channels crying about Alabama don't deserve to get in. Bump your feelings, bump what you think matters. Let's look at the criteria. Strength of schedule, strength of record, teams beaten. Also, let's look at head-to-head. Let's not forget head-to-head. If we're looking at head-to-head, Georgia saved us. Georgia beat Texas. Georgia beat team that we lost to, right? Oklahoma beat teams that we lost to, right? Vanderbilt beat teams that we lost to, right? Factor in everything. If you want to factor in our losses, factor in our wins. Factor in the teams we lost to, factor in their wins and losses. Factor in the road. You have to use the criteria. And if you do that, Alabama's in. With that being said, thank y'all for tuning in tonight. I'm your boy, Coach Smook. It's been a great stream. Love y'all. Love y'all for being who you are. I can't wait to see y'all later on today. We'll be live noon Eastern Standard Time, checking in. Shout out to our sponsors and everybody here. Love y'all. Catch y'all on the next one. Coach Smook Network. If you see me in the game, holla at your boy. Put me in the game, coach. Love y'all.
VS iced it out.